Hello, Internet. Hello, it is Sunday. My power is back. And thankfully, at least at the moment, the wildfires that are around our area are not close enough yet that we need to worry about evacuating. Yet. But hello, everybody. My name is Squeaky Chiona. I am here because apparently, I saw this video here. And I know every once in a while there are a lot of mostly on the right leaning side that like to react to Shoe on Head. And I've been aware of Shoe on Head for a very long time. I too have been on the internet a lot. I too have been on the internet for a very long time, and wondered why the internet is constantly yelling at one another over what to be mad about. And apparently she recently uploaded a video 2-3 days ago. Let me 2 days ago. Yeah, it's pretty soon. Talking about something called Woke 1.0, the first culture war. Now, I have a feeling I know some of the things she's going to bring up here, but it's going to be interesting to see her takes on them. She has been a political YouTuber that has been around for a very, very long time. Again, I would see a lot of mostly conservative and right-leaning people use her videos as to kind of prove a point that the left side of the political spectrum is crazy, overreactionary, and that she is one of the quote-unquote good ones, because she shares their views, which, I mean, I don't want to say that she's the only one or that she's one of the quote unquote good ones, because there are other people out there that are similar in views to her, that share her ideals. They just aren't as vocal about them because unfortunately there is a bit of a thing on the internet side of the internet corner of the internet spectrum, if that makes any sense, leave me alone. That again is overly reactionary. If you are not left enough, you must be right. And I've spoken many times on and off channel, and especially on Twitter, that there can be disagreements about certain things. There's agree to disagree on certain things, and then there are certain things where it's like, well, I don't think I really want to associate with you. I don't really like your train of thought. But normally, we try to be normal. I feel like Tumblr is gonna be involved in this at some point because Tumblr was a fucking cesspit. When I would hear a lot of the bullshit that would happen when it came to these like culture wars and hostile landscapes on the interwebs, it was usually some kind of war on Tumblr, on 4chan, on Reddit, or all of them against each other. And it was like watching a bonfire. I just was always sad that by the time I knew the bonfire was happening, I came with the marshmallows and the fighting was over, because I also had a life. And by a life, I mean I didn't have a life because I was in college or I was too busy playing like D&D and pretending I can sing on YouTube and then removing my covers later because I got first and secondhand embarrassment. I've been on the internet for a very long time, and I probably would have been bigger if I just didn't delete any of my shit and just rode on my mediocrity, because man, if you see some of the people that are famous now, anywho, we're gonna get straight into things. We're gonna see what happens. I honestly, to some degree, find that I sometimes have agreed with Shoe on Head. Again, I've seen her videos here and there, but I had noticed a trend on who usually reacts to her videos, in terms of like the words the trend, the usual suspects of people who watch her videos. I wouldn't put this as a tally against her because she has a right to her beliefs and what she has to say. At the end of the day, she is just another person on the internet, just like I'm just another person on the internet. That as long as she's not hurting anybody and isn't like, I want to take away your rights, then freaking say what you want to say on the internet, bro. Just don't be a dick, essentially. But let's see what she's talking about here. Don't know if I should full screen it or anything. I probably could. It should be fine. But this is the video, I Survived Woke 1.0, the first culture war. Let's see what this is about. Maybe do I want to theater mode it? Yeah, sure, we can do that. I wish we could like shift the theater mode, but we're not gonna worry about it. Let's begin. 3, 2, 1.
So the other day I saw a tweet. I feel like all my videos start out like that.
Oh yeah, also we're watching in 1.25 speed because people talk too slow. My brain can't do it.
The other day, I saw a tweet that said, "Woke One was crazy," attached to the infamous photo of Nancy Pelosi and a bunch of Democrat politicians kneeling in African costumes back in 2020
also because I have food and
to honor George Floyd. What a fever dream.
Anywhere in my
there are
notebook.
many similar posts from people talking about how crazy Woke One was, or Woke 1.0 as they call it. Leftists talking about what they did wrong during
Woke 2.0. Wait, 1 second. What?
Woke
Already
1
I'm pausing.
Or Woke 1.0 as they.
I think I remember the people kneeling. And I mean, I remember this, and I was like, it's okay if you want to give tribute to someone who was, to an extent, unjustly killed by law enforcement. But this felt like much. This felt like y'all didn't have to do this. Like this could have been, y'all could have just done the kneeling. Y'all didn't have to wear the African scarves. But okay.
Pelosi and a bunch of Democrat politicians
not that
kneeling
deep.
in African costumes back in 2020
not that
to
deep.
honor George Floyd. What a fever dream. There were many similar posts from people talking about how crazy Woke 1 was, or Woke 1.0 as they call it. Leftists talking.
Woke 1.0 failed because it was inadequately neo-pussy whooped. We must not repeat the same grave mistake in Woke 2.0.
About what they did wrong during Woke 1.0.
Woke 2.0 makes more sense and has more practical approach to the world. Does it? I'm gonna wait till she brings up Tumblr, because I know she's gonna bring up Tumblr. Then I'll say what I want to say.
You know.
Just relied on mob mentality for social justice, and that is stupid. As social justice can only be secured by a progressive state enforcing it, which I hope Woke 2.0 succeeds in doing. We're still then we're not in woke 2.0. We're in woke 1.5.
How they came off too strongly with things like abolish the police and how they'll do things differently during
Woke 1.0 is practice, woke 2.0 is the game.
Woke 2.0. Yeah. You'll get him next time, champ. And don't get me wrong, 2020 was crazy. At the time, I was a bit preoccupied trying my hardest to get Bernie Sanders and Tulsi Gabbard elected. I don't want to talk about it. But yes, from what I remember, 2020 was crazy. But that was not woke 1.
I'm kind of still sad we didn't get Bernie, not gonna lie. Now, as time has passed, there are some people that have said here and there why Bernie being president was a good thing, not being president was a good thing, actually. But I'm in this thing where I just already, like, took the L, and I was like, all right, I guess. Okay. Like, there's a parallel universe somewhere where he's president, and maybe things are a little bit better, or maybe things are a little bit worse, but that's a whole thing of, we'll never know how things would have worked under him, because we don't live in that reality. And that's that thing of, I have enough anxiety and depression about other things that affect my life directly in the moment, day by day, than I do, like, things that I, you know, the what if sores that you would have felt if things were, I don't care. It didn't happen. Why does this discussion matter? It's kind of like when people talk about why, like, how great Al Gore would have been if he had been elected instead of Bush. Like, excuse me, I'm sorry, this is bubbly pop. Like, don't remind me, we get it. Like, Bush did a lot of fucked up shit and a lot of damage that we will feel for generations to come, and, like, but rubbing it in that it could have been so much better, actually, like, I don't care about that discussion. Like, you've already lost me. That's like, I'm a yapper whinger, and I don't even want to yap about that. I do not care. So that's interesting. I wonder how she feels about that. I wonder if she genuinely feels. I don't watch enough of her videos. I've only watched the occasional ones. I wonder if she still feels like we were kind of like we would have been better with Bernie, or if, like, it's actually bad that it's actually good that we didn't get him. I kind of wonder how her views are of that, but I don't know. She might never see this, so maybe I'll never get these answers. They'll be a part of the mystery, you know, from now on. Okay, sorry.
1.0. Woke 1.0 started long ago. Long ago, when being woke was called being an SJW. Back when Anita Sarkeesian was public enemy #1. And I identify as an attack helicopter, believe it or not, was a joke young people told, and not your 65-year-old uncle on Facebook. You see, woke 1.0 was not George Floyd and COVID masks. No. This was woke 1.0.
Learn what mansplaining is, and then stop doing it.
Was that BuzzFeed?
Hello, and welcome to the Shoe on Head channel. I am your host, Shoe on Head. You may also know me on Reddit as every e-girl combined into one insufferable millennial woman with fetal alcohol syndrome, or perhaps just Asmongold on HRT. As I am filming this,
That's not very nice. I think she's pretty. I like her nose. You have a nice nose. Clickbait, I see no shoes. Yeah, I see no shoes. I have not seen a single shoe ever on her head in a single video. Also, like, maybe I'm just me. Usually I don't resort to look insults until people pull up first with that shit. But also, I feel like, as someone who doesn't consider herself conventionally attractive, I'm a VTuber, duh. Looks are the last thing I go for. Looks are the last thing I go for.
The 12th anniversary of my first video on this channel. 12 years.
Looks are the only thing I go for if, like, it's so on the ground that it's not even a fight anymore. I only go after looks if it's a dead horse to beat. Because no. Also, she most likely actually cleans her room. I mean, I don't know. It could be a disaster behind that flag. Okay.
12 years a slave to the algorithm. So in this video, we are going to react to that video as well as a few other old videos of mine. We're gonna see how well or how terrible everything has aged, because let's be real, a lot of this shit aged like milk. Wait, why is the arrow pointing this way? What the f— We're going to talk about woke 1.0, the ancient lore of me and my channel, how the Overton window has shifted so far
12 years,
then,
honestly.
how stupid everything looks back then in comparison to things happening today.
2.5 million subscribers is nothing to shrug at.
Yet another historical event. The news moves so fast. There's pressure to react instantly, to pick a side, to condemn, to support.
Yes, there is. Absolutely.
So fast. There's pressure to react instantly, to pick a side, to condemn, to support. But the reality is, when a story first breaks, we're not seeing the full picture.
Yes, that is true. I know this is going to probably go into an ad because YouTube is immediately telling me, hold on, just para enseñarte, is immediately telling me to jump ahead. Is immediately telling me to jump ahead, which, sorry, girl, we gonna do that. No. No. But yeah, no, social media, if you are any active person on social media, usually the mentality is that, thou must, I feel a burp. There it is, baby. Thou must react to a situation and has an opinion, the moment thy news breaks. Sorry. I'm such a lady. I only do this every once in a while. And it usually when it has to do with a thing that I already have an opinion on, like whenever people are like, whenever this like new Gen AI thing is happening and I'm just like, God fucking damn it, Gen AI. But like that's usually it. Or when I do look at a situation and thankfully, sometimes all the details are out. And this is mostly like not culture war stuff or political stuff most of the time. That I usually do wait for more information. But things about like the dumb shit companies are doing or like the latest VTuber drama, usually all the details are out pretty quickly because everyone's so ready to pop off a Google Docie. That it's pretty easy to see what's out there, and form an opinion. And then I like to just run my little mouth, and then sometimes I'll run my little mouth anyway to see how many people I trigger because it is low-key a little funny. But let's see.
And that's why for years now I have been using today's sponsor, Ground News.
Bye.
Always for not skipping the ad.
Sorry, girl, we had to skip it. Sorry, we skipping it. You that saved me. That saved me 2.5 minutes.
And now back to the video.
I'm already watching it at
funny
freaking
and, like,
speed.
endearing things that have been happening lately is people will discover my
Blame YouTube. YouTube lets me do it.
channel and then they'll make reaction videos to my videos and they'll that have been happening lately is people will discover my channel and then they'll make reaction videos to my videos and they'll title them things like Shoe on Head is done with the left. Shoe on Head is finally waking up. And it's like, I've been woken up. Do not cite the anti-woke magic to me, Nuxtaku. I was there when it was written. Before your girl was Kami Mommy. For better or worse, I was one of the founding fathers of anti-woke content on the internet. I saw this one tweet that was like, the idea there was a woke one is the most jarring to America's moment I've ever had. Really, bitch? I mean, like, I get it. I would pretend it never happened too. It was very embarrassing, but really, bitch? I was there when Bernie Sanders was talking about unions and has microphones snatched by Black Lives Matter. That was basically the birth of my entire political worldview. You can't pretend that shit never happened. I was there when a grown
That was kind of wild, yeah. That was I remember this because again, this was like, I think was gonna be, no, this is I graduated 2011 from high school. This was 2020, so this would not have been the first time I voted. But this was kind of like a turn in everything. This was like a turn in everything. And I remember seeing this and being like, hold on, girly pops. Why is this what we're doing? Like, this man is trying to speak and I can't remember the exact logistics, but I remember looking at this and not being entirely happy because this was not the call. This was not the way to do it. This was not how you get your message out there, by essentially crashing another political rally and then being like, we're gonna talk over you now because we are being silenced and everything. And it's like, yes, but no. This is not how you do it. This is not how you spread your message. Especially, this was kind of friendly fire. Because if I'm remembering correctly, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, Bernie was pro-BLM. And is still pro-BLM. And still talks about these sorts of issues. Could be wrong. So this kind of felt like friendly fire, where they're like, well, you know, he's an ally, so he'll let us do this shit. But all they did was make asses out of themselves. And because of this, people that were on Bernie's side looked at BLM and said, that's not it. And unfortunately, though, around this time, things were also very, very volatile because you could support BLM, but people, they didn't, there were certain facets because there was no leader of this, because if there was a leader, they would have gotten Malcolm X real quick, which is what we did not want. But because they were really not super organized, they were the kind of like their own little chapters of just people doing these stuffs. There was kind of no rule of law on how they should and shouldn't act. And so then you had people that supported Bernie that didn't support BLM because of actions like this. Because unfortunately, this was the sort of stuff that would get reported on. And on top of that, this made the conservative side of media, they pounced on this shit. They pounced on this shit. They're like, look at them. They're infighting. Look at them fighting each other. Look how crazy they are. Look what happens when you support this movement. They'll take the microphone right off you, tell you to shut up and speak over you. And even this, I looked at it and I was like, this is how we're going to lose the war. This is how we're going to lose.
That was basically the birth of my entire political worldview. You can't pretend that shit never happened. I was there when a grown-ass scientist was harassed and brought to tears for daring to wear a shirt with like cartoon pinup girls on it. We need Nuremberg trials.
Yeah, I never heard of this. Rosetta scientist Dr. Matt Taylor apologizes for offensive shirt. Taylor breaks down during apology for sexist shirt as he delivers progressive report on Comet mission. Why do y'all care so much about his shirt? Why does that matter, bro?
For daring to wear a shirt with like cartoon pinup girls on it. We need Nuremberg trials for all the 2010s. You should legally be forced to wear some kind of patch on you in public to identify you as a woke 1.0 freak. When I saw that tweet, I literally had to stop writing my other video to make this one because I was like, okay, I'm not gonna let these people rewrite history. We're not gonna let you write the history books, okay? Who do you think you are? Ghislaine Maxwell's father? So I'm going to be talking about 4 different videos here. Oppression Olympics, Social Justice League vs. Gamers, Average is Beautiful, and Questions for Men Answered by Women. I'm not going to be showing the full videos because this video would be 4 hours long.
I can already tell that this got a lot of like right-wingers unfortunately reacted to this one just by the title alone, the Oppression Olympics. And to be fair, I do agree that back then there was a really big Oppression Olympics. There was a lot of people that were like, hey, it did seem like a who could be the most offended about something really stupid. Maybe I watched too much Filthy Frank before I discovered Tumblr. Because I still occasionally watch Filthy Frank.
Right. So if you want to watch the full videos, the links will be in the description. Thank you. I love you. Bye-bye. So Oppression Olympics was my first cultural political video, uploaded July of 2014. 12 years ago. How old were you guys?
Wow.
12 years ago. I am like 60 years old in internet years, like 204 years old in e-girl years. If you have been here, if you have been with me for that long, you deserve
I've been around since 2009. How old am I?
Like, you have seen some All right, I am about to watch it. I am so scared. I haven't watched this in years.
Hey there, pretty lady. Do you wear heels? Do you wear makeup? Do you want to go on a diet and get thin? Don't do any of those things. Hey, I'm a feminist. That's right, a feminist in 2014 America.
Can my voice even do that anymore?
America!
2014 America! Oh.
America!
I can. Okay, never mind.
America!
I didn't do that. All right, let's go.
What does that mean?
I'm a lady.
That means I want you to stoop down to my level. And that means don't go on a diet, don't wear heels, don't do makeup, don't do your hair, don't try to look pretty. I get cackles all the time and I hate it. I just love vlogging about it though, and I love blogging about it on my Tumblr. And shaving? Forget shaving.
Tumblr.
Don't shave. This video game character is dressed too sexily. I don't like it. Change it. I'm dressed too sexily and you don't like it? Stop oppressing me. Did you guys know that rape is bad? Rape is bad. Does anybody know this? Rape is bad, and if you're not a feminist, you're pro-rape.
The eye roll, though. Got you. Got you. Got you. That's what that is. That got you.
Oh, good, it's over.
Okay,
oh, fuck, she's back. Fuck.
Feminism in 2014 America is completely pointless.
Okay,
It's just a
shoe and made up culture war grievances. Here we go. Yeah, now we're reacting to this.
label that people are putting on themselves to feel special because
Why do I sound so cute?
I was in a weird place on the internet by then.
Like, aw,
I'm waiting for her to bring up Tumblr, and she already did, but I'm waiting her to bring up it again.
Oppression Olympics. Everyone is in this big race to be the most progressive and the most open-minded and the most oppressed. It is the strangest thing I have ever seen.
This is just Tumblr. This is just Tumblr.
It's like infesting like the internet, and it's starting to seep out into the real world. And like I really don't like it.
So a little lore behind this video before we continue. First of all, Obama was president. Okay, this was before the Trump era. In fact, this was like months before.
It feels so weird to see these videos so long after. I was a wildly different person when I avidly watched her stuff. Oh. Interesting.
This is ancient. Some of you don't even remember a time before Trump.
2014 culture war brought out the worst in so many of us. Oh yeah.
Like Trump is your
Well, again, I feel like I kind of low-key dodged this.
Normal.
But I'll get into that in a little bit.
What the political and cultural landscape was like before Trump. That
I
is
do.
like crazy to me. Anyway, at this time I was like 23, 24, working at a makeup counter in the mall, and I noticed all the people around me were changing. Their personalities were shifting. They were becoming like very unfunny and like offended at everything. It was very weird. One example that sticks out in my mind for some reason was my friend screamed in my other friend's ear. My friend was like, "Ah, you're gonna make me go deaf." And then my other friend was like, "That's not funny. My brother's half deaf." I don't know why that one sticks out, but like that was a pivotal moment where I was like, what the fuck is going on? Also, we later found out that her brother was in fact not half deaf, but anyway, the only thing
I'm gonna say right now, my brother is actually 30% deaf in one of his ears because of a plastic dinosaur incident when he was a toddler, and we made deaf jokes all the time, and it's still funny. And I still do it, and it's still funny. Still funny.
traced it back to was they all used the same website.
This video is mostly about
No, God, no.
So here's the funny thing, because I knew it. I knew she was gonna bring up Tumblr. I knew she was gonna bring up Tumblr. My brain, my brain had a fart. Okay, so here, you know what? Let me let her say her thing before I say my thing. Actually,
Oh, God,
let her
please,
speak.
No, 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 no,
What
video
are some
is
of these?
mostly about
no, God, no.
Feminism and donuts. Friendly reminder that the term delusional is ableist. Okay, well, guess we're ableist now. Thanks, 2013 Tumblr. The voice of reason.
God, please.
Because Harry Potter movies made Hermione Granger more famous for being hot than clever. Excuse me? People thought Hermione... Okay.
No, God.
I need to see some of these.
No.
Equality is greater than feminism. Can we take a moment to revel in this ignorance?
Oh, God.
Why do people on Tumblr not realize that abuse, misogyny-related posts trigger some of their followers? It's bothering me so much. Seriously, I'm so triggered, and I can't avoid these posts. They're like a fucking plague. You're all disgusting. Kind of things. At least put a fucking trigger warning. Okay.
Please, no.
I need feminism because I walked to my bus stop in broad daylight in my nice neighborhood with my phone ready to call 911 because I was so scared. Okay.
No.
Isn't it interesting how the majority of these people holding up the I don't need feminism signs because, okay.
No.
I don't get how you can define yourself as a woman and say you're an anti-feminist, like you actually believe that men should be superior. That's not what that means. If you think delusional is ableist, you're delusional. Exactly. Thank you. Hold on, let me get Chat Ninja back up. I don't pretend it was a civil time where people understood decorum and empathy because lol no, but bigotry was mostly kept under wraps as opposed to being screamed proudly through megaphones. Exactly. And then yeah, also if you think delusional is ableist, you're delusional. Exactly. All right. My gender studies degree is just as valid as anyone else's degree. I mean, if you're going to go into the social commentary landscape and like fields that involve that sort of stuff, then yeah, absolutely. It's a pretty valid degree if you're going to use it in the field that requires that sort of stuff. But like, if you're going into STEM, a gender studies degree, no one gives a fuck. No one gives a fuck, and that's just the reality, bro. Why do you think we make fun of liberal arts degrees? Like, I say with my liberal arts degree.
No! No!
Oh, this lady.
Oh my god, is that Big Red? Oh my god, just blast from the past with his face here. This woman should get some kind of like compensation for being on so many YouTubers' thumbnails. She was the face of the triggered feminist SJW for years.
Number one, shut the f up for a second. Now, if you would shut the f up for the 50th billion time.
And then it was this other person. Where are these people nowadays? I wonder what they're up to.
Tumblr is the reason there is just this outbreak and infestation of SJWs, ruining my internet and ruining my real life and just
The funny thing is back then that if you weren't on Tumblr, you were away from this. If you were not on Tumblr, you were away from this. Now that I let her make her point to an extent. So I graduated high school in 2011. I'm old. And I discovered Tumblr somewhere in 2012 to 2013. But I mostly only ever used it to look at nice art and share fictional men that I thirsted over. When it came to this kind of more socio-political stuff, I tended, see, again, as someone who watched Filthy Frank and knew that the way Filthy Frank acted was a part of the bit and that normal people should not aspire to be like Filthy Frank, the things I saw on Tumblr was like watching the reverse of Filthy Frank. Filthy Frank if he was on Tumblr instead of like 4chan and 2chan. So I would look at some of the behavior of some of these people and I was just like, y'all can't be real people. You guys don't have actual problems. Now, I'm not going to go into like a rough of like how I lived my life and stuff, but having grown up with like immigrant parents Latino immigrant parents tend to have somewhat conservative views. Although now my parents swing definitely more liberal. They still hold some traditional values just based on being products of their time. This is that sort of thing of you kind of got a taste of the mix of both. But also just the lack of almost the lack of self-awareness and the rampant entitlement. And then on top of that, the fact that a lot of the people on Tumblr were like much younger than me. Again, I was like an 18, 19-year-old on Tumblr. I was about to I was taking a break between high school and college, but about to get into college. Again, playing tabletop games and, watching anime with my friends and stuff, not really engaging on the Twitter fandom discourse because I also don't like engaging with fandoms. And sometimes certain political views do get into fandoms, whether people like to admit it or not. And I just didn't engage with any of this stuff. So due to so many of these factors, it was very, very hard, if not impossible, also me watching Filthy Frank, impossible for the roots of this behavior and this thought process to ever infect into my mind. And also because I wasn't just in high school, just starting high school, or on the latter half of middle school, I wasn't an impressionable youth that was going to be brainwashed by the people who were older than me and with these thought processes. I'm gonna say on the more radical end, because the more vocally radical end. So there was just no way for me to get into this thinking of, you cannot tell me that throwing a tantrum on Tumblr is how we make change. I would see some of the things that people would say they were getting triggered by, some of the things that people were getting offended by, and just being like, you're gonna be how we lose the war. You're gonna be, if there is a war, because these are also the people who be like, we're at war right now. We're at war with racists and ableists and the political, social, economic landscape. Blah, 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 blah. And I looked at some of this behavior and this thing of you have to say this or you're that. You have to believe in this or you're that. If you don't have anything to say about this, you're part of the problem. Yada, 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 XYZ, 1, 2, 3. And that was that sort of thing where I was like, this is how we lose the war. if there is a war, you will be how we lose it. Because these people weren't going out and demonstrating. These people weren't like actually having genuine conversation. They weren't entertaining the other side or even trying to get any sort of actual debate and conversation. And it was that thing of there was a lot of infighting. Because here's the thing. Everybody on Tumblr was a Tumblr. Like, most people on Tumblr were a Tumblr. So just like the picture of Bernie getting the mic snatched from him by BLM members, Tumblr was a lot like that on a grander, dumber scale. It was a bunch of people who all had generally the same ideas fighting over a microphone. And if they couldn't get their 2 minutes on the microphone, they would throw things, and they would essentially throw things and throw names and accuse you of being an ist or a phobe or this or that. And it just looked like playground fighting, except they were people saying that they were adults. And I just mostly looked and stayed away from that. I had some older peers, because the people who introduced me to Tumblr were much older than me, funnily enough. And while they had some agreements to these like points and views, they were like, but I don't get involved in this sort of stuff. I just say what I need to say on Facebook instead among my friends. I don't need to throw it all out in the general public internet. Or they would make it a private post on their blog so that only like their friends could see it or their followers could see it. Because it was unfortunately also very easy for people to try to like find you on Tumblr and then like retweet or send you asks harassing you. So like there was all this stuff, and Tumblr was a very, very toxic environment. And I'm thankful that around the time I learned about it, there was just no way for me to get like infected by this mentality. Let's see, what are you saying here? Also, we're at a point where feminism itself as a term is no longer useful. We need to denote that wave because first, second, and third wave feminism are radically different. Oh, absolutely. Everything is politics. Your tastes are politics. Politics is functionally synonymous with principles. That said, yeah, fandom sucks and outrage culture is not activism. Exactly. And that's what Tumblr was rife with. It was just people being mad at a thing, yelling at a thing, and finding someone to attack. But because everyone's on the same side, they're attacking one another. And then the rest of the internet looks at them and says, they're fucking crazy. And that's, yeah, because you essentially had a rabid dog constantly gnawing away at its limbs. You're gonna look at a rabid animal doing that and think that animal's crazy. That's what Tumblr was. That's what 4chan was. That's what Reddit was. Just different degrees of rabid gnawing its own leg animal. And then in the moments of somewhat clarity that these websites would have, they'd look at the other sites rabidly gnawing at their limbs and then be like, wow, they're crazy, aren't they? That was the internet. Yeah, you can't be a political movement if you're constantly infighting. That's the entire basis for divided we fall. Yeah, and then you had the very few, they were there, believe me, trust me. I'm not going to say that I was one of them. I'm just, because I was mostly just someone who was watching at this point. Again, I was the one late to the bonfire with the marshmallows being like, oh, it's over. I was the one, there were still a couple sane people here. The problem is that those people no longer spoke. Because it became that mentality of, if you're not left enough, you must be right. So there was just no point. There was no conversation to be had on these sites. There just wasn't. They were, funnily enough, they were all echo chambers. And unfortunately, if you were a younger person that was generally quote unquote normal, and you see these sites and you realize this is just a rabid animal gnawing at its own legs, you start being like, is the rest of the internet like this? And again, within its own contained factions. I hope I'm making sense. I feel like I'm rambling. But no, it's like they're like it infected outside. It quote unquote affected the outside world because your friends were also on Tumblr. That's another thing too. By the time I got on Tumblr, I was already out of high school. I was already out of like, hey friend I see every day. Let's talk on MySpace after school. I didn't have a MySpace. Let's talk on Facebook. Let's talk on Gaia or whatever that shit. Like every time I would quote unquote join these websites to talk to my friends, quote unquote, we never did. I would try to talk to them and then they'd be too busy. One of my friends from high school, I remember she and I had a disagreement. We had 2 disagreements in the times that we ever talked on Tumblr, like Instant Messenger. And I think they were the reasons why they ended up like blocking me or some shit. I don't know. I don't know why they blocked me. They never told me. I was never even aware that they blocked me until one day I tried to message them about something and realized that nothing would get through. And when I thought there must be a reason why, and I Googled it, it was like, when this happens, it means they blocked you. And I was like, huh. 2 conversations. One, we had an argument because Matt Pat gave the Pope Undertale, and she thought this was a horrible thing because his video like compared like gamers to people that were persecuted, except that's not what Matt Pat did. Like I remember that, where I was like, the reason he gave the Pope Undertale was not because he was expecting him to play it. It was because the message of Undertale, when you go under a specific route, like he's not actually comparing gamers to people who were persecuted. It's more so the usual view people have of gamers as like violent, sociopathic loners who just play shoot up games all the time, when a game that is considered probably one of the best games ever has a route where you don't hurt anybody, where you make friends with everybody, and through the power of love and determination, you save not only the world that you were trapped in, but the other worlds as well. Like, Undertale, fundamentally, if you go down the pacifist route, is a game about love and acceptance and forgiveness, and it's one of the best games ever. Yet people have this distorted view of gamers. That's what it meant. The second argument, also, yeah, Undertale is about the right to choose not to sin. Exactly. And then the other argument was about PewDiePie, because it was a couple years after PewDiePie had his unfortunate incident where he said a really bad word at the bridge. And a couple years later, after he's apologized and lost so much of his ad revenue and was trying to just go back to doing like vlogs and stuff on his channel, like, there were still people under the impression on fucking Tumblr years after that if you watched PewDiePie, you were an alt-right Nazi, you were probably someone who said slurs, and you were unforgivable. And I was like, hey, what PewDiePie said was not okay. He's apologized, he's faced the consequences of it. Unfortunately, when it happened, he still had an enormous platform. And as long as he takes responsibility, like that's just how he's kind of uncancelable at that point. I remember she pointed out sometimes when he wore I think he wore a military uniform that was, I think, a Swedish military uniform that some people were saying was Nazi. It was a Nazi uniform. Or the fact that he wore a clothing brand that had the Iron Cross on it. When again, in certain European countries, the Iron Cross is not a Nazi thing. And there was a whole back and forth about it. And I was like, okay, girly pop, look, I think he is fine now. If you still think he's problematic, then, that's your right to your opinion. To say that PewDiePie is a pipeline to alt-right mentality, I think is a bit of a stretch. Because he's not touting this sort of stuff. He's not normalizing this sort of stuff. The dude's just playing video games, and freaking his now wife is showing vlogs of Japan and things they do and stuff. I don't look at these people and think they're Nazis. I think they've definitely done some shitty things, but have since apologized and stuff for it. But again, Tumblr, nuance does not exist on Tumblr. It does not. Not even in the case of fandom discourse. It does not. If you talk about the wrong fandom thing, you are labeled every buzzword on the book and thrown aside and told to go to Reddit. That's how bad Tumblr was. So If your friends were on Tumblr, then yeah, you start thinking it's spreading to the rest of the world because your friends are your world. And depending on how old she was around this time, if she was just out of high school or in college, well, guess what? Your worlds are kind of low-key intertwining. And that's why you have the situation where it feels like it's everywhere, but it really isn't. It really isn't. I often wonder how much of the rapid proliferation of virtue signaling could have been a psyop, but damn, did it almost completely destroy progressivism in the crib? Yeah. All right.
Sucking the sense of humor out of so many people I know.
Tumblr was very popular back then, but there was like some dark evil energy coming from it, and I sensed it. And at the time, that is where I thought all this woke SJW shit was coming from. Little did I know, like, a lot of these people on Tumblr were college kids. All this, like, white culture, white supremacist bullshit was coming from the college classroom. And at the time, I didn't know. I was just a humble makeup salesman, so I was really confused, and I felt like I was going crazy. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to boot up the Shoe on Head channel. I'm gonna vent and make a video. Nobody's gonna fucking see it. I don't care. As far as I knew, there was no other videos online talking about this.
It was also the high school classroom, though. Not just the college classroom. It was the high school classroom, too. Again, a lot of high school students. A lot of high school students on fucking Tumblr. A lot. Too many.
Uploaded it and left. Like, I didn't check the comment section, and I didn't even know that Thunderfoot, a YouTuber, shared my video, and that's how it originally blew up. And from there, I found out, oh, there's more people who agree with me. I found, like, Sargon of Akkad and, like, the Honey Badgers. It was
I think that first one isn't.
Oh, well, like, oh, I'm not going insane. Things are changing.
They're all in this big competition to see who could be the most progressive and the most tolerant, at the same time being the most annoying and the most intolerant people that
Oh yeah, and in the end, they're all the most insufferable
I've ever met in my life. It is just a big, it's the oppression Olympics. Labeling yourself as a feminist, stop it. It is not a movement anymore. You do not need it. Nobody needs it. You have every single right that every guy has now. Like, most feminists on the internet just hate men.
Now, if you can believe it, and this might be hard to believe while watching this video, this was transgressive back in the day. This was, like, crazy to hear online back then, especially coming from a woman. We're saying things like, oh, feminism is doo-doo, and, like, obvious ass shit, like, people have a victim complex these days. That was, like, sacrilegious. And now it's, like, nothing. Now it's, like, wallpaper. Everyone thinks that.
Never present Sargon like he's a respectable figure on any level. I don't know enough about him, but I did hear he was a bit of a problem.
There's like a new racist ego.
I think he fell off though. I don't know.
Don't ask me. Like, if this video came out today, it would get like no views because it's the most basic shit ever. This video almost got me fired from my job. You know, like, they found out where I worked. They called my boss. They were like, she hates women, like all this stuff. When it first blew up, most of the comments were negative. It was just a bunch of angry.
Not saying that she deserved that, but you got to be careful about that. You got to be careful about your face.
Women being like, you're a handmaiden of the patriarchy. Like, this was before the term pick-me existed. Handmaiden of the patriarchy. That goes kind of hard. Can we bring that back? Okay, so that was the first video. Let's watch another one, shall we? This is called Social Justice League.
Here's another thing about the feminism stuff. Feminism. So, do I consider myself a feminist? I think I do. I consider myself, to an extent, a feminist. Some feminists would say that I'm not a feminist, though. And mostly, my idea of, like, feminism is more so not about rights. You'd be fourth wave, like almost every online progressive. That's fair. My general idea of feminism is things like, hey, the medical industry should probably take women seriously when they come to them about things like pain, when they come to, like, just genuine concerns about their health, and that when they want to make certain decisions about their bodies and sexual reproductive health, the first thing that shouldn't be asked is, well, what would your husband think? What about your boyfriend? Or, like, they shouldn't be asked to think about their health and relative to a man, especially in cases where they are lesbian. Because if you're asking a lesbian about, well, what if you one day want to have kids? She probably doesn't. I feel like there needs to be, like, something about that. Not that these are huge glaring problems, but I think it's a little weird how getting access to certain healthcare is dependent on what a man would think, when it's been shown time and again that most men don't know a single thing about women's bodies and how they work. So why would I ask a man about their opinion on it? That's a little weird. Another thing that where my feminism stands is that you can present your body the way you want to. I draw the line at a risk to your actual health. And normally most people out on the outside in the real world are usually fine about that. I saw a video where someone was like, if you choose to shave your body hair, you are holding anti-feminist, you hold anti-feminist views, because wanting to remove body hair come from the patriarchy and the romanticization of like children with no body hair and blah blah. And maybe that is where it comes from. Maybe that is where it stems from. That's not why I remove my body hair anymore. I don't remove my body hair to please men. I don't remove my body hair to present myself to society. I remove my body hair because I don't like it. That's it. Well, maybe you don't like it because the patriarchy has conditioned you to think. No, first off, I actually don't get a lot of it. Thankfully, I thankfully don't get a lot of it. I just also don't like it. I don't like the feeling of underarm hair. I don't like the feeling of fucking hair in my nethers. I don't like how it pokes through my underwear. I don't like how, how it makes things a little musty and sweaty on a summer day. I like feeling clean, fresh, and smooth. I like how bed sheets feel after I shave my legs. I'm the kind of person that after I shave my legs, I'd be rubbing them like a cricket, be like, ooh, like, I just like it. I do it for me. It's my self-care. It makes me feel pretty. And if someone wants to keep the hair under their armpits, that's okay. I'm not going to tell you what to do with your fucking body. I'm just gonna hope that you wear deodorant. And when I mean deodorant, I mean antiperspirant deodorant with aluminum. None of that native shit. I want you to smell good. I'm going to then judge you harshly when you fucking reek. That's my problem. When it comes to like wanting to be slim and cute, yes, I would love to have the body type to be super slim and cute. I'm only small. One out of three, I guess, ain't bad. But I like the idea of getting my body to a healthier weight. One, because as I'm getting older, it's gonna be harder. And second, I just, I care about my mobility. I care about my mental health. And sometimes having a healthy body, does correlate with better mental health. It's just the science. Can one say that like how one's body looks is not wholly indicative of their health? Yeah, I will agree to one extent. You cannot tell me that Ariana Grande, the way she looks right now, is healthy. You cannot convince me otherwise. The same way you can't convince me of I don't keep touch with a lot of celebrities, so I guess insert fat person of the month. You can't convince me that they're healthy. If you are in the triple digit weights and you breathe like a bulldog, there might be a problem and you might want to do something about that. But am I gonna tell you to do it? No, that's none of my business. Hope something happens, or that you've got good healthcare, or that you're in a place that offers free healthcare, because you're gonna need it. But that's it. That's pretty much it. So if someone's like, well, you don't need to diet and lose weight to please a man, it never was. It's for me. It's for me. I want to look cute. I want to feel cute. I want to be at a generally healthy weight where I don't have to depend on people to do basic things for me. I want to be able to breathe and talk at the same time and not sound like a car engine running for dear fucking life. I just want to function and look appealing to myself, and usually the rest kind of happens along the way. There's nothing much deeper than that. It ain't that deep. But that's the thing with a lot of the social commentary is that in order to get the clicks, in order to get the followers, it needs to be that deep. And maybe that's why I'm where I am right now, because I do subscribe to a honey, it ain't that deep. Honey, it ain't that deep. Or honey, it's not enough. It's not enough of your business it's not enough of your business that this is what's gotta be. Let's see. Fourth wave is mostly about calling out the various unspoken aspects of society silently and systemically discriminate against women in areas people don't like to think about. I tend to want to talk about the things that people don't want to talk about. And you know, that sort of thing. Let's see. Like our culture, apologia, higher difficulty being respected as a source for anything, and general inclusivity that includes LGBTQ activism and the like. Body positivity is also part of it, but saying obesity is worth celebrating is not always strawmanning or cope. You don't have to be skinny to be valid, but if you aren't healthy, you should care, and that goes for being underweight too. Exactly. When it comes to body positivity and health consciousness, it goes both ways. There is too skinny, there is too fat. If looking at somebody, if looking at the people who were at the fucking, what the fuck was that fucking house that was full of the fat girls that they recently had a documentary about? None of those girls were healthy. None of them. That's something that we should not be allowing. That's not body positivity. That's not it. But you know, some people, when they don't have an argument, they'll just slap you with a buzzword and then leave it at that. The right does it, and unfortunately, a very dumb subset of the left does it too. And so it's that thing of both sides engage in these kind of straw man buzzword mudslinging that when people don't want conversation, it shows. When people don't want to talk about anything, it shows. But yeah, I'm sorry, I'm rambling.
Gamers.
May or may not have noticed, I've been fully immersed in this whole Gamergate thing since it started like 2 months ago.
Gamergate
I'm so sorry.
2 months ago?
I'm so sorry.
Oh my god. For those of you who don't know what Gamergate was, you know what, don't worry about it, it's not important. Some woman allegedly slept with someone and now the Strait of Hormuz is closed. Things happen.
Damn. That's a domino effect right there. Someone slept with someone, another Strait of Hormuz is closed. Wow. That is a domino effect right there. That's like almost up there with the whole like 9/11 50 Shades of Grey. That's like almost to that levels of domino effect. I remember hearing the here's and there's of Gamergate. I stayed away from that. I stayed away from that. I had people tell me about that. Gamergate was crazy. One of the most consequential things that didn't actually happen. Yeah, no, I'm kind of low-key believed Gamergate was a psyop. There's no way. There's no way though this was real people. Ain't no way.
In between that, but that's basically the gist of it. Editing shoe here. I decided to actually put in a brief explanation because genuinely a lot of you might not know. Gamergate kicked off when game devs and game journalists were accused of sleeping with each other for better game reviews. A bunch of journalists then coordinated anti-gamer hit pieces, all coming out around the exact same day, saying things like gamers are dead and focusing on how sexist and white and male gaming spaces were. It was a mess that went on for like 3 years, arguably longer, and many people cite it as one of the first major culture wars online. People went to the UN to talk about sexism in gaming. There was even a Law and Order episode about evil sexist gamers.
These guys, they just can't stand women in gaming.
What did they do to you?
They leveled up.
Also, Logan Paul was in that episode for some reason. It was a weird time. Anyway.
Seeing good friends of mine get labeled as misogynist, sexist, racist, only for enjoying video games and seeing through this very obvious agenda pushing, 100% no. I honestly could not imagine being so deluded that you actually make yourself believe that all gamers are white, cis males who are worse than ISIS. I'm not even mad, I'm actually like impressed that these people have the ability. They're like champions of mental gymnastics of the oppression Olympics.
SJW, logic and facts. Oh my god.
Coming in like, I like this, I like that, I don't like this. This character doesn't look like me. She's not frumpy and below average. It makes me insecure. Change it. Change this. I don't like this. I don't like that. I don't even play that, but I don't like it. There could be a fucking black, Mexican, Chinese, demisexual, lesbian, feminist, otherkin in a wheelchair with no legs and shit. And these crybabies would still not be happy.
Does anyone take otherkin seriously? This is a genuine question. Genuine question. Genuine question. Does anybody take otherkin seriously? Has anyone ever taken otherkin seriously? And please tell me the answer was no. Please tell me the answer is no. Gamergate probably had more impact on the culture war than 9/11, unironically, except 9/11 was based on something that actually happened. Damn. Damn. Lynn, you just freaking loading rounds. Holy crap. But no, seriously, what's otherkin? Drill, maybe that's a good thing that you don't know what otherkin is. All I can really say with otherkin, at least I'm going to tell you what it was on Tumblr. On Tumblr, otherkin were a bunch of high schoolers and early college students who never got a reality check in their fucking lives, or at least a fucking boot to the ass, who thought that they were spiritually animals, constructs, weather, fictional characters, people in history, fictional deities, like deities from cultural pantheons. Like, they were people that were like, I'm akin with Draco Malfoy from Harry Potter. There were people that thought that they were a rain spirit. They were people who took like the Native American, the indigenous idea of like spirit animals and things like that and took them way too fucking seriously. And were like super delusional about it. If you look up otherkin like on like earlier YouTube and stuff, you'll find people that were mostly on Tumblr and who thought they were wolves, who thought they were spiritually wolves, and would wear things like freaking ear headbands and fake tails and funny, and oh god, they all looked like fucking scene kids that shopped at Hot Topic and Spencer's. They would wear like the chains and the goth, and they would act like wolves and freaking lick each other and go wow and freaking things and say that they want to eat raw meat and shit like that. They were people that needed help. They were people that needed help. They were people that when you really ask them the questions of what made you decide, what made you realize, not decide, because you kind of have to low-key humor them in order to interview them. What made you realize that this is what you were? And, you know, where did you learn about these sorts of things? And it's almost always Tumblr. It was almost always Tumblr. It was people just feeding into each other's delusions that they might be a fictional character, that they might be an animal, that they might be a deity from a random pantheon, that they might be a construct or a conceptual idea or a previously a person. And they wanted you to take them seriously. And they were people that would meme on this as well. But like these were people. And a lot of them were these kids that also, unfortunately, again, and it almost felt like a checklist you had to bring to the fucking table. They always had some sort of ADHD, anxiety, depression, bipolar. They like dissociative identity. They always had some sort of charcuterie board of all these mental illnesses that, when it was like, so did you ever address these sorts of things? It's almost no. They usually always would self-diagnose, which then would tell you that even if they did have these things, they weren't being properly treated for it. And Tumblr was unfortunately a place where, again, like a lot of echo chambers, enabled a lot of these thought patterns, a lot of these delusions. And this was that thing where, like, a lot of the people that were on Tumblr should not have been on Tumblr, whether because they were too young or they were too vulnerable of being like manipulated and having their like delusions like further exacerbated. Like I would call Chris Chan a product of Tumblr if they had been on Tumblr. Because like and again, these were the sorts of people that, because of how rampant they were with these mentalities and ideologies and being fed and enabled so much, that they also became just a screechingly loud minority that made certain facets and spaces in Tumblr absolutely insufferable. These people needed help. Yeah, we don't talk about that.
Oh my god, nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. They still
Me insecure. Change it. Change this. I don't like this. I don't like that. I don't even play that, but I don't like it. There could be a fucking black, Mexican, Chinese, demisexual, lesbian, feminist, otherkin in a wheelchair with no legs and shit. And these crybabies would still not be happy.
Oh my god, nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. They still do this shit. They still invade nerdy male spaces and force them to cater to them. They're still purposely making female characters like ugly and frumpy. You still can't pander to them because they'll never be happy.
Take a look at this.
It's a frightening and
What it's saying. But yeah, you can draw a pretty direct line between Gamergate leading to QAnon, leading to the celebrity of Elon Musk, leading to the election of Trump, and everything that came after. Gamergate is one of the most consequential events of the 21st century and should be taught in high school history. Like, it's funny that low-key, when the Epstein files, like the bit that we did get, like pretty much confirmed that it was all a psyop, and it's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy.
disgusting trend in the world of online gaming. Hackers rewriting code to simulate sexual assault.
Sam Meggs stopped playing online over a year ago because of what she calls a misogynistic mentality that already exists in the world of gaming. The graphics are so good, this attack is eerily realistic. Eerily realistic.
Oh, that's sex? You've been doing it wrong? God damn!
Oh my god, I forgot all about the traffic cone. My dad literally stole
What
that
the
traffic cone
fuck?
off.
It sounds so incredibly silly, but it's completely true. Internet history is history, and that stupid event had more impact than actual wars. It's insane. It's insane. Hold on, I gotta go back here.
Trend in the world of online gaming. Hackers rewriting code to simulate sexual assault.
Sam Meggs stopped playing online over a year ago because of what she calls a misogynistic mentality that already exists in the world of gaming.
I don't know what's going on
The
there.
graphics are so good, this
What is going on here?
attack is eerily realistic. Eerily realistic.
Oh, that's sex? You've been doing it wrong? God damn!
Oh my god, I forgot all about the traffic cone. My dad literally stole that traffic cone off the street from me. I was like, Dad, I need a traffic cone for this video I'm doing. He like took it off the street and he's like, here you go. He didn't even like ask what it was for. I was just like, thanks. Like, it's good to have a supportive father in your life. So this one is called Average is Beautiful.
Race together? Wow, how progressive!
Oh my god, Race Together. I forgot all about this. In 2014, Starbucks did this thing called Race Together.
I didn't go to Starbucks. I have no comment. I'll let you explain and I'll believe you because I didn't go to Starbucks.
Where I shit you not.
I went to
made
Dunkin'
baristas
Donuts.
write hashtag Race Together
Where it was
on the
normal.
cups to encourage discussion
I went to
about
Dunkin'
race
Donuts like a
relations with
normal
customers.
person in
Oh, yeah,
2014.
Let's get rid of race relation, like, tension by just making awkward conversation about race at Starbucks. Why?
They were forcing
I never
18-year-old
heard of
kids
this.
to have awkward ass discussions with strangers about race. Yeah,
I
can
never
get a
had
tall
this.
Cappuccino? Ah, yes, hello. I see you are a person of color. What the f were they smoking back then?
I just imagine some black lady, like, on her way to work, walks into Starbucks, like, oh, can I have a latte, please? And the barista just like, I see you are a woman of color.
Oh my god, I made the same fucking joke. I didn't even remember. That's I did it again. Wow, it's almost like we have the same brain or something.
Listen, social justice, you
It almost seems like you haven't changed.
can, like,
Okay.
invade video
Nah,
games all
that's
you
fair.
want, you can do whatever you want to comics, but don't touch my Disney. I will send the hounds on you.
Oh god. Nobody tell her. Nobody tell her. Nobody tell her.
Weird.
This one is called
I'm so happy I'm not a Disney kid. I was not a Disney kid or a Disney adult. Their lives must suck right now.
Internalized Misogyny. Nobody tell her.
But don't touch the social justice.
Hold
I
on.
did it again. Wow, it's almost like we have the same brain or something.
Listen, social justice, you can, like, invade video games all you want, you can do whatever you want to comics, but don't touch my Disney. I will send the hounds on you.
Oh god. Nobody tell her. Nobody tell her. Nobody tell her.
Weird. Weird.
This one is called...
Let's see. I also don't go to Starbucks, so I'll listen and not believe you because you're kind of famous for grossly misinterpreting things as a reactionary. Ooh, shots fired. Yeah, live action Snow White. To me, all the live actions are bad, and I feel like making the whimsical, magical Disney movies live action is kind of like throwing out the plot or like missing the plot, whatever freaking people want to say about it. But at the same time, I don't care. At the same time, I just do not care. Oh, live action Snow White is pissing everybody off? Don't watch it then. Don't watch it. Don't even hate watch it. Don't even acknowledge it. Go watch normal Snow White or just don't. But like, again, I didn't grow up with Disney. I didn't grow up attached to these things. I didn't formulate the early foundations of my personality on these movies. So I don't care what they do with them. And yeah, no, I know that the actress was the problem. I know that the Snow White actress was a huge problem with some of the things she did and said. Mind you, though, at least based on what I've seen, I could be wrong, the other side low-key started it because she got like cast as Snow White, and then people were like, unfortunately, a very vocal subset of screeching people got upset because she wasn't a white woman and because she had certain views in the past. And it's really funny because this side is usually the first one that brings up that politics shouldn't get involved in media before she had ever even said anything. And then because people were attacking her about it, then she became more vocal, then she became more spiteful, then she became more this. And maybe she was like that beforehand too. But at the same time, I'm not going to say yes or no because I don't care. Because I don't watch movies. Because I don't really engage in like media like this. And I also just do not care about Disney. So that became a thing of like, if you have a problem with the live action Snow White, but you like Disney, go watch the original Snow White. If you had a problem with what they did with the Little Mermaid, whether it was good or bad, go watch the original Little Mermaid. If some people are able to find enjoyment and look past that, great. If some people can't look past these things and choose not to watch it, great. I want the Disney live action fiasco to stop just so that people can just stop talking about it because it's so stupid at this point. And the reason Disney is going to keep doing this, whether the movies flop or not, because we done seen those Moana, we done seen those Moana fucking those Moana earnings and those Moana ratings. They're going to keep doing it as long as people watch it anyway, as long as people talk about it anyway, whether it's shitting on it or praising it. You're talking about it. I'm talking about it right now and I don't care. But yeah, sure, nobody tell her. It only gets worse.
Misogyny.
If you're a woman capable of individual thought, you probably had the term internalized misogyny thrown at you a few times. So, what is it exactly? Fucking retarded, the end. There are so many stupid feminist rebuttals, but I think internalized misogyny has to be like my top favorite. Right after she's doing it for male attention and she'll learn when she's older. She'll learn when she's older, as if one day it's just gonna be like, happy birthday to you.
Holy shit! Manspreading is an issue!
I am literally older now than I was meant to be in that skit about the future. And I did not, in fact, learn when I got older. I got worse.
These people have an excuse and a buzzword for everything. Racist, sexist, MRA, right-wing, conservative, privileged.
Oh my god, MRA. I forgot about MRAs.
Damn it, I'm out of
oh
fucking
my god.
drink.
MRAs were men's rights activists. And before people were getting called like incel online for criticizing...
That had to have been a joke. That had to have been... Was there anybody seriously about that? Was that a joke that nobody got? That had to have been a joke.
Women or supporting men, they were being called MRA. Yes, it was considered a insult back then to care about men's rights. This was before the modern red pill. This was before Andrew Tate, Clavicular, Fresh and Fit. We had like Roosh V.
For the longest time, I wanted to do a post on how to approach girls that are ordering a drink at the bar. So what I did is I went to the toy store and I bought some dolls. These two are the cute girls who you want to have sex with.
That was our Andrew Tate back then.
MRA, right
Never
wing,
heard of that guy.
conservative, privilege. They do this to move the goalposts, so then you're like, oh wait, I'm not an MRA. This is why I'm not an MRA.
That's why you don't play the game. Like, I didn't know this at the time, I was naive and stupid, but you don't fight back. You don't go like, oh no, I'm not right wing, I voted for Bernie, I have a gay friend. Like, no, shut up, no. You just have to go, okay, and even if you're not, because literally all they have is the ists and the isms. Defending yourself from their thought-terminating buzzwords is just, it's useless, it's a waste of time. I wish I knew that back then. So this is my most viewed video ever. 10.
I mean, both sides do that though. Both sides do that. Badly. They do it very badly. They do it very badly.
Million views. Demonetized. Haven't seen a single cent from that video.
Oof.
Awesome. Anyway.
Hot take. Just being a member of a demographic in no way makes you an authority on that demographic's systemic issues. You can be oppressed and completely wrong about the mechanisms of your oppression. Oh, absolutely. Oh, absolutely. The fact where, here's the thing. I never liked the whole thing of, well, I'm not a part of this demographic or I'm not a part of this group, so I'm not going to speak about the issue because I can't speak about it. Or because I can't relate to this issue, so I can't speak about it. Do you not have friends in these spaces that tell you about these problems? Like, maybe it's because I am Latina. So I have never been in the situation where it's like, oh, I can't speak about this because I'm not a person of color. No. I feel like as long as you're being fact-based and pretty in good faith about certain things and are still open to discussion with people in and out of those spheres, I feel like there could be some sort of discussion. I feel like having criticism about certain things does not mean that you're demonizing or that you're minimizing certain things because you have critique of them. These are the foundations of proper discussion. At least I like to think this. So, no. Facts are facts regardless of who says them. Yes, essentially. That this is that sort of thing where I just kind of I can't subscribe to the fact of, well, you're not in this social circle, or not social circle. You're not in this group. You're not a part of this group, of this community. So you can't speak out about those issues. Who said who? Who are you? No, I am going to say that. Now facts can be weaponized when narrativized in bad faith to try and push people towards the wrong conclusions. But 2 + 2 is 4, even if Hitler it. Yeah. So like this is that sort of thing. Where I'm trying to find a hot take that won't like freaking 2 + 2 is 4 even if Hitler says it. Yeah, exactly. There you go. I'm trying to find a situation that I could say actually let's bring up a recent-ish one that, funny enough, Shoe1Head I think spoke of. The case of I can't remember the names. The case of the black boy that stabbed the white boy and was found guilty of murder. What happened here? Why are people arguing about this? I don't understand. Someone killed somebody. They should be tried, convicted, and left to rot in jail. This is not a race issue. It should have never been a race issue. People trying to turn it into a race issue are fucking stupid. That's it. Period. If you stab someone and that person dies, or just on virtue of you stabbed someone, you go to jail. Period. Motivated reasoning. Like it's that thing of, I'm sorry, that boy should not have been in that tent. That boy should not have had a fucking knife in school. That boy should have just listened and freaking went back to wherever he was supposed to be. And I think an adult should have gotten involved, and maybe even campus security. But none of that happened, and unfortunately somebody died because of it. People saying that the boy who stabbed the other boy, I'm not even bringing up the race in this issue. The boy that stabbed the other boy. The reason the reason people want to turn the boy that stabbed the other boy into a race issue is because the case went pretty quickly. in terms of like how convictions were wrung out. And it was like, yeah, because you have a bunch of witness testimony. I think there was even a video of what happened. Like there, it was cut and dry. It was cut and dry. And there was no way you were gonna fight. You were gonna like convince the jury otherwise. And to try to act like this was a racism instead, and that, you know, my boy done nothing wrong when 12 other people saw him pull a knife and stab someone in the fucking heart. I'm sorry. You're not going to turn it into a race issue and have an intelligent conversation about it. It's not going to happen because it's not an intelligent conversation. It just isn't. A boy who just happened to be black stabbed and killed another boy who happened to be white and then happened to go to fucking jail. I don't care who fucking stabs me. I want them in jail. Period. And the fact that people tried to turn it into a thing, and how and I think apparently the parents were like crying that their lawyer didn't do a good enough job or some shit. People trying to say that it was a systemic systemic racism. And I just looked at that and I was like, you know what? I do not care. I do not care. This is not intelligent conversation. This is not good faith reasoning. This is egoism. This is this is fucking team tactics. This is fucking no. We're not doing this red versus blue. I'm not falling for this. I'm not doing it. Somebody died and the person who killed them goes to jail. Period. I don't care. I don't care if it was white on white, white on black, white on brown, brown on black. It doesn't matter. Whoever got stabbed whoever got stabbed should not have been stabbed, and the stabber should rot in fucking jail. Period. That's it. There's nothing to nuance about. This should be common sense. But the problem is that everyone is so mentally fried that we can't have these sort of conversations. And even if it was a race issue, that's completely irrelevant to the fact of the case at hand. He did it. The evidence is conclusive and overwhelming. Prison. And again, I feel like, and funnily, ironically enough, is that people like Shoe on Head, who unfortunately made a video about this, because yes, again, the reaction of some of those people was insane. And, you know, there's nothing wrong with wanting to talk about it if you want to talk about it. I'm not going to say that she shouldn't have talked about it. But it's this sort of stuff that makes these sort of things a greater beast than they actually are. Because in bringing it up and putting attention to it, you've essentially given it a megaphone. Now you have your own followers thinking that this is a huge case and that every black person was trying to make it seem like the boy that stabbed the other boy were trying to reverse the outcome of the case and turn it into a race war. And that just was not happening. It just was not happening. Period. It wasn't happening. Were they a very vocal minority of people trying to make it happen? Yes. Did a bunch of really loud right-wing people on Twitter and on Rumble and on Kick try to make it seem like it was this big thing happening when you look outside your window? Yes. Shoe on Head, did you unfortunately, unintentionally, or maybe intentionally, I don't know, did you feed into that? Yes. Yes, you did. You fed into that. Congratulations. I think you're still a victim to the algorithm, even 12 years later. But you know what? It is what it is. You know, get your bag, girly pop.
Anyway, so we all know BuzzFeed is the internet equivalent of ass cancer. We know this, and I'm pretty sure the website is a
and the court itself didn't consider it a race issue because it was never even tried as a hate crime. Exactly.
Government experiment created to test my patience. Is that a Mr. Meeksy shirt? Oh my god. I'm sure the website is a government. Anyway, so we all know BuzzFeed is the internet equivalent of ass cancer. We know this, and I'm pretty sure the website is a government.
BuzzFeed is only funny when they're talking about anything that like concerns like food and cultures trying out each other's like different cultures trying out each other's foods. The moment you start going into social economic politics and like freaking political landscapes, that's when BuzzFeed, you should not be watching BuzzFeed. No. anyone ever taking BuzzFeed seriously, I even knew this back in 2014. If you took BuzzFeed seriously, you had a skill issue. That was a skill issue on your part. You should never been taking BuzzFeed seriously. Like, no, absolutely not.
Experiment created to test my patience. Is that a Mr. Meeksy shirt? Oh my god, dude. Back when Rick and Morty was funny. They're known for hits like, let's get fat women to do poses only fit gymnasts can do.
Women try to
Being
pose
a woman
like...
is hard because compliments and damage...
Hold on. Women try to pose like female comic book heroes. Okay.
It's like, let's get fat women to do poses only fit gymnasts can do.
It didn't say fat women, though. It just said women. Just one of them happens to be curvy. And like a little, and she got a little fupa. Like, what's the problem?
Being a woman is...
What's it like to be a woman online?
It's hard because compliments and damage control the video.
I'm not a feminist. I'm a feminist, but I'm not. Okay.
So without further ado, I present to you 30...
I'm also not gonna, and maybe, again,
Rick and Morty
this
was
is
funny.
why...
They're known for hits...
This is also why, if you took BuzzFeed with any... When you took things like this, like the social commentary aspect of BuzzFeed, if you were taking a fucking 3.5-minute video...
Like, let's get fat women to do poses only fit gymnasts can do.
Fucking
Being a
3-minute video...
woman is hard because compliments and damage...
If you were taking a minute-long video about this sort of topic from BuzzFeed seriously, you had a skill issue. Because what point can you make in a minute when it comes to such unfortunately complicated instances like these? These are rabbit holes. I'm not sure about the comic book poses one. I think that's just a fucking nothing burger. Like, oh wow, fiction is fiction and reality is reality. Like, what the fuck do you mean? I do find it funny how they crop out the views. Yeah, that's whatever. The freaking or the being a woman on the internet, like it like you can't make a solid point and encourage a discussion with a 3.5 minute long video. You just can't. You just can't. These are rabbit hole topics, and these are the sort of things of you need to like make points, and you need to introduce nuance and be open to. You can't get these from a BuzzFeed video. That was never the point. In before BuzzFeed was rage bait the entire time.
Control the video. So without further ado, I present to you 36 questions feminists have for men. They were just pumping out videos like this constantly. Every week, another mass-produced, corpo-slop, anti-man, anti-white video.
So when you see the word white, what comes to mind? Privilege. I think power.
We can never let this
Not
happen again.
Daisha.
I don't care if Trump blows up the world, okay? They can make Israel a 51st state, as long as I never have to hear,
hey fellow white guys,
ever again.
How does it feel to be the same sex as Donald Trump?
How does it feel to be the same sex as someone I personally politically disagree with? The man is literally Satan to these people. Like, they could have said Hitler. And they basically meant Hitler. Trump is their Hitler. It's very trendy to hate Trump right now. Oh, wow. I'm pretty left-leaning, but I've been called a Trump supporter like 6 times in the past few months. 6 times? 6 times? Oh, you poor baby. Try 6,000. At the time, the anti-woke, anti-SJW genre was mostly full of liberals. It was mostly liberals criticizing, all of this stuff, all of this woke behavior. We all saw this as not real liberalism. This isn't the real left. The real left cares about, like, real equality and workers' rights and blah, 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 blah. We wanted to call our side out. Obviously, that didn't work, but we tried.
Why do you have to sit with your legs so wide open?
Men have balls. Oh my god, manspreading. One of the top issues people would talk about nonstop back then was men sitting with their legs slightly open on public transportation. It was seen as some like patriarchal like statement of power or some shit. Like every week we had to hear about manspreading.
Manspreading is when a man spreads his physical body to take up as much space as humanly possible.
What happened to all these little pet issues they were all upset about? I guess like people can't afford houses now, right? They can't find jobs. I don't think they have energy to talk about the pink tax or manspreading or whatever.
Why are straight guys so obsessed with lesbians?
Wow, this chocolate bar sure is good. But you know what would make it better?
2.
Wow, another chocolate bar. 2 of a thing I like, together. People still come to my channel to this day and leave comments on my videos like, are you the chocolate bar girl? My legacy.
Why do I deserve to be paid less than you?
The wage gap is simply the average earnings of men and women working full-time. It does not count for different job positions, hours worked, or different jobs. It has nothing to do with the same job. It has nothing to do with discrimination.
So the reason I have a button that debunks the wage gap is because back in the day, you could not escape hearing about the fucking fake-ass 77-cent wage gap bullshit. I don't think you hear about the wage gap anymore because young women are starting to out-earn young men, so that's a little awkward.
Why are women perceived as the weaker sex?
Because on average, we are. It's a fact. Trigger warning. Facts. Libs owned. Trigger warning. Facts. Okay, Ben Shapiro, calm down. I thought that was such a mic drop.
Are you intimidated by a woman who makes more money than you? That's awesome. More money.
So when women make less, it's called the wage gap. But when men make less, it's just more money. Sorry, I'm like responding to the old video instead of my video. Men make less, it's just more.
That's awesome. More money.
So when women make less, it's called the wage gap. But when men make less, it's just more money. Sorry, I'm like responding to the old video instead of...
I unfortunately can't comment about the wage gap. Because the only time I ever encountered a quote-unquote wage gap, it wasn't because I was a woman and the person getting more money than me was a man. It's because the person who was getting more money than me was at a higher position than me, and thus they were getting more money as a result. If I had gotten that position, I probably would have been getting paid the hourly rate that they were. Because low key, I'm gonna use a little bit of like my weird brain. If there was a wage gap, wouldn't women be having more higher positions because you could pay them less than if a man was getting higher positions? Shoo, you're being stupid. Hold on. Let's see. Hold on. A huge problem in this area that is still somewhat ongoing is people responding to posts no one even watched and acting like it's the majority viewpoint, threatening to destroy the fabric of society. Oh yeah, no. Her hiding the views is probably intentional, because if they have a shitty amount of views to compared to a bunch of other BuzzFeed's videos, then that kind of shows you no one was watching those videos. Just because they were making them doesn't mean people were watching them. Like she even said, BuzzFeed was fucking like mass-produced, corporate churned slop content before we even started calling things slop content. They were a slop channel before we even had the term slop channel. Let's see. Wage gap means women make less doing the exact same job. Women making more money means she has a higher paying job. Yeah, normally, again, this is that thing where I, as someone who has been a working woman, has never experienced this wage gap that people keep saying is happening. Most of the time, the only reason there's a gap in wage is because my male coworkers are in a higher position than me, thus they get more money. But like, I was never in a situation, or if I was in a similar position as a male coworker and they were making more than me, it was because they were around longer. Because there are some workplaces where, depending on how long you've been with a company, they give you incremental raises based on how long you've been there and performance evaluations. Now, to be fair, when it comes to performance in the workplace, women do tend to be better than men, but women are also, I think, more likely to switch jobs. I could be wrong about this. I could be wrong. I could be pulling this out of my ass. I'm just kind of like, my brain went there. But the times I've experienced a wage gap is because they've been around longer than me or they were in a higher position than me. And when it came to paying me more because I usually did a good job, the conversation was pretty easy. Oh, you want to get paid a little more? Yeah, I'll go talk to HR and see if we can get that figured out. And then I would get my pay raise. So I personally never experienced this. I'm not going to say there isn't a wage gap, but I personally never experienced this. You actually did at the cafe, though. They were actively going to replace you with a man. They were going to pay more than what they refused to pay you, weren't they? Yes and no. Yes and no. What was happening was what was happening when I used to work at the cafe was the new owner brought in a guy to be an assistant manager. But the problem with that was he was only willing to do half of the job. He was only willing to do the front and not do the drive-through, which meant that I was going to have to do more work because he purposely was going to avoid half of it. And then he fired my assistant manager because of disagreements and friction with the guy that he brought in. He wasn't going to pay the other guy more. My issue was that he wanted to pay, he didn't want to give my assistant manager a raise because she was going to be doing essentially more than he was. She came with the ling of, well, if we're gonna both be in the same role, then I need to be paid more because I'm doing the entire job while he's only doing half the job. And I said, yep, I agree with her. It's not fair that he's going to be getting paid the same amount as her when he's going to purposely ignore the second half of the job, which was the drive-through portion of the cafe. The previous owner agreed with that. The new owner didn't, solely based on the fact that he didn't like my assistant manager at the time. He was more than willing to give me a pay raise the moment I started threatening leaving. But the thing is, he wanted to kind of meet in the middle, and I just decided to be like, you know what? I will put your deal in consideration, but I think I'm also going to take the chance to venture into new avenues and see what I want to do in terms of my work career. I'm going to explore new possibilities, but I will have your deal in consideration. Thank you for the offer. And then I just fucking left. We thought that he was going to try to replace me with the other guy. And I did bring that up in my concerns when I was thinking about quitting, where I was like, hey, you fired my assistant manager. You brought in this guy. You're thinking of bringing in another guy. What's going to happen? Am I going to be training my replacement? And he was like, no, we're not going to do that. We're not going to train. They're not meant to replace you. It's just going to be another person, because, you know, that way we have more staff to be more flexible and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, I'll take you for your word, but I'm going to say it's a little hard to believe you based on what you did to my assistant manager and how you fired her, with consideration of what she was working versus the guy that you've already brought in. I'm supposed to believe that the guy you're about to bring in is, you know, not going to be a big deal for me to worry about. I find that a little hard to believe, but he swore up and down that wasn't going to be the case. And funnily enough, sometime after I left, I had people checking in for me, even though I never asked, and they never brought in this guy. This guy never came in. I think he chose to abort the mission. I think he chose to abort that mission after I left. I don't know what happened, but that apparently no other man has ever worked in that cafe. And funnily enough, the guy that they the guy that would work there, that the guy that was brought in that eventually, like, you know, got my assistant manager fired despite him only doing half the job and fucking up at that too. He eventually left. Because again, I have regulars who come and visit me in my new job and occasionally are like, hey, so like that guy doesn't work there anymore. He decided to leave. He decided to go back to the coast and you know, and be with his wife and stuff because he never wanted to be in this town anyway, and he was forced to be here. And I was like, oh yeah, I know. Oh yeah, I know. I got a lot of dirt on the new owner and how he runs his business before I left, because man, when you're going to leave and quote unquote no longer be a problem, people sure do love opening their mouths. People love opening their mouths when they think you're not going to be a problem. And I mean, I'm not a problem. I'm not an issue to worry about. I don't care what happens to that place. I'm done with it. I'm sad that it's gone to where it is now. But that's none of my business. That it never was my business, and it isn't my business. So I don't care. But no, they according to their words, they were never going to replace me. They were never going to introduce a guy that was going to be paid more than me or anything like that. I'm going to take their word for it, because even after I left, none of it happened, as far as I know. But that was a fun time. But again, still, even then, haven't really experienced that wage gap. I think it was people who were thinking that when women worked the same job as a man, they were making less than them. Somehow thinking that they did make the same amount as their male coworker because they were a woman, when in actuality, it was because in some cases, more women were taking more time off than men hence why quote-unquote women were earning less than a man. So it confused what was earned on a paycheck with being hired for the same rate. I hope I'm explaining this right. And that's another thing too. As far as I know, when it comes to these like age gap discussions, I don't think it talks about how often men versus women call out and things like maternity leave and things like that. The wage gap mostly comes about from all these little moments where people are more likely to require more convincing to pay women than compared to men. Following the same social principles as why women struggle to be taken seriously in hospitals, the gap started closing after it got called out for PR purposes. Yeah. So I guess it's that thing of if there was a wage gap, it kind of isn't much of a thing anymore. And unfortunately, it's been kind of covered by certain blanket statements that don't apply anymore. Does it probably exist in some places more than others? Maybe to an extent, but I don't think it's this thing that needs to be in the discussion anymore. But at the same time, I could just be talking out of my ass simply because I've not experienced it, so it's not fair to say that, well, I never experienced it, so it must not exist anymore. I'm unfortunately not educated enough to say with certainty yes or no this did or didn't happen. But I know that I've never experienced it, so let's continue. We're almost done, actually.
My video, I forget how stupid.
It still exists, but it's basically a fair number of business owners are sexist, and that skews the numbers. Yeah, and unfortunately, that is also a thing too. There are also just like, yeah, yeah. And here's the other thing. Maybe the reason I also didn't experience it, especially in the cafe, was because in the 7 years I had worked at the cafe, the boss preferred to hire girls. He preferred hiring girls because he found that women were better workers than men. He found that again, male boss, preferred to hire girls because he felt that guys were too confrontational, which means he didn't like that some guys, I guess, questioned his authority. He didn't like that guys tended to call out more about certain things. I don't know what that could mean. And he just felt that girls were better at multitasking, working under pressure, and adjusting to changes better than the men. They had hired several men in the past, and they just didn't have the best experiences with them. I'm going to say not all men in the workplace are like that. I have worked in stabs with men, and enjoyed them with coworkers as much as I have with female coworkers. But my previous male boss preferred to have a all-female staff, and it wasn't for any sort of weird ulterior motive. He was married with a wife at the time, and then when his first wife passed away, he immediately had another woman. He never looked or acknowledged us in any sort of, creepy, like, man sort of way. If anything, he was actually very protective of us, and was honestly kind of like a bit of a low-key dad figure. He never saw or treated us in any sort of way like a thing to conquest or take advantage of, aside from like, hey, can you work more? he was actually very protective of us girls. When it came to like how certain customers treated us, he was actually like not the best boss, but he was actually a good man. Also, women bring in more money in the service sector. People are more comfortable around women, and that's why AI voices are almost female, and why almost every receptionist is a woman. Yeah. Unfortunately, when it comes to the service industry, and that's another thing, that's also why I can't really speak. I've mostly worked in service and retail. People are a lot more trusting, understanding, and comfortable around women. We are just unfortunately better at hospitality. Not all. Most.
stupid these talking points were, dude. And sorry, I'm just watching these videos. I'm thinking about all the fucking people on Reddit who are like, Shoe on Head sent me down the alt-right pipeline. Really? This is what did it? How the fuck is it my responsibility if you watch milquetoast ass shit like this and start goose stepping? I went down the alt-right pipeline. I was a Nazi. First of all, no, you weren't. No, you weren't. You probably watched Ben Shapiro Owns College Liberal compilations, and then some other YouTuber years later told you that's what being a Nazi is, and that actually having the politics of a Walmart HR department is salvation. Like, can we fucking relax? I'm sorry, I don't understand the YouTubers and streamers from this era who have like.
I don't know. I don't think Shoe on Head is on any sort of alt-right pipeline. But again, I have noticed a trend of a lot of right-leaning and some on the grifter side of things. A lot of them tend to watch her videos and be like, yes, girl, you're totally right, girl, yes, girl, oh my god, she's one of the good ones. And I feel like that needs to maybe low-key be studied. Not by me, though. I don't have time for that.
Trolls remorse about this shit, that feel guilty for making fun of this stuff back then because they think them making fun of this stuff gave rise to Trump and whatever. It's like, no, this stuff gave rise to Trump, not you reacting to it. Like, why wouldn't you make fun of this shit? It's ridiculous and it's counterproductive. Like, you wonder why so many Gen Z men are further.
Okay, that was, hold on. I think that was the point she made, and I think, yeah. Alt-right, no, definitely more liberal centrist. That could definitely lead to an alt-right slide down the line, but she's not going the best way. Yeah, again, like, hold on, let me hear what she said again.
Department is salvation. Like, can we fucking relax? I'm sorry, I don't understand the YouTubers and streamers from this era who have like trolls remorse about this shit, that feel guilty for making fun of this stuff back then because they think them making fun of this stuff gave rise to Trump and whatever. It's like, no, this stuff gave rise to Trump, not you reacting to it. Like, why wouldn't you make fun of this shit? It's ridiculous and it's counterproductive. Like, you wonder why so many Gen Z men are further right than like boomer men. It's not because they watched a YouTuber called BuzzFeed cringe, right? It's because BuzzFeed and things like it, the media, academia, the culture that they grew up in, a reactionary movement needs something to react to. Like, this shit, as goofy as it was harmful. It was harmful to society in general, and it was harmful to like the left because this is how people saw the left. Trump wasn't elected specifically because BuzzFeed, right? I'm like, that's stupid. But there was this like slingshot effect against woke one. But more importantly, there was a hole in politics left from a do-nothing neoliberal neocon establishment that was just waiting to be filled by a populist, and Trump filled that hole. Trump filled America's hole. He got America pregnant, and 9 months later, out pops a war with Iran. And America's like, I didn't ask for this. Well, why'd you open your legs, whore? Sorry, you were asking for it. Okay, sorry. Anyway, how people online are
Okay, so I'm just gonna stick this boba up my nose and not say anything. Okay, so I agree with half of what she said. The overreactionary nature of certain facets of the left was very harmful. Yes, that is true. At least I think it's true. And was harmful. Yes. I think I said that. Okay. Yes. But at the same time, and I think I made this point earlier, people reacting to the reactionaries and being like, oh my god, this is what that side is doing. Aren't they crazy? Was also harmful. I think that was also harmful because in you reacting to the reactionaries, now people think that the reactionaries were the norm, that they were all like this. And Shu, I think you know that they're not all like this. I think you do know this. But in reacting to them, you end up platforming it, and you end up making people who normally wouldn't watch that content watch this content through your lens. And then they think that that's what that side is like. You see how there's unfortunately a domino effect or a butterfly effect or whatever effect you want to call it. No. I know Gen Z men are sliding alt-right because of lack of support for young men, because of toxic masculinity, and a wonderful thing called the manosphere, which weirdly means it was a certain streamers, Nick Fuentes, etc.
And then I don't think she's alt-right. She's an incurious reactionary who mostly engages in outrage culture and very surface level analysis for the sake of being outraged. Yeah, and again, I feel like I think I said it before, but I think I'm just saying it again. In reacting to reactionaries, you kind of end up becoming another cog in the machine of people thinking this is what the side is. Again, Shu, for as much as she might have said or says that she is left-leaning or centrist or whatever she says she leans, there's a reason. There's a reason that a lot of right-leaning, conservative, alt-right, grifter, whatever you want to call them, there's a reason that they are the ones 9 times out of 10 that are reacting to her videos. There's a reason. There's a reason they react to her videos. There's a reason Nux Taku and all of those make the fucking titles of Shu on Head has finally turned on the left. She's finally woken up. Because the way you present your views, the way you talk about your topics, you're low-key doing it like one of them. Maybe it's high-key, I don't know. But you're doing it like one of them. You sound like one of them, which is probably also why people are, you know, coupling you, or is that the word? I don't fucking know words, bro. Like, grouping you in with these people. Because you sound like them. Because you talk like them. Because you react to things similar to them. And then, so then there's that whole thing of if it sounds like a duck, if it walks like a duck, then it must be a duck. And I'm not going to say that she is. If she says she's left-leaning, progressive, liberal, whatever she is, I'm down to believe her. I'm down to believe her. But I also think she knows what she's doing. After all, she is a slave to the algorithm. And the algorithm brings the money. She didn't get those 2.5 million subscribers by not playing to the algorithm. It's just the fact of the matter. She switches between outraged at left and right, so she'd probably go under enlightened centrist, which are mostly people who think caring about politics is dumb and makes up straw men to point every activist as a delusional moron. And again, that's also why, like, I don't consider myself a moderate or a centrist in that sort of way. I feel like politics, and I've said it on Twitter as well, I've mostly said it in that we need more left-leaning, we need more vocal left-leaning VTubers and streamers that are not Hassan, because unfortunately, we are clearly outmatched, and the ones that we do have, unfortunately, are not the best representation of us. Have your critique of Hassan, whether you support Hassan or not. I feel like with how he reacts about certain things, how he carries himself about certain things, sometimes end up at a net negative for the left. Shu, even though she is quote unquote on our team, quote unquote, some of the things she says and how she reacts to certain things would make you think otherwise. And then it all comes back down to the rabid animal gnawing at its own leg and the idea of, those people must be crazy. And then that occasional bit of clarity where the rabid dog looks at the other rabid animal gnawing its leg and is like, wow, that guy's crazy. It's a cycle. It's a weird cycle. And man, I couldn't tell you how to solve the problem. That's why I said we need more left-leaning streamers and VTubers who are vocal about certain things, who are willing to call out their side, and like call out their honestly, this is why I love Milo. This is why I love Milo Rossi, because one, I fucking love archaeology and history, and because he kind of brings up these sorts of topics and critiques them in a way that also low-key calls out the left. Same thing with Jay Aubrey. I feel we need more people like that. We need more people like that in the streaming sphere, because we don't have enough, and the ones we do are unfortunately are not it. The reason I say I'm not going to be one of these is because I do not entangle myself in much of politics as people who are genuinely passionate about this sort of thing. I feel like people who are genuinely passionate about politics, about letting their side be known and kind of getting rid of detractors and reactionaries and people who are just trying to build platforms on these views. Think we genuinely need people like that, and I know that I'm at least not as passionate. I love talking about OCs, food, and, you know, video games and thirsting for fictional men. So I am not the person to be the megaphone. I just occasionally like to look at these videos and react and talk about it with you guys. But I do think we need more people on the space. I say this also because the right are, funnily enough, the first people to say that streamers and media icons and things like that shouldn't be talking about politics. But then you look at the streamers they follow, and it's people like Kirsch and Rev and Chibi and freaking Asmon and XQC, and it's like, oh, so only y'all can talk about politics, right? Because that's really what it is. They don't want the left to talk about politics because they don't want to hear it. They want the right to talk about politics because that's what they want to see. That's why they want to hear. And that's why when they get banned or moved off social media, it's being silenced. Or when they're removed from an event, it's being silenced and being ostracized. Don't worry about the fact that they own the House and the Senate, and that, you know, certain events have like rules of conduct or anything. No. You're being silenced. You know, being banned off of Twitter is the stripping of your First Amendment rights. It's not that upon creating a Twitter account, you agree to the rules of conduct and the terms of service. No. You're being silenced. No. It's not you. It's the world. But, you know, it's the internet. It's the hypocrisy of it. This ain't news, unfortunately. We need more OTs and Yaras in the space. Or, I mean, I haven't watched enough of Nyara's stuff. So it's hard to say. But I do feel like we need more people who are willing to speak up about things, and maybe for a time put away the fucking the team fights and the team flags, because I feel like in worrying about all the nitty-gritty shit, the fucking under the toenail problems, we're missing the actual over encroaching things that are becoming things that affect our lives. The fact that there are people trying to pass laws that take rights away from trans people and the LGBTQ, while everyone is arguing about whether the new God of War game is going to be good or not because it's got a female protagonist. Like, we need to actually think about what problems we want to talk about and tackle, and not just give any fucking idiot a microphone. If you saw the fucking NDP the NDP convention and how that was a whole fucking disaster, that's what happens when you freaking when you say that everybody gets their 5 minutes to speak. No, we need to tackle like actual problems first. There are a lot of the people out there that are claiming to be really angry and irate about situations have not experienced real problems. They don't know what it is to actually be upset and angry about something. And, you know, that's why we have situations like this. So it's less about being a political streamer than it is being in a space where you talk about people, because people are politics. Like Matthew Colville also normalizes progressive politics through the lens of think about people complexly and pointing out how moneyed interests intersect with hobby spaces. Absolutely. Just as part of his discussion about TTRPGs. Yeah. So there's a lot more nuance about it. We need more people that are willing to bring up the nuances while also calling out and criticizing the faults on our side. I only like doing that sometimes because I like taking D&D notes and thirsting over fictional men more. Let's wrap up this video so I can take up notes, by the way. Let's finish this.
They're like, oh, Woke 2 is gonna be great. Woke 2 is gonna hit like crack.
If you thought we were woke before, you done went and woke the beast.
No.
Welcome to Woke 2.0.
Do you want Hitler too? Because that's how you get Hitler too. We are not doing this shit again. I would kindly advise against it. If you look at everything happening now, like, literal pedophiles running the world, bills being passed to merge our military with foreign militaries, a bunch of AI surveillance cameras popping up everywhere, bombs we pay for with our tax dollars against our will going to blow up children. All of this shit seems extremely petty and unimportant. But it was part of this like deeply subversive, destructive rot in society. I used to always say that culture war was a distraction from class war, and for the most part I still kind of think that's true, but I can walk and chew bubblegum at the same time, you know? I could want the rich to pay their fair share and also want my children to grow up in a world where it's not socially acceptable to hate them. Yeah, these videos were a little cringe and like, I think they aged that poorly. Some of the jokes were really cringe and like, facts and logic liberals pretty much do the same videos, but now they're more like organized.
And again, it's unfortunately, it's because of those jokes that people thought that you were what they are still constantly accusing you of being. I'm not going to say that she is, but again, she kind of, at least her early videos, kind of low-key played into that. But again, like, some of the points that she just brought up, I agree with her. Like, but the way she presents certain things would make some people think that she's not.
And structural and scripted. I do the same videos, but in a more medicated sort of way. Big Vivans has taken away your millennial quirk chunguses. Big Pharma won't let me go merp. So that was that video. I thought it would be fun to do. What did you guys think? If you want to see my full, raw, unedited reaction to my first video, there is a bonus video up on my Patreon.
No, I'm sorry, I can't promote paid content platforms. I'm on twitch.tv. The rest is just gonna be you plugging yourself, girl, and you got 2.5 million subscribers. You'll be fine. Yeah, we mostly talk about politics during Road to Empress, since that's a forum that's all about living in high stakes political environments and lots of fun moments to speak on the nature of power as opposed to paper. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, that was a shoe on head. I wanted to react to this since I noticed it was recent. And I was like, what the fuck is woke 1.0? I kind of agree with her that this woke 2.0 shit is probably not gonna fucking work. Because I think it's because no one seems to want to agree entirely and come to a consensus of what being woke is. There are always going to be people who are like, I am more woke than you, I am more progressive than you, I am more tolerant than you, I am more this than you and that than you. And we need to first get rid of those people, or fucking put them in a place and be like, you stop that right fucking now, because you're gonna be the reason we lose the war. Right now, if we were to say we're any version of quote unquote woke, we are at 1.5. We are at woke 1.5. If you think woke is an identity, you're not part of the club. Exactly. We can't call it anything. Anybody, actually, that's the best way to put it, I think. If we're going to be, if you're taking any of this with any modicum of seriousness, you're not calling it woke 1.0 or woke 2.0 or anything like that. You're just, we're just the movement, or whatever you want to call yourselves. But the moment you start putting in woke, that's when, unfortunately, you've lost the battle. Unfortunately, you lost the battle. I hate so much how the term woke has become what it is now. It started as a just benign, stay informed, stay in the know, stay aware, and now it became essentially people being angry about nothing. And I hate it so much. It's kind of like how I hate how the word goon went from being a brainless henchman to fucking people that freaking are perverted degenerates online. I say as I have my booby model. It's summer, it's hot, and my computer graphics card gets like 100 bajillion degrees, so I, as an internet anime girl, can have a tank top on without a bra. Anyway, that was it for me. This will be fun to edit, I hope. And heckin', I'll probably get this out at some point. Thank you so much, YouTube on the side of things, for watching. If you liked, hit that subscribe or that bell to be notified of when I do more of this dumb shit. But I think for now, we are going to head off YouTube. Bye-bye. Okay. All right. That was a fun little react time. I'm sorry. I wanted to do that. I thought this would have been a funny hee-hee. And I do want to get into a little bit more reactionary content because in some way, shape, or form, I've noticed that those have been doing a little bit better. That being said, I think we are going to take a quick little breaky break, and then we are going to jump into some Gilligan's Notes, and heckin' have a time. So I'm gonna BRB, I'm gonna knock some ads out, and then we are going to chill vibe for the next 4-ish hours. I will be right back. Alrighty, we are back. It has been a couple minutes actually. So I have here some trail mix, which we're not gonna worry about opening until maybe another little bit, since it took us a while to eat our noodles. And then what's this? But heckin' the other day, I say the other day, but yesterday I went grocery shopping before our power went out, and heckin' grabbed something called Sprite plus tea. It says here lemon, lime, and tea flavored. Now, I skipped out on this initially because I was not willing to risk buying a case of this, but this time I decided to give it a shot because I got my Sprite fix, so I kind of want to try this Sprite and tea. It looks like it's got slight coloring. That tastes like Lipton. That tastes like Lipton. That tastes like Sprite. That tastes like if someone brewed a Lipton tea bag in a Sprite. That is exactly what it says on the can. I don't mind. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. Alrighty. Alright. So, we are on session 17 of Gilligan's Grave, which is Gungooth. So recently, let me get this in my usual playback speed. So recently, the other day on Friday, we did session 15 and 16. I think we're only going to be able to get one session done. This is a 3.5 hour session, and we are at 2:45 right now. We might be able to kill this in 2 hours. Probably not enough to do the next one. Considering I have somewhere I need to be later, unfortunately. Excuse me. So in session 15, we brought Clonglow back to the pits. We made it back to the pits. We had a discussion with Buckethead about the book and what it was being used for after Pepper used the key that was strung to that book to undo at least one layer of the weird helmet thing and what it was doing. And he started talking to the party as if he were talking to Ethicus, whoever Ethicus is. I know who Ethicus is, but like, play along with me. And it seemed like he came from not like the academy, or like the college, but came from a college. He apparently seems to know him. Apparently, that woman has the other key, which is probably the woman we saw that was also at the ritual with Tanistane, who escaped. And, you know, the helmet was put onto him by Ethicus. And Buckethead is likely the one who helped them with the book to find the temples because of the ciphers, and him probably being one of the only ones that can translate them. Afterwards, the party decides to kind of leave Buckethead and Conglow at the clinic. Pepper goes into a call with the DM just on their own and kind of fills Oxalia on what's going on the whole thing with the cult and what happened. Oxalia thinks, you know, that it is exactly that. It's trying to resurrect Gotham or bring him into a mortal plane, how that would work, why it usually doesn't last long when it does work. And Oxalia says he is going to go to the college. He's going to talk to whoever Sorrel is to see if maybe they can remove some of the gag order that he and Pepper have, because he and Pepper can't talk about their mission or why they're there, unfortunately. And maybe to also help establish some trust with the party because of what's going on. Because the deal of their gag order was that they were not supposed to bring up the college, so as to not unintentionally involve them. But if they're already involved, well, there's no longer the need for the gag order because we didn't bring up the college. We learned that they were involved in some way. So Oxalia is going to go talk to the higher-ups about that. Skarn talks to his father about the day he was left at their establishment, and the rumors of who might be his mother, who might be his father, that he definitely has dark elf lineage. There has been a dark elf man who has been in the pits on and off before, who would go to the House of Uplifting to see the Hattislin triplets. Sorry. And Skarn starts connecting some dots, maybe between this dark elf that left Skarn in the pits, abandoned, to his parentage, to maybe what was going on with the ritual, or to even just what happened with Laurie's mother. Because Laurie mentioned that a dark elf man went to see his mother, and then not long after, she got sick and passed away. Paul Talk also mentions that Skarn's mother, for a time, used to seem to live at the pits, and where her residence was seemingly got attacked by a raid, which then eventually became the Deep River Pit, which is essentially cast aside, homeless area of the pits. It's been left in disarray. I think I have, before we went down, a section about the Deep River pit. Let me, before CAG. Let's see, night before the mission. Do I have anything here? Let's see. Yeah, upon entering through the Deep River pit, a man in all decrepit homes, in particular, nothing abandoned home strikes. Nothing catches Scarn's attention. Seemingly delirious elderly man yells to Scarn to leave and asks why he's back. Another woman stops him and tells the party he's sick and hasn't been well. The old man yells at Scarn, confused as to why no one recognizes him. Desmond advises the lady to take the man to the Resting Head Clinic, but she states no one there has the money for that. Yeah. We don't get any much information on the Deep River pit, just that it got damaged by some stuff, and then it's been kind of roughly abandoned and neglected. And then, yeah, there's a delirious old man that says that Scarn, that recognizes Scarn from somewhere, but Scarn's never been around here. It's probably tied to Ethicus, or at least this dark elf, if Ethicus is the dark elf. And then, Scarn goes to around the area where Mungrung's Madness is going to be, which is the carnival that comes up a couple times a year in the pits. And because she seems to be somewhat similar to the woman from the ritual, he chooses to follow her. He which takes us to session 16. He follows her around, sees that she's just kind of engaging with the lions and the general stuff that's going around in the festival. It's not festival time yet. It'll be in 2 days. He meets Sa'un, who's someone who is actually really looking forward to the carnival. A little bit of gap moe occurs. And then the party reports to the BBTA what happened. They ask a little bit more about the Haddeslin triplets. They learn about Leona's sister Muntheris and how she works at the temple, and that there was a third sister who seemed to die, but nobody really knows about her. Desmond quotes a couple times that Leona used to have a bit of a more brighter personality up until the passing of her sister, where she seems to have a bit of a change. And we decide to consider asking Sa'un about some stuff, and then also seeing this sister Muntheris. And the group decides to go to the temple. Sa'un's not at the temple, but Muntheris is, and we have an interview with her. She's very, very skittish and very shy and very, like, soft-spoken. She doesn't seem to have any recollection of their past, but she does before the pits, but she does seem to remember a dark elf that was just called Sir, who would visit them, who would give them gifts, who would give them money, who helped them find homes, and then kind of left. And the last time they ever saw him was a year before this one sister passed away. He hadn't come back since. She doesn't imagine why this Sir would be a person of interest, or why they would do something seemingly bad. And she seems to, again, give Scarn very quickly this vibe of something's up with her. She can't remember the name of her sister. She can't also, she says she has nothing to do with whatever was happening in the pits on our mission, but no way to really verify it, so she is still unfortunately a suspect. But she tells Scarn that Scarn reminds her of Sir, that Sir seemed to be very interested in adopting children, but never really did, and again, would occasionally check up on the triplets whenever he would come visit the pits every couple years or so. This made Scarn kind of lament, if Sir is their father, then why has he checked up on the Haddeslin triplets, but never once checked on Scarn? To which Lilia tries to comfort and say, maybe it's related, maybe it's not. Maybe if Sir is your father, maybe he didn't know you were here. Maybe he didn't know he had a son, because we don't know who left you. We think it would have been your mother, but we don't know if your mother and your father were together. Maybe they weren't together at the time. Maybe she was running away from him. Maybe, you know, we don't know the exact circumstances that left you to being abandoned, but it's possible that if Sir is your father, he didn't know you were here. But right now, there's not enough to truly draw conclusions on. Let's just have this one day. We just got back from this extraneous mission where we all almost died. Let's just, chillax. Let's kind of, we've connected some dots. We have some idea of what could be going on. Let's just relax and let's get a couple drinks in. And then we'll talk about the nitty gritty stuff when we're a little bit more, not reeling from a 10-day mission and some of the shit we've seen and experienced. So also we have a run-in with the fucking goblin, with Pepper getting a goddamn peridot. I wrote a little paragraph about that. That was more of just a silly RP moment, not many notes to take on that. Let's see. Scarn and Lilia, and yeah, my last thing here is the party connects dots between Luntheris and the memories of her sister, what happened to Cag and Darklyn, and what happened when Scarn and Lilia went to visit Sa'un. There is definitely something manipulating the memories of the citizens of Gilligan's Pit. Alright, and that brings us to session 17. Let us begin. As always, if we get into any battle, we're gonna probably put it at 2.5 speed just to cruise right through it.
It wasn't super loud! But I was! Welcome back to 19, session, the Gilligan's Grave. The campaign is session 17, and we're here with all the dice. We're gonna be rolling some players. Hey, everybody!
I need to throw just the smallest amount of cold water. I can't hear the nat 19, but...
Yeah, me neither.
I thought that was just me.
Yep.
You can't hear the nat 19?
No, I cannot. It's lit up, but I can hear shit.
Yeah. Oh my god!
I thought that was you for a second.
No.
I was like, I'm making the net 19 bug. Go away, come back.
He's devastated.
He just decided, I'm done.
We're not doing that 19 anymore. I fucking quit, dude.
Hold on.
Our musical woes are not gone. They've merely
Can you hear it now?
No.
Guys.
Wait, it might be...
Like it's not our fault. Oh, there it is. Oh, wait. Never mind.
No, that was the Discord noise.
That was a Discord sound. Yeah, fuck. I got excited. I was like, oh my god, hooray!
One second. Boom. Okay, hello people on YouTube who are catching this. Recording unpaused. Baby fixed it. Had to turn everything off and then put it right back where it was. Yeah! Fucking so real.
Doing okay.
Honestly, real.
Doing okay there, little Peony.
He's doing great technology.
Me too. Console skip.
Yep.
Please, yes, everybody. you got
Wait,
there.
how are you, Pepper?
Dude, I clicked on it being like, they did something wrong, and then I just like repeating after you. So I guess you can just click on someone's speech bubble, and then it does the thing that we do when people say things wrong. Or we do the toads.
You
or the
just
turtles.
drag it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
how dare
Yeah.
you?
I walk
Sorry.
a lonely toad.
Toad.
That's like one of the proto.
Skirk has tried to follow a seemingly undead, similar to his other big thing looking lady. Couldn't follow her. He finally decided to meet all of us, and we went to the BBTA. We got that all ironed out. We got paid. We're heavy in coin now. We're, I guess, less so now because we went shopping. We went to the quarry. Had a very frustrating conversation with the goblin bane of my existence, I think.
Damn.
We found out that Lori's Rock was indeed broken, and then fixed, and then broken again. I was able to get 1 Peridot, which I can use 1 time for 1 spell, but it's gonna be Pog when I do. I'm literally pogging now. And what else? We went to the church, Karagrash. Karagrash.
We went to the church.
Karagrash.
Jesus.
Yep. Jesus.
Karagrash. We went and we interrogated Luna's other sister. We found out there were 3 triplets here that were tied in to the past of the pit, and Scar was around them as well, and it was a whole thing. And so we interrogated Luna's poor sister, who seemed very stressed out.
Muntheris.
Then Muntheris. Yes, Muntheris. It was very pretty. And then we pontificated on the ramifications of what she had to say. And I think that's all we got up to last session.
I'm really scared to ask this question. I'm gonna turn a thing up.
Uh-oh.
Can you guys hear that water?
Yeah.
Thank you. Good.
The ocean.
I was so scared you had a question for me.
No,
I was like,
I realized, I was like, did the ambience thing also fuck up? And I realized that I think a bunch of my audio settings just reset to default, is what happened.
There's something happening with audio, because like everyone I've talked to recently has had stream audio problems.
Well, it's not a stream thing so much as it's my own internal routing, but I won't linger on it too much.
Yeah, we digress. It's fixed. It works.
Yeah, I just had to make sure you guys could hear that too, just so I could put on my favorite track, Cave with Water.
Hell yeah.
Wow. Also, Waterly finally getting to do one of the recaps. 17 sessions in.
You did very good. Okay.
Just seeing how far I could go without it.
Switch us over this.
Alrighty.
Oh, cave with water. My oldest. Everybody. So we are coming back into things. With you guys having just gone to the Temple of the Moon Rabbit, you guys just went and you interrogated the somewhat coy, confusing sister of Leuna, one of the remaining two triplets. It's always upsetting to hear there's 2 triplets. Never a good thing, ever.
Yeah.
We are currently at, time-wise, it is currently Saturday, the 24th of November of the year 756 of the Second Age. It's roughly 3-ish in the afternoon. Just for everyone's edification, the carnival and governor meeting and such that has been sort of the next major jumping off point time-wise is not the next day, but the day after. It's in 2 days. It's Saturday and it's on Monday.
Huh. Okay.
Indeed.
Huh.
So, friends.
One more time, God.
It's in 2 days. It's not yesterday was Friday, and it will be happening on Monday. Today is Saturday, and
that's
it will
the
be
carnival, correct? Yeah.
That is the
It's
carnival.
Mungrung's Madness.
Mungrung's Madness. The carnival's
same
technically
thing.
on all the time, but this is a special performance because Mungrung is returning to his carnival, and when he returns, he always brings some kind of special presentation, usually
Yep, you
some
told
kind of
me.
large beast or some great foreign apparatus or something spectacular that's circus worthy. That'll be happening on. Say it with me, everybody. Monday.
Monday.
It's a Monday.
On Saturday.
Monday. Today's Saturday.
On Thursday.
Monday.
On Tuesday.
Count down on your fingers with me. 2, 1, Monday.
Tuesday. Monday.
See, he gets it. He understands.
Right after school.
So we're doing it on Wednesday.
You can just not go. You can just stay home and not go. Frankly.
But you on the edge.
God damn it.
I love that.
I also love that. The fucking trope of like, we'll see, but you only need the edge.
But you only the edge. They never said it correctly. They always stumbled through the first few parts.
For real?
I was a little monster truck autistic as a kid. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
We love.
Alrighty. So, everybody. So you guys are currently in the part of the pit where the temple is. What would you guys like to do? Hand the reins off to you. Good game.
I'm gonna keep going to Leona's.
Yep. Solid game.
Continuing on to try to go to Leona's.
Yeah, since Darius pointed out where they lived.
Okay,
We split up at the end of last game, right? How did we split up?
Sure.
I think we were talking about what we were doing. I don't think we had left yet.
My understanding is we have the Lilia Skarn pocket, and then everybody else is in the other pocket.
Yes. But Skarn's in his own pocket? That kind of seems out of pocket.
All right.
Sorry, God. Sorry, you're right.
I remember they went off and had a conversation, and then we were screwing around for so long that they reapparated next to us.
Right,
Basically.
they did.
Yeah, I'm right. I was like, I just got back.
Okay, so you are all together.
We are all combined.
Yes, you are.
So yeah, I'm going to Leona's. I don't know, you can come with, but I don't know if it's going to be a longer. Like, I can't imagine they remember more. What with them not remembering?
I'm going with you. I'm going with you.
Yeah.
I don't see why not. Don't mind if I tag along?
Absolutely, yes, totally. I mind so much.
Oh, well, that's tough.
Good.
All right. So then, who is not going to Leona's?
Why not? I feel like going to Leona's.
Oh,
Are we all
tag
going to
on.
Leo?
Okay.
Oh, shit.
All right, I get the sense that everybody's going to Leona's. All right.
I'll tag on. I'll do it. I'll join you. Pull my leg.
I don't know if you could pull your leg. You're so big.
You can't. You're so small.
Pretty sure you're like half muscle is most of my body.
Real.
Okay. So you guys would just hop on down the cliff from the section of the pit that you're in. You
Alright.
would just walk on down the road, turn, head towards the housing. So in the pit, the Karagosh's sanctuary pit, there are residential areas lining the entirety of the pit. They are mostly those who are actively serving or related to the temple in some way, but some of them are also just private residences, people that want to be close to the temple of Karagosh for one reason or another, or maybe they inherited the house. I don't know. People get houses in lots of ways, unless you're in the modern age, in which case you never get a house at all, because the economy is borked and we can never expect to be homeowners in our lives. You guys had to Leona's house. You guys, in this fantasy world that is much better, you head to the home of homeowner Leona, who could afford a home and has it paid off and doesn't have a mortgage. You head towards their home. It's it's not unlike Desmond's, it's a relatively quaint, minimalistic one, but it is somewhat bigger. You do remember being told that the sisters all lived together at one point, so this is likely because it was a house that was intended to be used by a full family, of 3 at least. As you guys approach this house, you see the windows to it appear to be closed. Nothing spectacular about it, no gardens out front. You do see that there are some charms that are small symbols of Karagosh that are hung off of places, like one hung is above the door outside, there's a couple hung from the corners of the roof, of like little bits of awning that come out over the edge of the roof. But again, this is a family heavily associated with the temple, since 2 of them used to be priestesses of Karagosh, so that does not shock anybody to see. As you guys approach in, what would you like to do? Chop, chop, no, got all day.
Listen, we're thinking.
I was just waiting to do my silly knocks. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Right.
So you're doing some knocks?
Yeah.
Go on, check out
Are
Luna.
you doing like more Desmond knocks?
I'm doing Desmond knocks.
I assume you're not going like.
Finally, my moment to be a silly little guy.
Aww, I knew it.
Okay.
The old halfling knock.
All right, Desmond, I would like you, because it's the middle of the day, so who knows? I would like you to please roll me a D100 to determine the likelihood.
All right,
of them
now, D100. I said roll low last time, and you rolled a 100. So I'm going to repeat my request, just between you and I, D100. That when I say low, I mean the exact opposite of what happened last time, please. Okay. It's 56.
Okay.
It's lower, but it couldn't not be, so I'm not giving it credit for that.
Because this is one of the most inconsequential rolls in fucking history, I'm going to roll a D100 of my own, and if you got lower than mine, then the
I
ideal
have a 44% chance of getting it. Oh no!
Fuck.
It's only entirely reasonable and acceptable odds of someone being
What are we gonna do?
I got a 96.
Oh.
Wow.
You knock at the door, and after a few moments, you hear stirring and movement from inside. It's not a lot. It's just like the faint, suffocated sound of like a dish being put down, of a chair moving across a stone floor. After a moment, you hear the creaking of wood as weight is put on the other side of the door, and you hear just from the other side again, suffocated, but still fairly audible. Yes, who's out there?
It's me. Hi.
Desmond.
Yep.
You hear the unlocking of a door, of a chain being moved, and then...
No, technically us.
Hi, we're all here.
They,
yeah, the chain's being put back.
The chain's put back.
Hey, what? No, we're
Leona's got big, I don't hang out with more than 2 people at a time energy, if I'm gonna be real. But, fucking, heckin', it's me. It's me. Anyways, they open the, I wish it was me. They do open the door. I'm just gonna throw the picture up for fun. They open the door and you do see the stark mannequin-like white skin of the Hattislin sister, opening it, the light catching on the icy horns on their head, the icy upturned horns. They're not wearing their guard outfit, they're once again wearing casual clothing. As they open it, and you guys see the inside is relatively well lit. You see there is the dinner area is very exposed as the door opens, and you see that there is a chair pulled up to a table where there is a plate that looks like there was probably food on it, and a closed book with a bookmark has been placed beside it. She looks distributed.
Weird seeing you not dressed in your uniform.
I'm not quite ready to go back to work, I think.
No, I mean, yeah, that's aside. People should take days off. It's just normally that's the only time we really deal with each other.
Yeah.
Feels like how, a lot of the school children must feel when they see a teacher anywhere other than school.
God, it's weird.
I wasn't aware that you were all back from the pits yet. I had heard some stirrings that, well, from diving, I mean. I had heard some news that someone had returned, and apparently I've caught a cold.
Oh, doing okay? Really down?
You hadn't?
I'll be fine.
Any medicine in there?
All right. I'll be good. I get this.
Cough drop?
Says Leona. This is the way Leona talks.
Scars back here. Cough drop?
Right down, by the way.
I don't think I've ever seen you at my house before.
Yeah, I didn't know I lived this close to you, actually. It was weird.
I tend not to tell people where we are. I don't like drawing attention to my sisters.
We got your address from your sister.
Really?
We were just talking to her a moment ago.
So she's out today then?
They're up at the sanctuary.
You kind of see she's been like leaning on the doorframe slightly. You see her grip on the doorframe noticeably tightens, very subtly. But Desmond, you notice that they sort of grip it a little bit harder. Suppose I'm glad that they're getting out. We haven't talked much all that much lately.
At all? Or just in passing?
I've been mostly quarantining ever since what happened with someone disguising themselves as me went down. I've only been checking in with people enough to make sure that people know that I'm here.
I'm probably going to make that a bit worse, but to summarize, we were talking to your sister because another doppelganger, not of you specifically, more of your sister, appeared. We thought it might have been due to the proclivities of our current quarries. They might have done something to your sister, whose name you can't remember. Also, just getting ahead of that, we know about that.
Roll me insight.
Insight from Desmond. It's one of the things I'm good at. Yeah.
Also, there are underground birds. I've just decided.
13.
Okay.
Yeah, why wouldn't they be birds?
Underground birds because I put on an ambience track that is nice, but it's got birds and bugs, and I'm like, you know what? There are people moving down here. They're birds.
Well, this is a cave system where the opening is right over there.
Yeah,
like, it's a few miles away. Birds fly into caves.
Big ass caves.
Yeah, big, huge.
Yeah, birds fly into them.
Desmond, you don't. Whenever you say that, just continue as normal. Nothing really stands out to you about anything that happens. Continue.
They're going to be probably observed by detail for a while. I imagine later today as well. Probably have another talk with some of the people at HQ.
What did she tell you about our sister?
She told us the basics. The three of you arrived at some point They told us a bit about Sir, I believe you called him. And, they told us that neither you nor her remember your other sister's name.
It's unlike her to talk about him.
If you have any information about him, he is one of our key suspects.
Sir is?
Yes. He's a person of interest at the very least. There's been another body found, or rather missing at this point, that someone fitting his description is directly connected to. And from the sounds of your sister's passing, the body that had disappeared had much similar to mine. Sorry, I'm really bad with all this. I'm trying to be a bit too formal here, I think. Yeah, dude's fucking weird, and I need to know more about him.
He should all come in then. She heads back into her home. You can see plainly there are not nearly enough chairs or seating arrangements in general for the amount of people that are entering this home. There's a grand total of maybe 3 places to sit in this place.
Yeah, floor.
Woo, floor!
I guess I'll just be on the floor as well.
When Pepper goes to come in, she's just gonna like put Tabasco down and kind of cyclically reach out to him, and maybe if Tabasco would like to, what Pepper would like to ask is if he would fly and within her 100-foot like radius that he can be within for her to tap in and just be investigating the area.
Okay. Know that when you're doing that, you can't sense what's around you.
Right.
You like project your senses into the familiar, and like you can see through them, but you are like blind and deafened to everything around you during that time.
Yeah. I'm not tapping in at this moment. I'm
Okay, you're just asking Tabasco to kind of search the area, just look around.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, Tabasco could do that. I should throw Tabasco onto the thing.
Yeah, I could. If I could, it doesn't matter now. The one sheet that I have for him is completely blank.
Yeah, that happens every time he gets reset. Boom.
Please more info.
I wish there was a better system in Fantasy Grounds for familiars, and didn't mean to do that. Although,
look at that little
Neato!
guy.
I just learned that if I drop an asset into the chat, it just shares with everybody. That's cool. Neato.
He's perfect.
But, sorry, not that one. Don't do that one. Do this one. There you go.
The way that Sid draws his tail makes it look like Tabasco's little tail is a little pepper, and I feel like that's important to point out.
It's very important.
The little pepper.
The little stinger looks like a pepper.
Okay, so Tabasco's gonna fly around and do stuff. There you go. You got the little. Yep. Yeah, it gives it a little gives it a little dragon salute, then flies out and around.
Okay, girl. If anything dangerous, just come get us. There are windows you can tap on. You know. All right, he's gone.
Leona walks inside, takes the one chair that she had been sitting in at her table, sort of spins it around, and Bro sits on it backwards, leans on the other side of it, arms crossed, rests her chin on her crossed arms, and just looks at everybody.
So,
this is a sensitive subject for me. That's certainly true. But if it would help you with your investigation, I won't hide anything. Ask whatever
Anything
you
you
need.
could know. Do you have an actual name for Mr. Sir?
No, we haven't seen him in quite some time, and I'm not sure how much my sister told you. But we didn't realize how odd it was that we had a benefactor in our lives like him until he was gone. He was just such a... how to put it? He was a natural part of our lives from a very young age, and we didn't realize that wasn't something that everybody had until he stopped coming. By that time, it didn't really occur to us to ask questions, and if I'm going to be honest, he's given us so much that by the time we realized he hadn't given us his name through our entire lives, we thought it respectful to not pry. That if he had reason to not give us his name, then we shouldn't ask.
I can understand that.
I realize how that's causing issues now, and I apologize.
Yep.
There's nothing you can do about it.
Contact 2020.
Yeah. Is there anything about him specifically that you need to know?
His affiliates, who he works with, if he has any connections with the Board of Governors.
Not to my understanding. We only really knew him when he came around. We initially thought him to be some kind of wealthy noble or something from outside the pits. I know that my sisters thought that he must have come from abroad, but given that he's a dark elf, when I eventually learned about their heritage, I thought it is more natural that he must live somewhere around or underneath the pits. That said, even during my time working with the BBTA and the Undertow, I've never heard of any local villas or any local housing underground that could possibly suit someone like that. And if he's living with the accommodations one would expect of dark elf nobility, we would notice it. So, where he comes, that's a long way to say where he comes from is as confusing to us as is to you. We don't think that he has anybody in town that he associates with. Whenever he came here, he always came to visit us at the House of Uplifting when we were children, then helped us to get our own home, this one. He had us sign it, he paid for it, but he had waited until we came of age where we could legally own housing, and then he kept his name off of anything that had to be signed. He gave us an amount of money so we could get on our feet, would occasionally come and check in. And before that, at the House of Uplifting, he would come and bring us clothing and trinkets and tell us stories about far-off lands, but not necessarily ones he's been to, just stories that he had heard. I know that he's also gifted in the ways of the arcane. Not incredibly. In fact, I think some of the bards that are here could probably do better than what I saw from him, but he liked to entertain us using small little prestidigitation acts, lighting fires on the tips of his fingers, making cards disappear, moving things from across the room. I don't know if those are the extent of what he can do, but he used to use those skills to entertain us when we were children. He never seemed to be visiting anybody, never seemed to know anybody else, and the people he associated with, they always seemed to act like he didn't exist after he left.
Incredible fellow. Other than him, is there anyone you've ever met in a way that they might take a special interest in you and your sisters?
The three of us.
Beyond the gossip.
Yeah, I was going to say. We were born with the unfortunate circumstance of everybody having something of a special interest in us. Luckily, this far out, people don't look at Hattislin too terribly, and we were able to integrate well, but 3 parentless Hattislin triplets who seem to be thriving without any obvious reason to do so. I think a lot of people, when we were children, tried to avoid the subject of us being here. It's one of the reasons why we did what we did. We initially found shelter in the Temple of Chankaragosh. My 2 sisters, they drummed up a lot of positive rapport with the people of the pits by offering their services there. And I wanted to do what I could being a guard and being a lawmaker, so I tried to elevate my reputation by doing that. But sorry, that's not quite what you asked.
Okay, so what Leona can tell us about Sir. About Sir. He never gave his name. Never said where he was from. Would give them money and trinkets. So, would give money and support, but never signed anything. People would forget he was there after he left. People would forget he came by after he left. Had at least some knowledge of the arcane. And other places. Yeah.
No, I don't recall anybody having a special interest in us. Not beyond the usual curiosities or fear.
I wasn't the most focused at the time, but if Skarn, could you tell them the general specifics of can you tell them the general outline of what you saw down below with regards to the Hattislin woman?
Right. So, down below in the pits, when fighting against God.
Tanistane.
Tanistane, stain of
There you
Tan.
go.
The Blood Reverend Tanistane.
Yeah. I forgot about it.
Fighting against God. I had a briefest moment of like, wow, and you won?
No,
Yeah, right?
no, I was
Yeah,
outside. No. Down when we were in the pits.
Yep.
Back in the pits, we were fighting against Tanistane, but behind him there was this Hattislane woman. Kind of looked like your sister, but maybe longer hair. I don't know. But she seemed to be on a dragon.
A skull dragon, to be
Skull
specific.
dragon.
No,
Yeah.
I got you, Baby Scar. I'm just filling in the blanks.
You're doing good, man.
Yeah, but down there, I couldn't really pay too much attention, because she stared at me and felt like she recognized me. I mean, the same thing happened with your sister. So I'm not sure.
Oh.
They look at you intently.
This is what I wanted.
Crystal blue eyes seem to inspect every inch of you for a long moment. And then, on this insight check, this wisdom check that I just had them roll. They unfortunately rolled a 1. So they then, they close their eyes and like with a moment of frustration, I don't know what they're seeing. You have dark elf blood, so maybe they're associating with that because we don't know any other dark elves. But my sister's also... Muntheris is a bit... You see their eyes darting as they search for the word to describe them, clearly trying not to find... Yes,
Dumb.
They've, ever since our sister died, they've been trying to emulate them in some ways, and also they've been a bit inconsistent. Their personality has been a bit more unstable, I guess. Unfortunately, I haven't really known how to deal with them all that well, so over time we've just drifted apart. We still check in and we're still good, but we've drifted apart somewhat. Some days it's like there's nobody in there at all, and other days they're bright and cheerful. I don't really know my sister much anymore. But if... I don't want to insinuate that her grasp on reality has slipped, but ever since our sister died and Sir stopped coming, she definitely has started looking for signs of them in the world around them. Early on, there were cases where, when she saw me out in the town doing my rounds, she would briefly swear that she saw our sister again, only for me to later clarify that that was me. For a while, she asked if Sir was ever going to come back and seemed to become obsessive about it, and then stopped suddenly. So if she saw something in you, there might be something there, but she may also just be looking for what she wants to see.
The funny thing is, and to be fair, I don't know if we could have come to this conclusion, but the fact that it's been brought up several times that upon their sister's passing, that the remaining sister Muntheris has been trying to emulate the other sister. But the lady we saw at the pits and the person we have now met at this point in the game as Muntheris look similar, but not quite. And I feel like we forgot that point. Among all the other stuff happening, we forgot the point of, hey, when the third sister died, one of the remaining ones started copying. We are getting a raid. Excuse me, Lil Raptor with a raid. Hello, everybody. We're currently watching Gilligan's Grave, A Tale of Somnus Domina. We're on session 17, and we're taking Gilligan's notes. We're taking some D&D notes. We're talking about an old session campaign that I was a part of and taking notes because I'm currently in the sequel campaign for it. We are in session 17. We'll mostly be talking about, obviously, things going on with the plot. We will be talking about heckin'... we also usually have like a little AMA because I am a professional actress and improv actor. At least I consider myself an improv actor, considering that live session D&D is improv acting. Yeah, so Gilligan's Grave is a... how many sessions? It is a 61 session campaign that has already finished, and the sequel Gilligan's Penance is currently airing. And we're just looking back on this. I was a player in this one. But yeah, thank you for the raid. Welcome. Thank you for sharing the community with one. 61 session campaign is so cool though. Yep, we here at Nat 19, we have been fortunate enough to be to finish most of our D&D campaigns. Our head DM Logan also writes a lot of books, so we have a lot of unique races, classes, subclasses, a lot of really neat things. So even if you don't watch our D&D content, we do have a lot of things like books that you can add a lot of fun flair to your table. You can play Mystical Fox Ladies. You can play I'm playing this bunny girl over here that you see on the corner that's decked in pink. Definitely worth checking out Nat 19, if not for our content, but also for our written books as a way to spice up your D&D table. We recently ended a Kickstarter campaign for one of our quarterly splash books called The Soul of Trickery. We originally had a $1,000 goal, and we broke $10,000. Not 10,000. We broke $100,000 on our Kickstarter. That has, as of, I think, yesterday ended. And then, yeah, there's Performance Check, which is
music that we also recently got super duper funded with our sound lady October, who's going to be composing a lot of original music, no AI, no generation, all human made. And it's going to be kind of our way to give back to the D&D community with royalty-free music that you can play during your stream, during your D&Ds, during anything. As long as you obviously don't sell it as your own. But yeah. So we are in session 17, and I was just bringing up the fact that, again, it keeps getting, well, Keith, but it's brought up, it was brought up by, I think, by Dendrin. It was brought up by Dendrin, and again now by Leona, that her sister Muntheris seems to be pretending to act like the sister that they both lost. One minute she is very dead inside, very non-responsive, very meek, and then the next she's bright and cheerful, and it kind of seems like she's losing grip on reality. So that's something that I'm going to note as well. But unfortunately, us players, we never kind of got into that. We're being like, oh, but like she looks similar to the woman in the pits, but like there's still something weird different. Maybe they did something with your sister's body, but it's literally been told to us. It's right in front of us right here. Muntheris is occasionally pretending to be her sister. So the Muntheris we see at the church is Muntheris pretending to be her sister, who is dressed like her sister. Her and her sister used to work at at the church, so she would know what she dressed like when she worked at the church. And then when she's down there doing culty shit, she's not pretending to be her sister anymore. And we, despite having this knowledge told to us twice, we kind of completely forget about this detail. And it is an important detail, else why else would it be brought up? But because of everything else, we're also being told about Muntheris, learning about Leona, because she's still unfortunately a suspect. That specific detail, we just lose it. We lose it. Muntheris is dressed up as her. When Muntheris is up here in the pits running her reconnaissance and getting her information on where to find the latch temples, that's when she's pretending to be her sister. Meanwhile, when she's doing cult shit under the pits, she is actually who she is. So I'm gonna write that knowledge down, even though it doesn't mean anything anymore, because we're past all this, but I'm gonna put that upon the death of their sister, Muntheris started acting differently. Acting oddly. Asking about Sir and acting like their departed sister. Fluctuations in personality. Fluctuations in personality. And seemingly obsessed with Sir. But yeah, these little streams of post-session stuff I love about your content. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and again, it's crazy looking back at all the older sessions and seeing all the foreshadowing, and now with everything we do know, the details that we missed out on. Or again, the things that we just forgot. Again, the whole time we're racking our brain, we're thinking, well, we're dealing with a cult of undeath, so maybe they freaking grave robbed this third sister, resurrected her, and are trying to turn this, undead sister into the vessel for Gotham. And then it just later turns out with, no, they did a whole other thing with that sister, actually. And and that the person that we were talking to in the church and the person that we fought in the bottom of the pits were all Moontheris. It was all Moontheris. Gonna share that boba? No. You know what? Actually, I instead am going to like stick my nose in it. I'm gonna stick it in my nose. I'm gonna snort it instead. You can't have it. Bro, I'm gonna put it in my nose. Snort. Snort. I'm actually gonna stick the straw in my nose. Do you want it now? You want it now? Everybody wants my boba, bro. It's mine. You can't have it. Go get your own. Let's continue.
That is what we call a red flag.
So just be looking for what she wants to see.
That is what we call a red flag.
Mm-hmm.
Big notes there. That's what they call a red flag.
I'm taking notes. I'm taking notes a little.
However, you say that there was a woman that was working with the cult who resembled my sister. And there's also somebody who's impersonating me. What's strange about that is there's been no other instances where we know that my image has been used to manipulate anybody within the Undertow. Well, you've been gone. I've been checking in with people.
Yeah, that's another thing too. That like, hey guys, we should have been a lot more suspicious about Moontheris, based solely on the fact that she's imitating her dead sister. Because it's like, if she is willing to imitate her dead sister, what's stopping her from imitating her living one too? If all it is pinning up her hair or putting on a glamour to look like her sister is wearing, like she has shorter hair and shorter horns. To be fair, Moontheris and Leona, hair and horn-wise, are very different. But what is stopping her from putting on a glamour and pretending to be her sister Leona? Apparently, during the day, she's pretending to be her dead sister. Why wouldn't she pretend to be her living sister at night? We never cast enough initial suspicion on Moontheris until it was unfortunately too late. But it's fine, because again, all this hits the fan, I think, somewhere in this session or next session, essentially, once Mungrung's madness happens. And then we're like, oh, bad sister. This one's bad. She's bad.
Everybody that works under me, and I've been making sure that all of their interactions with me have been ones I remember. And all the critical ones were. I asked them if there were any major orders that I'd given. I asked them if there was anything that I had asked them to do that seemed suspicious. And I remember.
It's just like, hey guys, so like, we've got 2 people from the Undertow who know Moontheris likes to pretend to be her sister. Why wouldn't she pretend to also be her other sister?
And it's like, no, because she's probably just mentally ill.
Everything that they actually told me that they did. This doppelganger only seemed to appear in that one instance where they were following you.
Morlane was aware that we were sent to the Hollow Yard, where both your unnamed sister, along with several other missing bodies, had been taken. It was there that we found the first pieces that led us to him. It's possible that through his communications, this other Hattislin or whoever has taken a special interest in you all simply learned that I was a part of it, knew that we worked relatively closely together, and then used you to manipulate me.
Not to mention, there was also the interview with Moontheris as well, where she was like, we've been holding on tightly that no one forgets our sister. We refuse to let people forget about her. We refuse to forget about her and lose her. And it's like, she is prime someone who would join the cult.
You all got back soon.
That attitude of like, we can't lose the people who have died. They're being taken from us. Something is making us lose the people precious to us. And it's, in a way, it's death and the memories of that. Like, she's prime someone who would join this cult.
Than I did. Which means that news that you got there got back quickly enough that whoever this person is could disguise themselves as me on less than a half of a day of notice, if we're being realistic.
Also, a form of transportation in the form of a skull dragon.
But the timeline. Which tells me that they either are incredibly proficient in the arcane, or they were very ready. Although, the more I think about it, to emulate, she sort of gestures to her horns and her ears and her hair. In order to emulate certain aspects of me, there must have been some kind of magic involved.
Yeah.
But it would be unwise, I think, for us to discount it, yes.
But then, so if they were trying to get ahead of you, it makes sense why they would use my form. But if we think that somebody's impersonating my sister as well and is working with the cult, why would they be in disguise as her whenever you're just stumbling upon them? That disguise wouldn't have been useful for where you were.
Correct. Along with your Muntheris, along with their personality shifts and swings, and their occasional proclivity to disappear for several days, it's likely that they're going to be watched by the Undertow for a while soon.
Yeah, she also tends to disappear and apparently, quote unquote, hole herself up at home for several days. That could be the time that she's doing weird fucking culty shit. And another thing, they're like, well, if there's someone who can disguise themselves as me, why would they disguise themselves as my sister? Well, what did we also recently learn about the fucking book? About, what did we learn from Conglo? They got this book with the ciphers that they then got Buckethead to freaking translate the ciphers. How did they know about this book and the ciphers and the translate and the location of the Latch Temples? Because the person who got this information works at the church. The information about the Latch Temples came from the church. Who works at the church? 2 of the Hattislin triplets. One of them is dead, but the other one is still working there and is also pretending to be her sister and also has this weird attachment to not losing the memories of her sister. Like, so many things were pointing to Muntheris. Like, so many things were pointing to... Why would she want to disguise themselves as my sister? Because your sister works at the church and the information of the Latch Temples that the cult is using to commit their rituals, that information is in the church. And it's a lot easier to get this information from the church when you already work there and have access to the means to get this information. Right over our fucking heads. Right over our fucking heads. Guys, take notes. Start taking notes. Start taking notes. I gotta, like, legitimately, one of the reasons I also want to catch up on all of this is because eventually I want to start taking penance notes. And I want to start taking penance notes before it becomes too late. Before it becomes too late. Because these are things we didn't think about. We didn't think about them last session. We had a week in between that session where we didn't listen back to the audio. We didn't listen back to the game. Justice takes notes during the game. I think it's better to take notes after. Take notes after, once everything, because in the time that you're writing down notes while a character is talking, you're missing on certain things. You're missing on key details. I think in general, it is always going to be good to go back to the session if you have the means, because not everyone records their session. If you have the means to go back and listen to your D&D session to take notes, do it. Do it before the next session. We could have probably done something about Muntheris so much earlier on if we had connected these dots. If we had connected these heckin' dots, we could have been able to do something. She is so fucking suspicious. Not because of, like, now that of what we know, just what the characters were telling us at that time. Yeah, our third sister died. And then one of the living sisters started pretending to be her, dressing as her, acting like her. Still working at the temple where she and the other sister worked. She's having personality flips, which is probably one because she's acting like her sister and then occasionally still has her own personality. She'll hole herself up at home for several days, but she has no way to verify that that's where she actually was. The person the person we saw at the ritual looks a lot like her. And again, if it is her, well, yeah, she's like when she's up here, she's disguised as her other sister. And it's also possible because all she'd have to do is glamour up her hair and her horns and nothing really else. That's minor magic shit. She can pretend to be her other sister, her third sister, who is also a cop. And it wouldn't look suspicious if Leona was wandering around certain places. I'm on patrol. I'm doing my job as a cop. Nothing suspicious here. No one would suspect Leona looking around places, but they would for a sister who most of the time is working at the church or holed up at home. Why would she be wandering around places and following us around or following other people around or getting involved in the Undertow? But no one would really question that if she was disguised as Leona.
And we didn't reach these dots until it was too late, or until right fucking now. God. Crazy stuff. But yeah, like, Muntheris right now is a person of interest, but she's not a suspect, because we've also hung into this whole idea of, well, it is a cult of undeath. They are, you know, reviving people. They are bringing people back from the dead and blah, blah, blah. Yes, but her sister has been dead for 5 years, and this cult has only been showing its activity in the last one. If they did revive her sister, she would not look as intact as the lady we saw at the pits. There's just no way. Her titties are out. There's no way those titties would be there after 5 years of decomposition buried in the hollow yard. There's no way. There's no way. But because we got so stuck on, well, it's a cult of undeath and they're bringing back dead people, yeah, the sister died 5 years ago. How would it look that intact when we also know that people that are revived through these means, the undead that are brought back for Gotham to take over as a vessel, they continue to rot. So it's not that they come back and the whole body is restarted freshly like the day they died. No, they are a rotting corpse and continue to rot. There is no way a 5-year-old corpse would come back intact under this cult. No way. And we didn't think about that. We didn't have that realization. We never connected those dots. Take fucking notes. Take notes. Holy shit. Holy shit. I gotta like show this to Logan at some point. Just like the fucking realization. We never connected the dots. We never connected the dots.
Regardless, current innocence or not, they'll be perceived as guilty.
They've been guilty. The only thing we didn't have is evidence.
So she told you about our lost sister. I presume that
amazingly specific. Their illness.
That even the magics of the temple were unable to affect.
Yeah.
And they told you that they'd been losing a grasp on their name. Ever since she died.
I left at that point, so I'm not sure if they said anything else after I'd gone, but I felt like I was being a bit aggressive, I suppose. Didn't want to continue upsetting them.
Well, maybe that's what she needs sometimes. I can't bring myself to ever really challenge her. I'm always worried I'm going to push her over some kind of edge. So, it's good to hear that she took a bit of aggression and didn't completely fall apart. Is there anything else I might be able to help with? I'm staying off duty until this all gets resolved. As much as I'd like to return to work, I feel like I would only complicate things and make a point of failure if I started going back to work now.
Understandable.
Yep.
I don't have any immediately pertinent questions.
The rest of you?
I'm trying to think of something. I'll let you know.
All right.
You went out for a late night walk the other night. Where were you going?
Oh yeah, what are you doing?
Just saw you.
I was just feeling a bit pent up, so I decided to go for a walk, and then I came back here to try to visit my sister, and then head home.
Okay, so that was you.
Yes. I saw you in the tunnels. That was me.
Oh, okay. Why didn't you say hi?
They give you the most characteristically antisocial blink they can manage. Just the most like slow, prolonged eye contact, single blink, eyes closed too long, open again. Just very like.
Understood.
Cool. We're nice. Like, what do you want? No, it's fine.
Why didn't you say hi? Why would I say hi?
You're welcome.
We'll get out of your hair.
Their body, you can tell pretty readily from their body language. They're not going to rush to get rid of anybody. They're actually oddly relaxed, but they seem like they're a bit distant through the entirety of the conversation. They genuinely, you get the vibe that they are genuinely trying to do what they can to help. They just don't seem to have much more to offer in terms of like what they know to say. Yeah, you guys, you're leaving? You taking off?
Not much after that.
Yeah, So obviously I can't look through Tabasco and still be present, but Tabasco should be able to telepathically communicate just small ideas and stuff within 100 feet.
I think 5,000 miles.
5 million feet! If I say it confidently enough, Logan will believe, right? I haven't gotten paid for anything, right? Okay, cool. Yes, we leave.
Okay.
Pepper, believe, yes.
As you guys are heading off to do, she's like, I am planning to take a little bit of time off from all of this, and enjoy the festivities in a couple of days. I'll see what I can look into in the meantime, and when I'm out that day, I'll try to find you guys, and I'll, I guess, report in on anything I can. If Sir is at question, then I'm going to go to the House of Uplifting, and I'm going to ask them there if they remember anything about him. They were always really dodgy when they talked about him. Like I said, they basically acted like he didn't exist when he left, but maybe that's for a lack of being directly asked. So I'll report into you, Desmond, in a couple of days.
Perfect. Yeah, let me know what you find.
Bye, Luna. Bye.
Goodbye.
Sorry to disturb.
Oh, I was doing nothing. Trust me.
Enjoy the book you're reading.
Thank you.
Maybe you could tell us about it sometime.
Let's go.
I'm going.
Thank you, sir.
Grabs the child with one hand like a Coke bottle.
Maybe, is it an adventure book? What kind of book is it, Luna?
All right, pack it up.
Wait, I want to know what you like.
I want to know what she likes. Lawrence, you are a baby.
I am a baby.
You are a baby, and this is like an early 30s, late 20s woman. Leave him alone.
No, it's not a like.
Bro,
we could be friends. I could just be friends with
him like this.
We could just we could be friends. We could show up. We can play cards.
Honestly, it's
platonically kiss.
Yeah, listen, it's not a try to kiss thing. It's that she doesn't want to be friends with me, and I'm taking that personally.
So they're cool. Oh my God, you're TJ Detweiler.
Let's go.
Don't know who that is.
Wait, I'm dragged out by Scorn.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wait, don't be doing it. I bet you'll have to like me then.
Yep.
No, I still like you, but why not?
Why don't you like me?
Sad, mad.
Cool. I don't want you to want to be friends with me. The fuck?
Why won't you be friends with me?
Leona is one of the closest things I have to a work friend, and this is about as much as we talk. If that gives you general context to their social levels.
So what you're saying is we're already friends.
You just want to see it that way, yeah, maybe.
I found a hot dog.
They have those down here. I want a hot dog.
What do you mean by foul? All right, never mind.
Okay,
After it's a hot dog.
Rangers have their ways.
they're a little rough, but I have our. Now I just need to see the other.
I'll be right back.
They're a little bit rough, but after some time, I have proper sketches of Moonferris and Leona. Now I just need to see that other person one more time. Now I have an accurate sketch, and then we can dare to compare all three sisters. And I can point out why every one of them has a red flag in some way, shape, or form for time.
God damn it! Why must you ruin things?
I'm ruining things. I'm looking out for my best friend.
I mean, I don't know. Leona doesn't really have any red flags. They like reading. They're good at their job.
Yeah, she right now has the least red flags compared to Moonferris's like.
Yeah, but she didn't have a connection. Me.
She also doesn't have a weird attachment to a father figure called Sir that looks like you.
No, you're right. That was I was thinking that they would figure that out, but no.
That just takes Daddy to a really weird place.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't know. I
Probably
know what
shouldn't be
dad
doing
is.
this in front of their house.
What are we doing? Sorry.
Good. You don't need to know.
Go
Any
away.
intervention, I will walk towards Lowtown and just go to the wolf.
Okay. All right, so you guys are group. So Desmond, I assume that there wasn't like a stop outside their door and talking. That was an ongoing.
That was a walking to talking.
Yeah, I was like, I imagine you weren't sitting outside their thin wooden door talking about the red flags they have for Scarn after a conversation about their fucking father figure that abandoned them, who might be a criminal, their dead sister, and their fucking psychotically broken sister.
Because I was truly worried.
That's hilarious.
Fucking just from inside. You want to know what a red flag is? That conversation. Okay. So you guys walk with Desmond toward Lowtown.
Yeah, why not?
As of right now, what we're trying to do. No, I've gotten all the information as of right now.
Checking your notes. Hell
Hey,
yeah,
hey,
boy.
hey.
What a good player.
Hey, we're not judging you.
Yeah, no, there's zero shame. I'm very proud
No,
of
they're
you.
judging you, but
Mug
they're judging you.
rungs.
No, I'm proud of him.
Judging is
I thought there was an N there. It's mug
when
rungs.
you think someone does well, it is the result of having judged them.
I'm reminded I need to take notes.
I'm so bad at taking notes. Yeah.
He's fussing.
Anyway, I'm following Desmond.
Yep, following the leader.
All right, you guys head toward the
Following the cop, boy.
Yep.
All right. You guys head toward Lowtown, and you are. Desmond is specifically heading towards the Wenwolf. You guys would arrive there roughly around 4 p.m., given the general assumption of how long the talk would take and how long it would take to get there and such. So you guys arrive there at the beginning of the evening. You guys arrive there. It is not terribly busy. It still seems to be in like restaurant hours as it is. It doesn't tend to shift over to like hardcore tavern mode until the evening. This is also where Skarn lives. So this is just taking Skarn home. Skarn is now home. You guys head toward the place. Is there anything that you do once you're there? You ask to get seats. You get seated. You're seated. You got seats. You got a table. Table required.
Get an early dinner.
All right. Even though you had a hot dog.
Even though I had a hot dog. Hot dog's pre-dinner food.
Super filling, yeah.
It's first
that covered my walk from Caragashi Sanctuary to Lowtown, but that's up 2 hills and then down one. Terribly far.
Alive.
My small legs, that's basically a day's work.
It's true. Actually,
I walk up to
like the Underloft pit, which is probably what you guys went through to get there, is like 200 feet down, and Lowtown's 85. So there was a 125-foot incline involved in that entire trip.
Pepper and Desmond are slightly sweaty.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't have money
you guys
more
get
than
there,
anywhere.
Food, you get some food. Unless you guys say you want specific things, I'm just saying you got food. Food acquired. Dinner time.
Hell yeah.
Whatever they
I'm an alcoholic.
Dinner plus gin acquired.
Oh, Skarn.
Hey, emotional Skarn, okay? I'm a little bit off of it.
Okay. Yeah. So you whatever you gotta do, man. Whatever you gotta do.
I don't care.
Cool.
Typically.
That's exclusive to the pits, Logan?
A lot of mushrooms.
Oh.
Mushroom-based food, as we've
Chicken
established.
with mushrooms,
The
5 different
gravies
ways.
here are actually phenomenal.
Oh,
Thumbs up.
yeah.
What's that elvish word? Umami. The first time you said it.
Sounds like saying umami.
That's a red flag.
Is that a red flag?
I'm getting
Are
very
you just
confused
saying
about
that
the
because
concept of red
we
flags.
learned the funny new term?
What's the second thing?
What the hell's a red flag?
A red flag is a cause for alarm.
Okay. And that. Okay.
But Desmond is being silly right now, so it's not.
Okay. Okay. So if I'm understanding it correctly, Skarn drinking a lot is a red flag.
Could potentially be a red flag. Yeah, right now it's more like an orange.
Okay. All right. Okay.
I'm emotional.
Right now he's just emotional because a potential daddy, as he says, is now a red flag.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
see his reaction? I was right.
Oh wow.
Skarn double fisting drinks in the bar coming back.
Okay, so when we get super emotional, it's okay to try to dull those emotions with alcohol.
Don't worry about me.
Yeah. Fine, it'll be okay. There are tons of people in the pits.
I'm not even sad about that anymore. I want a dad.
Oh my god.
Don't worry about me.
Yeah. Fine, it'll be okay. There are tons of people in the pits.
I'm not even sad about that anymore. I want a dad.
Oh my god.
You know, that's actually very valid.
Me too.
We had a dad.
Yeah.
Well, when you think about it, it's not that Skarn didn't have a dad. He had his copy Hado dad, but like.
The Captain Dad is a fucking vibe. I love that guy.
But like, think about it. As far as he knew, his dad just up and left.
Why
But
you
then it
know,
turns
bro?
out. You got it, dad. He had his copy Hado dad, but like.
The Captain Dad is a fucking vibe. I love that guy.
But like, think about it. As far as he knew, his dad just up and left. But then it turns out. You
Skarn, you can come sit over here.
You don't have to yell. Like, you come hang out with us so we can talk about this.
I'm on the floor.
Okay, here, I'll join you on the floor. Hey, bud.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up?
Don't
You're really
drink.
lucky that you had a dad in the first place. I didn't have a dad at all.
Yeah.
Well,
Sorry about that, kid.
Yeah.
It's just a very confusing, series of events. You thought
Yeah.
your actual father up and left, as far as everyone knew, and it turns out he was actually kind of here for a while the whole time.
Bro was just
And taking
hanging
care
out.
of 3 children.
Yeah, didn't take care of me.
Listen, you didn't need him to take care of you. You
From
had a
paying
way
child
better
support.
dad.
But again, Skarn, we
Yeah,
have
you
to
turned
also
out so
consider.
cool.
Skarn, we
Sorry,
also have
go,
to
Lily.
we have to consider the possibility that he didn't even know you existed.
Real.
Remember?
Real.
And
Still know nothing about my
dad
mom.
Definitely doesn't know I exist. So
Yeah, we don't.
I'm gonna go find him. Yeah.
We don't know why you were left. Until we know that, we can't. It's kind of, I don't know.
And kind of seeing all the bull honky that comes with everything with Sir that we found out so far, maybe it wasn't a bad thing.
Oh my god, it puts her calling you sir almost in like in a whole other context too. Oh god.
Yeah, oh wow, yeah.
I don't like this.
What?
Oh, I still have shake. Oh my god.
Was this after I left? This is weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Skarn,
There's a lot.
the point is, fuck that guy. Fuck that guy.
Yeah, no, fuck that guy.
Until further context.
Yeah. we're gonna be mad at him until we find out if he had good reasons for leaving or not knowing about you or something.
From the
But
sounds of
he's
it,
not.
he killed one of his adopted daughters and Lori's mom.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, that
Fucking
really
dick.
was that. I that part really does get me though, because like, why is he killing his? What did your mom do? Why are you out?
Like,
I'm very
what the fuck did
confused
my mom
and drunk.
do? Like, my mom was so nice. She was like the nicest lady. All she did was go to work and like take care of me, and like
All right, kid, take a drink. Wait a minute.
No, let me.
No.
No,
Why
you're too
not?
young.
You guys said that we're allowed to drink when we're emotional.
I am.
One check.
Yeah, but you have to be very careful because then you can get lost in the sauce.
You don't want to
I
be
won't
like
get
me,
lost
kid.
in the sauce. That sounds
You don't want to be like me, kid.
You keep
You have a
saying that, but I
developing
would
brain.
love to be like you. Scarn, you're really cool, and I would love to be like you.
No,
Find out what juice they have that I can give Lori.
I know what we can get, Lori. That'll kind of like that the placebo effect should do something. Can I get a sparkling crapple?
What's the placebo effect?
Don't worry about it. Can I get a
It gets you
sparkling
drunk.
crapple? 2 of them.
y'all
One
got
of a shot. Don't tell me which one.
Uh-oh.
Of them.
Y'all
One
got
of a shot.
cherries?
Don't tell me which one.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Husky, red-headed man that you guys know to be
Sparkling
Moshe, just
crapple.
sort of saunters on over, and as the placebo question comes in, he's like, "Oh, that's just what we call it whenever a substance helps you to make you feel better, kid." Here, he just like sets a glass of something yellowish brown, something that could be alcohol and could be apple juice in front of you.
At the top.
Yeah. So this Lori is what they call a sparkling crapple. One of them has a shot. I won't tell you which one because I don't know either.
It's yellowish brown and has the word crap in it. Lilia, should I drink this?
It's supposed to be a cranberry apple.
Okay.
I was already bringing these over before I heard you, so that I could go back and get something else. I'll be right back. And he takes off. He returns with
Where's your sheet, Merlot?
No, you're good, bro.
By the way, he's like leans over to Skarn. Like it's being pretty loud and vocal. Is everything all right?
That's a lot of
Scar's also lying on the floor.
Yeah. I'm like laying down. Yeah, man, shit's kind of going bad.
Fucking anime
at the sight of
slice
Scarn on
of
the floor.
lifestyle text on screen. It just reads like this. This is normal though. Okay.
Yeah, it's fine.
The
Scar's
sight
just on
of
the
Scarn
ground.
lying on the floor in an emotional state is common enough to Merlot that he's like, hey, so what's up with that guy?
There's this lumberjack of a man just like points his thumb back towards the table. He's like, "Everything going all right, buddy? You and your friends doing okay?"
There's a lot of some shit going down. It's too much to explain right now.
He's a tummy ache survivor. He'll be all right.
I'm having tummy ache.
Someone hand me my booze.
Yeah, give the kid
A drink
his
is put
booze.
in front of you.
Oh yes, the booze.
There you go, kid. That's the
Thank you.
hardest we got.
Okay, I'm gonna be just like Scarn. I'm about to get lost in this sauce. Here we go.
Oh my gosh, he's doing it. Oh,
That's,
Lori, don't. Lori, no. Lori.
Logan, how much of a placebo effect it's me?
I think that's a wisdom save.
I think it's
Yeah, right?
I think it's up to you, frankly.
Interesting.
Just Lori holding up a glass of apple cranberry juice
Yeah.
like it's York's skull in a production of Hamlet.
Takes a
I'm gonna
drink
use
from it,
wisdom to
and
know
there's
how
like,
much to figure this out.
oh, hard stuff. Okay.
Oh yeah, so hard, so hard, so.
I'm gonna roll a wisdom. That'll determine. If it is below a 10, I think I'm gonna think I'm drunk. If it is above a 10, I figured out what y'all are doing.
Yep. If it's below a 10, you're gonna be. Oh, you don't get to be a white girl having her first cooler.
Damn it, y'all. I'm not really feeling anything, you guys. It just tastes like apple juice.
Your
But
cheeks are so red. Oh my gosh, you're blushing so
Nice.
much. The
I guess
liquor
that's
must
the
have
one-
just gone to your head.
I guess you got the one without the shot.
what? Give me another one.
Here, you have this one. This one has the shot, clearly.
Okay.
There you go.
That is irresponsible.
That's fine with one shot.
Yeah, you're right.
I'll figure this out.
If you to be clear, the shot one is alcoholic is the intention.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, like,
Lawrence.
actually?
Lawrence.
Oh, no.
Roll me a Constitution check.
Oh, no.
That kid wants to be drunk so bad. Here, have it.
But I will never turn up a chance to ask for a check.
There you go.
That's a 3 for
You
everyone.
raise it.
There's your
to
white girl
mouth to
wasted.
Drink it, and we hard cut to 15 minutes later, where you are just head on the table, like drink half drunk in front of you, completely silent.
Then
Oh,
just
that's
Lilia's
okay.
just petting his head and just like,
Oh, sweet summer child.
For those at home, they rolled a 3.
Why would Scar do this to himself? What is it?
Oh, man. You shouldn't have chugged it. You're supposed to take it slow.
I didn't. You guys were like, here, drink this. I didn't know there was like a speed I had to do it at. I know.
Told you it was irresponsible, kid. You're
It's
not
okay.
ready.
You.
So what did we learn today? What did we learn today, honey?
Not
pie?
to listen to you guys.
Okay, well that's not the lesson we wanted you to learn, but you're almost there.
What's the lesson? What's the lesson here, Lilia?
You're too young to drink.
Oh my god.
It's all
You
about
guys think
body
I'm too
mass
young to
and
do
all
everything.
that
Tried to
stuff.
save you, kid.
Oh.
But here's the thing. Again. Here's the thing. Here's the thing, though, Lori. At the end of the day, you still had the choice. You didn't have to drink it after I gave it to you.
Listen, I'm not gonna turn down a drink from a pretty girl.
Oh god.
That's gonna get you into more trouble
Hey,
in
man,
life
brother.
than out of it.
Oh, I know best, right?
Can we get a bucket?
Yeah. Yeah, but
Why do we need a bucket? What's Oh, you didn't. Oh, nuts.
Bro.
Oh. I'm gonna hear from your mother.
Oh man.
Yeah, mom's gonna be so mad at you guys. Oh.
I'll talk to her.
They bring a bucket.
Oh.
Lordy, lordy, lordy. What are we gonna do?
Just rub,
Grabs
rub,
the
rub
other half.
back.
Here you go,
There
champ.
Just look-
They bring over a plate of little nuggies.
No.
Oh, shit. Yo, kid,
No.
these
Ooh,
nuggies are
nuggets.
the best nuggies.
Nom, nom, nom.
I wanted some.
Oh god.
Well, there's no
Get off the
somewhere on
floor.
the plate.
Give me the
Well,
nugget.
not now.
Get off the bar, Skarn, and we go there and
I'm putting this on Skarn. He has learned a behavior from his rodent-based family of nibbling on most food. Yeah, he nibbles.
He's like a hamster, shoves half of it in his cheek.
Hell yeah. Oh.
The blank stare of just like,
Dead.
He's like a fucking hamster.
I'm gonna take this nice bucket. And I'm just gonna
7 foot tall man eating like a hamster.
welcome to Floor World.
Yeah.
Before he finishes, he just shoves it in his mouth.
Oh, yeah, drink a lot of water, kid.
Okay.
Stay hydrated.
Okay. Scar, why do you do this to yourself? It sucks.
You'll learn when you're older.
Aw.
There's
Will
often a balance to it, Lori.
Just
You're
lay on the
kinda
floor
playing
and
with
just
fire.
rub Tommy. Rub Tommy.
Just rub tummy. Like when your mom rubs your tummy when you got a tummy ache.
Oh, this is nice. I'm getting attention from Lilia. Okay, is this why we do it?
No.
Start in the back, just nodding.
Yeah, exactly. Bar's sitting next to each other, just hands folded.
Lily's like, no. Scarn's like, mm-hmm.
We don't get drunk and throw up just for mommy tummy rubs. Don't do that.
Oh wow. I mean, it's a little bit of like you're not in charge of your responsibilities if you're all done fucked up.
Sometimes, kid, you
I-
don't want to think. Think now.
This helps you not think?
Have you thought?
In moderation.
Look, I mean, I've just been thinking about how shitty I feel.
Yeah, you're not thinking about anything
Well,
else
you-
that's shitty, have you?
I mean, sure, but I think I'd rather just like deal with my emotions and thoughts than feel like
You
shit.
are
That is so
stronger than me.
mature. My god.
What do you mean?
See, this is a good lesson to learn when you're still young.
What?
You'll grow up to be a fine knight, worthy of defeating your father in epic combat.
I'm already so. I'm so worthy. Lilia, you said it was.
Yeah.
So worthy.
Now you just gotta get over this little tummy ache.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
And drink some water.
Okay.
And another couple years.
Why is that always the thing?
You're only 10.
Because you're 10.
Oh. Okay. I'm gonna go sleep on the floor with Scar.
Aw.
All right, buddy, pat.
Oh my god, they done dogpiled it up. Oh,
Skarn didn't even ask the waitress for a lap pillow this time.
Oh shit.
nice. Is that a comment?
Wait a minute.
Oh, just a minute.
On the floor.
That comment is made funny when you consider two things. Thing the first, that one of the waitresses is a diminutive Arcoon named Bramble, who is much smaller than any of you. That the second waitress that works here is occasionally Lilia's mom.
The waitress. Yep.
Bramble, who is things.
Hold on.
The
They done dogpiled it up. Oh,
Skarn didn't even ask the waitress for a lap pillow this time.
Oh shit.
nice. Is that a comment?
Wait a minute.
Oh, just a minute.
On the floor.
That comment is made funny when you consider two things. Thing the first, that one of the waitresses is a diminutive Arcoon named Bramble, who is much smaller than any of you. That the second waitress that works here is occasionally Lilia's mom.
Wow. Yeah. I do.
Oh.
The answer is both.
Damn.
The point is, he asked for mommy.
Mommy.
He asked.
Damn.
The point is, he asked for mommy.
Sit in
Love.
the family. Well.
That's fucked.
Good grief.
Just drink. Hey, you're a nice lady.
You seem like a nice lady. What Wow, what if
You
I...
beautiful lady who lives at my
Does
friend's
Catherine
house.
know about this?
Yeah.
Wow, you're some beautiful lady who lives over the... Well, wait a minute.
Thank you for the mushroom pie the other day.
Aww.
I didn't say thank you when I left and I felt bad about it, but I have you now.
I felt bad,
about
but I
my pasta and it was
Yeah, I got
so
Tony
good.
Robin Burr real
Alright.
bad.
Yes.
Roll me a hearing-based perception check.
There's the...
I haven't really done this.
The words they've been waiting to hear for, what, how many said? 17 sessions?
I love how people took this and was like,
Raw
oh,
excitement.
Skarn is fucking cucking Lilia's dad.
That's a
19.
19. And a 17. But a 19.
You hear a distinct. No, the others don't really hear, kind of blends with the noise, but you're so used to hearing this sound that it kind of cuts through for you. You hear just outside, just a
I will be right.
for God's sake.
Hey Desmond, you want to come with me for a sec?
Huh?
I'm gonna grab Desmond's shoulder and kind of drag him along with me. I'm gonna go see who's calling me.
Ooh, Pepper
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Desmond.
Pepper.
Yeah, they'll be fine.
Strong.
They'll live. They're floor locked. They're not going nowhere. All right, I know you're out here. I heard you.
As you walk outside, you do see, sitting pretty prominently in the middle of the general road, like in front of an alley that leads back and behind the buildings, you see a cat that you recognize to be, one of you recognizes to be Oxalia, and the other recognizes to be Potato. And as you walk out, it opens its mouth, and you hear the quickest like, and then as soon as Desmond walks out, it just goes, and his eyes move between the two of you, and then he looks into the alley and looks back to you.
Yeah, we can all go in that alley, sure.
Oh, you find something, buddy? Yeah, lead the way.
What you
Just saying,
got,
you
Potato?
I thought we told Desmond that Oxalia is.
Oh yes, we did. What you got,
Yeah, sure,
Potato?
Desmond knows. Its face scrunches, and it darts in behind the building.
Okay, I could make a face like that.
Things this
You
cat
know,
can do.
one of my friends back in the army, they were talking about how they have one of their cats. They always like purse their lips when they poop. Weirdest thing.
Huh.
Yeah. Well, you know, I didn't really have a ton of time to think about this, but I got an idea. It's basic. It's petty, but I'll do it.
I'm excited to see. All right, and I will plunk along with after Potato Salia. Patalia.
This is gonna be
What you
wild.
got?
This is gonna be
What you
wild
got?
if it
Oh,
works or
God.
doesn't work.
Uh-oh.
As you guys head in behind the building, you have a moment of you hear like meow seems to echo out, and as you go behind the building, you do not see Oxalia. However,
Please. Oh,
how
please.
to the ever? I need to roll a number of d8s real quick.
A number? Okay.
Slay.
This would be at. Okay, the likelihood is low.
Oh, come on. Big money. Come on, please.
That doesn't quite work. Desmond.
Yeah.
As you guys head back and look for it, and you realize that Oxalia, Potato, the cat, has vanished. Your vision blurs slightly once you're back in behind the building. You swear you see like a couple of flower petals drift in front of your vision, and just very briefly, you feel tired. You like sway on your feet. But since it didn't roll quite high enough, you
That's a
quickly
dirty
shake
trick.
your head out of it, as you hear one final just ethereal. I'm above you.
How was that?
Are we trying? You told me to use that spell in emergencies. That's not fair.
You regard
That's
upward
not
and
what I
see
wanted
that
to do.
on top of the edge of the roof of the back of the Windwolf, Oxalia's sitting
Turn my
there.
thing off.
And you see they have a paw up, and there is a faint glow that is fading from their paws. They quickly put it down on the ground.
I mean a sleep spell. That is. This is one of my friends. Come on. I thought. Are we not past this?
They look. They look to Oxalia. They look to Desmond, and then back to you, and then to Desmond and you.
I'm still
Okay.
holding my drink. Come here, little.
I'm gonna have them roll insight.
Pepper is just swaying on one foot to the other.
Desmond, roll me deception. Since I know you're trying to act like you don't know, roll me deception.
Come here, kitty.
Wow.
You re-rolled a 1 into just beating them by a point.
My God.
They re-rolled for those at home. They rolled a 1 at 1 and it re-rolled into a 16 because halflings. They let
I
out.
fall over because I'm trying to too close to the sun, and that stops him from seeing my face. Being like,
Define fall over.
On my face.
Like you're on the ground.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Oxalia comes to the conclusion that the spell worked. They see it. They jump down, landing on Desmond's back, and just sit on the back of Desmond. Oh, that's about enough of that, I think. Oh my goodness.
Okay, 1 second. So we're still at the tavern.
On my face.
Like you're on the ground?
Yeah.
Oxalia comes to the conclusion that the spell worked.
Oh!
They see it, they jump down, landing on Desmond's back, and just sit on the back of Desmond. Oh, that's about enough of that, I think. Oh, my goodness. This is the one friend of yours that I had instructed you not to tell, on account of them not already knowing, and they're the one you bring out to speak to me.
They were the one that was with me. We were just sharing drinks, so I fit.
You, Desmond, laying under the cat, now hear the cat talk for the first time on your back.
Yeah.
Okay.
What you got for me?
I've come back in to report on account of our benefactor. They were alarmed somewhat by some of the information that we provided to them, and they would like to speak to you and to this group directly.
Is that necessary? Are we sure?
If they're going to continue to aid you in what we're doing, then you're going to need them to know exactly who you and I am and are and were and will be.
Like really?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Unfortunately, due to the nature of our charm, there's no way to do that without... You see them take a deep breath in and they give an eye roll. They're going to have to briefly come back to his tower.
What? Really? Are we sure? But he's got such good work. Can't he send one of his representatives?
The things we need to speak about are unable to be spoken about outside the confines of where we came from. We can't even use the right nouns.
I know, because if we try to...
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Oh, I hate when it does that, but... God, it's so fucking worth it. Okay. I didn't know that I was going to be seeing him so soon. Okay, like, do we have a timeline on this?
Additionally,
and I get, like, something nicer to wear? Or
he has informed me that he also has uncovered some information about the person who goes by the name of Efficace.
Yeah?
And it is dire. Timeline-wise, I've been permitted to construct a circle. I'm going to construct it outside of the back of the tavern at which we are staying. Bring them there when you're ready.
When we're ready. So, like, within the... Like, I don't know.
Preferably, like, this instant, but it will take me some time. Working with these tiny little cat hands renders my ability to do certain things a little bit, inefficient.
I thought you could make Signius much better with, like, your little claw, but... Oh, that's so cute when you
You'd be
did...
wrong.
Well...
Okay, so he brings news. He brings news that the party must speak with their benefactor, and all will be revealed I had it on the tip of my tongue. All real about who they are. About who they are and their mission. There's also some dire info about Efficace.
Alright! I'll go get everyone!
As soon as I leave here, I will release the... Oh, actually, I suppose there's only one. He jumps down in front of Desmond's face.
The water skin I've been holding in my hands is squeezed very tightly, ejecting water into the cat's face. Best I could do on short notice.
What?
Beautiful! Oh my god!
They're awake!
That's for lying to me, you dick.
Retreat! They run away. They just run away. You hear tiny little just into the distance as they run off, now wet, and their poofy fur coat now just like a sheer cloak around them as they are a drenched, long-haired cat fleeing.
Oh, I've never seen someone get the one up on an ox.
All I had to do was keep my face in the dirt for 3 minutes. Seems worth it.
That didn't do too much damage. Just like a little brush dirt off of your face. There. Back to work in order.
Thank you.
Oh boy, alright.
Rubs at his face, getting more dirt on it.
You look great.
Perfect.
Maybe that's it. A little something. Well, okay, alright. Okay. We need to gather oh, okay. You wanted answers, well, we're just about to get them. Okay. Yes. I need you all to be like so cool when we go through here. Okay.
Given the last 6 hours, I find that unlikely, but we'll see. Let's
Well,
look at the catches.
you'll probably find it amusing. He gets a kick out of this type of stuff. I mean, he likes me. He chose me, so. All right. I'm gonna run back into the bar. I need a shot. I need a shot of liquor.
Remember, don't
Here you go. A shot of liquor.
Oh, the cat's here. Oh,
Generic liquor.
So the
Unnamed.
cat left. Oh no, we have to sober lower it up. Oh fuck! Oh god, I can't have a drunk child in front of Sorrel. That's gonna be bad. Okay.
Hi,
okay.
cat.
I'm gonna
I'm
knock
not a
back
cat.
to front.
Oh.
Ox isn't here.
Oh.
All right.
Where'd the cat
Scarn.
go?
Scarn. Wake up. Wake up. Sober up.
Hey, what?
Pull yourself together.
Okay.
Very soft slap to the face.
Why did you pat my cheek?
Freaking out a little bit. Okay, we're going on a road trip, everyone. Hey, have fun.
Road trip? Nuggets.
Yeah. So you know how I've been like, answers. Who knows when we're getting those? We're getting them now. So I'm gonna get. Can we get waters for the whole table? Waters for the whole table, please, Merlot, babe.
Yep,
Waters
yep.
for the table. Thank you. Okay.
Bramble, you're good.
Great.
We'll see when our Arcune just like take over just a series of mugs of water.
Oh, thank you, Bramble. You are an angel sent from Vestius and also to Quinn and all gods all together. You amazing.
All them good ones.
All them good ones. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Vesti and Barback.
All right, I've been okay. You guys are we're okay. All right. Oh boy. All right.
All right,
Okay.
I'm gonna put a hand on either side of Pepper's face. I'm going to need you to breathe for several seconds. Oh, sorry, sure, my hands. Wait,
I thought that was emotional.
Well, while Pepper gets her plan straight, I'm gonna head to Little Flooflin's room.
That's me going beer.
All right.
Yeah, actually, this is a good time. I know you have some stuff that you need to do. Anna. Let's shoot for, before we get into this next leg of things, let's take a break real quick. Today's break will be a little tiny bit longer because Anna has a thing that they need to do. It's a cooking thing. So, quick 10 to 15-ish minute break time.
I need to calm down because I was not prepared. Fucking.
Okay, what's up?
I'm not ready.
You're not ready?
This is called accurate. Pepper.
Oh
Alright.
god.
It's like a 20-minute break.
Today's
We're
the
just
day.
gonna skip it.
Get a propane one.
Get a
Write it
propane
on
one.
every fridge.
Get a propane one. Just for the fact that it's a lot
Yeah,
easier
for
in terms
real.
of making sure everything is in
Yeah.
order.
Yeah, I think so too.
All right, everybody.
I think I was doing a
Let's get
roast
this
that
party
day.
started. Let's jump right back into things. We're gonna
Let's get it started in here.
let's get it started. Let's get it started in here.
Okay. Nulk says make it a throne request.
Damn.
Can you imagine? All right, everybody. Just jumping back in right where we ended. You guys, Pepper went and was trying to collect everybody. And everyone was getting collected. You tell me
Yes.
what happens.
Lori, be real. Do you think you can sober up, hon?
Yeah. Oh, sure. Listen.
I have one
Here,
more
kid,
bottle.
chug this water.
Listen, I'm not drunk. I just don't feel
Chug
good.
the water, kid.
Listen,
Yeah, I think you're
the
fine.
last thing I chugged made me feel terrible. I'm gonna sip the water.
And actually, sipping the water
Intake
is the best.
hydration.
Sipping the water is the best, most mature way to do about things. Also, while you were passed out, I drew this really epic battle between you and your hypothetical father, but because I don't know
Oh
his
my
face, I put a really cool cloak on him.
I mean, I feel like his face would look like mine, but like, like more chiseled and like an adult.
But there's also just an air of mystery of having like this big cloak on it. Just gives
Yes,
it
you know,
aura.
you should probably have like a piece of bread or something. Like going through teleportation.
No, I don't want
circles
to have
can
food right
really-
now.
All right, all right.
Thank you though. That's nice.
Chicken nugget.
Okay.
But yeah, what do you need me to what do you need me to quote sober up for, Pepper? I got you. Whatever you need, I got you.
We're gonna be. So here's what's gonna happen. We're gonna go behind this bar
Nope.
and nope.
Tavern,
right,
the place you're
not this
staying.
bar.
The place you're staying.
We're going. Yes, I've still got this.
You got this.
Okay.
We're gonna go to. We're gonna go to the Curlin Bobcat. Go to the
But just me and you?
Curlin. No, everyone.
Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna. There's gonna be a place that we're gonna go to. There's gonna be a lot of magic.
Okay.
And
Sure.
we're gonna meet the people who taught us what to do.
Okay.
We're gonna.
Yeah, I can do that. I can do that.
They're gonna say the big kahuna.
Okay.
And
Sure.
we're gonna meet the people who taught us what to do.
Okay.
We're gonna.
Yeah, I can do that. I can do that.
They're gonna say the big kahuna or like whatever.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna try to stand up. No, back down I go. Okay.
Oh no.
Slow moving.
Skarn, how you doing? You up? You good?
Scarn, if you get up, I'll get up.
Do you need lappies?
There's no time for lappies.
Wait, pause. Lappies?
Yeah?
What is that?
It's when Skarn's too drunk and he needs it to kind of like get himself, he asks the waitress for it sometimes. Lappies.
Wait, Scarn. Do you get to put your head in the waitress's lap when you feel like it?
I'm gonna give you 2 slappies if you keep sitting around.
Give you 2 slappies.
Okay, I'm being dragged. I'm very heavy. You can't put. Wow, you're strong.
be fair, one of the waitresses is sometimes my mom.
I mean, she's
I'm
pretty
if
though.
he's into that. All right. Oh my god, I'm affixing the scarab to my chest, making sure it's like beautifully displayed. All right, okay.
Nice girl.
Pretty.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I found it.
Nope.
All right, okay.
I am now upright. My
Me too.
body is wow. Alright.
Oh my god, you're upright, but you're not doing right. Oh boy. Okay,
Okay.
it's fine.
Sir, who gave me this bucket? May I keep it?
I prefer you return the bucket.
Can I keep it for now and then I'll bring it back later?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you, I appreciate you.
Cool.
I'll be fine. I have my bucket.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Cool.
I don't think we ever returned that bucket.
Really jittery. Did you drink something? What's up? What's going on?
I just want to make a good impression.
Okay.
Fine.
Every time.
Okay.
Let's go to the Chrome Bobcat.
Desmond. Desmond, what's going on with her?
They have anxiety.
Oh, okay.
What's wrong with it? It has anxiety.
What's wrong with it?
I'm gonna go pay for everyone's food and drink.
How very.
Fucking, what's the Markiplier quote like? Oh, it has anxiety.
Oh, it has anxiety. Oh, it's traumatized.
Traumatized.
I got that ADHD, buy one, get one free. I got the anxiety, I got the depression free. All right.
Tremolo's quad rice.
It's always a fucking package deal, man. You're like, get the fuck out of here.
It's like, why this? It's like your brain is hyperactive enough to overthink something to the point of getting upset. That's crazy. Anyway.
Yep, that happens too much.
You guys have been wanting in like. This is oh my god, I can't wait to see you.
Okay, she's excited. I don't know. I guess we can be excited too. Thank you.
Why is she excited? All right, she's excited.
Apparently, we're gonna get all the answers to a bunch of stuff. She's excited.
It's a good water skin.
Headfirst power walking.
Cover, no, I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't do that. No.
Honestly, at your comments make your own outfit. Lori, you outpaced me at a walk, so I think
Can I outpace you at a stroll?
probably.
Sick.
You got long legs, kiddo.
I spread over some of my legs, babe.
I figure for what we got, 2 gold will cover it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thanks, Desmond.
I can reimburse you. You don't have to. Thank you.
Got the next one, Desmond?
God.
You missed out, Lori. He did the best prank on Ox I have ever seen.
What? I was asleep and feeling like shit. What did you do?
Oh, you found that weird ass cat?
Yeah.
Did you finally get to hear him talk?
Wait, that weird ass cat talks? Oh yeah.
Oh my
You
God.
know this.
You know that.
I was there.
Yeah.
Son of a bitch. Ooh. One day I'm
Dare I
so
say,
tall and kick your ass.
Wait, Desmond, what did you do? What did you do to the cat?
He surprised him.
Yeah, made do.
It's a hard thing to do with Ox. I mean, I rarely get the jump on the guy.
How did you get the jump on him? What did you do? I was passed out on the floor.
Don't jump on cats. They're
Yeah.
small.
He jumped on me.
Not literal jump.
Oh. Did you
you're
pet him?
small, too.
I blasted him in the face.
No.
Did you kill the cat, Desmond?
No, he's fine. Why wouldn't he be fine?
What did you blast him with?
Water.
Oh, okay. Oh, cats
Do you
ate
think
that.
Do you think he was gonna shoot him in the face, Lori?
He said I blasted the cat.
Get pranked.
God.
Now you're dead.
I would not have been laughing as hard as I was if that were the case.
Okay. All right. Okay. Cool. So the weird
He's a
cat's
good one.
the weird cat's good. Okay. Cool.
He's not weird.
Did
He's
you hear him talk?
fine.
Desmond, did you get to hear him talk?
What? Yeah, he was prattling on about what we're gonna go do now. And then he looked at me in the face, and I was like, "Aha, get deceived, idiot." That's
Man.
what they get for deceiving me. It's tit for tat.
Tit for tat, fuck your cat.
Oh man, I missed it.
Yeah, and that amount of wrath is the penance for deceiving you, right?
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna try and find catnip or something and some other stuff. Kind of like rig
Notice
together
the
a weird little
bunnies
trap, but that would have took me a while.
missing off my
And that opportunity passed me by, unfortunately. But there's always another talking cat that's deceiving me that I can do that too. I'm sure.
Yeah.
There you go.
Guys, I don't
You
think I
do
like
that,
drinking.
guy.
I feel gross, and I missed Desmond's prank.
Yeah, you're too
Well,
small
like-
to drink. I say looking up at you.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah, you're too tiny to drink.
You're
I
right,
assume
it's
this is
not a
happening
drink.
as we're walking. We're
Mm.
walking in, we're talking.
Mm-hmm.
Pep's got like a little extra pep in her pep step.
Nah.
In her lemon pepper steppers.
You guys come within range of the curling bobcat. You're like out front of it.
Jasper.
Jasper.
My goodness, it's still here.
Oh my god, I can't believe it's
I never expected that. Anyways, I walk around back.
Yeah.
As you walk around to the back,
God.
you see that tucked around the back in a small little section of trees, there is a faint glow coming from the ground. By this point, it's about 6 p.m. It's a little bit like frosty outside. It's a little bit snowy. The ground is a little tiny bit white. But where you go, you see that there's a warmth caused by some kind of magical effect that is causing the frost to vanish in a small area where you see a tiny cat, little white cat, pulling its claws along the ground, digging in a circle with all sorts of rings of intricate arcane symbols bound into them. And as you're doing so, it seems to roughly finish up whenever you get there, and it looks over, sees Desmond, and his eyes just squint and just...
Yeah, yourself.
Oh, come on. It was a harmless prey.
Vengeance, thy
face off the
name is
cat.
Desmond.
Oh, being a my patient and I have to deal with the consequences of being so thoroughly sopped.
Yeah, you deserved it.
Don't you have prestidigitation?
We're just giving you a nice bath.
I do not need a bath.
I don't know.
I'm perfectly clean.
Huh.
Ain't that the type of magic that you can dry yourself with, too?
The point is not whether or not I could have recovered from being soaking wet. The point is, I should not have to bear the insolence, the indignation of being so unexpectedly liquidated.
You tried to cast the sleep spell on him.
To my understanding, he did not know what I was. That was a matter of secrecy.
Hey, and
You expected the investigator cop not to investigate?
I expected him to fall asleep.
Don't expect halflings.
Oh dear God, are they drunk?
Yeah.
To do anything you. Oh my God.
When you
falls over.
When you met us, we might have been at a bar partaking in libations, but
I love how it's only like Skarn and Lori that were drunk. Lilia was just kind of like just slightly buzzed, but still able to be coherent.
Restoration or like a restorateur reflect. You have more magic than I do, right?
I do.
That's all
But
you have.
my magic is more of the arcane variety. I don't have The answer's no. I will not make up for your fellow's shortcomings.
Okay, question. Would lesser work? Lesser restoration work?
But for you, with removing the TTS, I suppose.
I mean, it cures all types of diseases and stuff. I assume that
And poison. Does alcohol count as a poison?
Yes.
Kinda.
Okay. Well, since I'm not drunk, Scar, come here. Yes, that's your restoration on Scar. Sober monk.
Scar, you cease being drunk.
What the okay, what? Oh, well.
I got
all
you.
right.
I got you. You're welcome.
Why did you do that to me? You're the drunk one.
I'm not drunk. What do you mean? I'm fine.
Oh my God.
Lori.
Yeah. What?
Pepper bats her eyelashes.
Yeah.
You cast lesser restoration on yourself, kid. Please.
Okay.
Is the child drunk?
I don't have a lot of.
I tried to stop him.
I do not partake in any of that situation. It just means a lot to me, Lori.
I don't have a lot of magic at that level, but yeah, okay.
Where we're going, everyone else is gonna have more than enough magic to help us out.
I cast it over.
We are not going to a place where it is to be expected that everybody around us is going to expend their valuable talents to aid your group of country pumpkin friends.
I've got like 4 more questions.
Harsh. Okay.
If you had a problem with country bumpkins, I don't know how you ended up working with me.
I was assigned.
That's not a nice thing to say about yourself, Pepper. Damn.
Just back to my country bumpkin.
You're not a bumpkin.
Well, I think we're not
All right.
quite being.
Listen up. Listen up, everybody. What you see before you that I have intricately crafted with my temporary little kitty claws is a teleportation circle. This will allow us to travel to the location at which myself and Pepper are employed, to the organization that had sent us here to begin with, because there are certain things that you all need to be made aware of if you are to help Pepper. Normally, those like you would not be allowed in. This is an astounding honor, and you will treat it as such. Understood?
No. I don't know what this is.
You don't come.
You're being very vague about.
Yeah,
I mean, I'll treat it as an honor, like for Pepper, but like you're being so vague.
We have to be vague.
No, this is something that most people do not even know exists on the map. What you are.
Okay. Us being vague is the very reason why you are going. Both Pepper and I are compelled to be unable to speak of the place we are going unless we are at the place we are going, and there are things that you need to be told and names you need to know that require that not be a limitation.
Oh, thanks for the information. I needed that.
Yeah, is it gonna happen to us when we get there?
No, normally those who come here would be forced to take it on, but it takes a while for the curse to set in, so you will not have it put on you, which is something that I disagree with fundamentally, but time is of the essence in what Pepper is doing.
It is paramount that you try to pursue this with the most discretion you can. There are many lives and very many.
I've also been wearing my brace because I've not been needing my other arm, and the brace is to help straighten it out, but it can be painful at times too.
Thank you, sir.
But also why I'm a little bit quiet.
I'm writing my notes. A curse takes a while.
Stop writing notes about the things I'm saying.
Writing.
Yeah, I found notes are no.
No, I am very serious. Anything you write about this will be confiscated.
Uh-oh.
Damn it.
That's my Pepper page.
No. So that's his whole thing. That's his whole thing. He needs to write everything down. You can't stop him.
See, yes, we can. That's the thing. Yes, we can.
Why can't you write it down?
Because it's a secret. This secret has been protected for...
I mean,
I can't say.
Because the place we are going constitutes visiting a place that will make you the greatest possible enemies of the Academy.
Oh. Okay, but like no one else is gonna get to see his notes. Like nobody else gets to see his notes.
If the Academy were to find that you have notes regarding the place you are about to go, you would be tortured for information.
No, you should maybe stop writing them notes.
Yeah, understood.
What?
All right. Step into the circle and I will activate it.
Yeah. I'm honestly looking forward to you seeing this type of place, Lori. This is magic untamed. Magic in its purest form. The way it's meant to be.
Oh, okay. Lily, are you okay with this? You've been real quiet.
This is a little dubious, but if it's gonna get us closer to whatever the hell's going on.
Okay. Okay, if everybody's on board, yeah, let's go.
Thank you all. I know it's not easy. But everything that I've done, it's all for a reason. And everything I've not told you about, it's for a reason, so.
Okay. When we get there, are you still not going to be able to, like, say names or places and stuff like that? Is it still going to be in effect?
No, once I'm there, I'm actually able to remember and, like, talk about a lot of the stuff.
Oh, cool. So you can tell us a lot of stuff once we get there.
Well, I'm sure I won't be the one. Man, this circle's taking a long time to kick in, huh? Ox!
Nobody said that they were all stepping into it.
I'm in here.
She's just trying to avoid the conversation. I'm not in the circle.
The one who will be doing your education is Sorrel.
You say sorrow?
Sorrel.
No, Sorrel.
Sorrel. Okay.
Sorrel.
Sorrel.
Get in the circle.
Okay.
Does anybody not get in the circle?
I don't think so. I think everyone gets.
Yeah, I'm
Okay, thank you, everybody.
Yeah, we turned the key. We turned the key.
We turned the key.
You all get into the circle. The cat jumps into the central ring of the circle, and then the marks on the ground begin to glow, each ring glowing a slightly different hue. They all lift up off the ground, one above each other, and they begin to spin in different contrasting directions. Some of them begin to tilt in the air, forming effectively a sphere of rings that surrounds all of you. As the world around you, the little forested area back behind the bobcat, begins to fade away and fade out of view, darkness pulling in like a mist around it, until there's nothing but you, a circle under your feet representing the ground you stand on, and several arcane rings floating around the side of all of you. As this happens, Oxalia seems to lift off the ground, just slightly, and you say, "Oh, I see, all right, okay," and then darkness just overtakes where they were, and Oxalia disappears.
Oh, where'd you go?
Oxalia! Maybe Sorrel decided that Ox shouldn't be with us, or maybe this circle requires only a certain amount of people. Oh.
Maybe he couldn't do it because he's a cat?
He's more than a cat. He's a...
Okay, but maybe he couldn't do it because he was in kitty form.
Maybe. I haven't... Stop. I've seen him do incredible things before in that form, so I'm inclined to doubt that, but...
You hear a wisping, windy sound moving about you in the darkness that surrounds you currently. And then a voice penetrates through it and begins to seem to bounce, reverberating around the darkness around you. A relatively unassuming voice, you just hear. Oxalia has only been checking in with me lately, and they have other duties here at the college. I believe someone else has summoned them to report in.
Oh, that makes a lot more sense.
I'll be sure to retrieve them so they can send you back as well.
I could figure it out if I needed to, maybe. Not, no. I don't know how to do that, but...
It's good to see you again, Pepper.
Sorrel, it's... Hearing your voice is... Gods, if I needed it.
I see that you still look like that. I'm guessing you've managed to keep things under wraps with these people.
I've done my best to, but now that we're in,
Are you a cat?
Are you a cat?
I bet you'd like me to be. And as Pepper kind of... Pepper's gonna, like, playfully lean back, and you see these ears all of a sudden. And this tail, this peppery gray tail, as Pepper reveals her Cassandra form.
I don't actually think I have the art in here, but you do in fact see a fluffy tail appear on the... I'm gonna get it, You see a fluffy, dusty tail appear on the back of Pepper, and you also see a set of short, stubby little ears appear.
Yeah, they're very wide.
Their nails grow ever so slightly. And you see markings begin to trace themselves onto their skin, which, if I remember correctly, they are green?
They are green.
They are green.
They're just like Lexi! Oh my god!
1 second. As you see...
Change accents, Brayden.
They're not from Columbus, you fool.
I know, it's just funny.
As you see their humanoid ears disappear, as you see... Boom, as soon as it loads.
I was gonna say it's loading. Oh, the anticipation. The anticipation.
Preparation!
Oh my god!
Hammer.
Oh my god.
There
we go.
So cute.
Y'all have some weird hang-ups about people that aren't the shape that y'all normally see, so I figured that It'd be
Look
easier.
at your ear piercings on your Cassandra ears, girl.
Yeah.
Girl!
Pepper's tail's going a mile a minute as she's grinning ear from ear, clearly pleased that she was able to keep it under wraps.
Oh.
Crazy to think that if I just grabbed you higher on the head, I probably would have grabbed your ears.
There was a couple of times where people grabbed them, and I asked you guys to make certain
Oh,
checks.
are we
to see if
getting
you felt
another
good when you did it.
raid? Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody from the Summoners Network. Hello, hello. We are currently on session 17 taking notes for Gillian's Grave. So we are just getting to learning that Pepper is a Cassandria and going to see Sorrel for the first time. We've mostly been chill vibing. What are you guys doing? Were you guys having game today, or were you guys doing like a prep stream or something? What was going on? Blah, blah, blah. Let's see. So we have, we had games somehow today. Oh, wow. Heck yeah. Yeah, I know you guys have been having a lot of delays, and considering stuff that's going to be happening in a couple months, not a couple months, in a couple weeks, that's, you got to get those games in. Got to absolutely get those games in. Let me see. Let's see. It is after reversal that the party hears a new voice and learns Pepper is a Cassandria. Pepper is a Cassandria.
I know. I was a little worried when me and Lilia were alone all naked. I was worried they would see my kid scratch, but
Yep. Whenever you guys were in the spring, I had you guys make a roll to see if you noticed that there was a little like blank spot in the water behind them. No one noticed.
You want to know? You want to know a little funny thing?
I know. Yeah.
I accidentally spoiled it because I looked at the fucking party sheet.
It's true. The party sheet says their race.
Yep.
I went to Logan and I was like, Logan, why does Pepper's sheet say Cassandria?
just play like you don't know.
Yep.
And then one day I also noticed
one
day I also noticed Pepper did a move, but I was like, wait a minute, that's not on their
Yeah.
base. And then I looked and it was under Cassandria, and I was like, oh.
Yep.
Listen, the signs have been there. The signs have been there that she's a fucking Cassandria.
She also has a Fox button.
Oh my god, look at
There's
the
a Fox button on her ascot.
Yeah, she's got a Fox button on her ascot. Yep. Goddamn.
Oh, this feels so much better.
Mine's way less interesting. I found out when we were rolling characters.
Yeah.
Or when I was rolling things for Desmond, and then Brayden let it slip, and I just was sworn to secret.
Oh my god, am I the only one who didn't fucking know?
You weren't that the only one.
I know.
Yeah, you went to the bathroom and I took advantage of that moment. I love you, Care Bear.
What the fuck? I feel so betrayed. Oh, Brayden, you gotta stop betraying me. I'm just gonna get you. I'll fucking get your ass.
I thought this was a treat. God forbid.
This is a treat. This is wonderful. She's so cute.
Hold on a sec. Give me a moment.
Oh my god, Pepper. You're a little fox person.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh, better yet. And she pops down into the tiniest little fox you've ever seen.
Oh!
A little tiny fennec fox. Pepper gray. Dark little footsie paws.
Oh.
I'm gonna run around Lori and go.
Good. Yes. Oh
And
my god.
Tabasco opens his mouth. So yeah, now you know.
Can I pet you? Like on the tail, I just want to know how.
You can try. And she's just like so ready to play, because she's been so kept from being able to be literally. She has been sleeping as a halfling. Doesn't like it, like when she's out free. But just like it's one of those moments where you try to go pet a cat, and clearly the cat's in like battle mode.
Yup.
So you go to pet, and she's like.
Does this count as animal handling? Is that racist?
Yep.
Okay.
Just scrambles over everyone's feet. And jumps up and nips at Skarn.
Oh my god.
Nips back down, pops up, like jumps on Desmond's leg to do like a little backflip.
Oh my god,
Get knocked over.
Oh my god.
I pounce on top. I do like a little. I do what basically Ox was doing before. I like the tail just gets Desmond's face.
Ow.
Oh my god, Desmond, are you okay?
She's off again.
Yeah, probably.
She's going off. Okay, I'm gonna try to play a soothing song for her. On
Bouncing off the walls.
I run back, turn back into my Cassandra form.
Just calm emotions.
It's been hard being pent up.
That was all very entertaining.
You always seem to see the best in me, and for that I'm grateful, sir.
Visitors from Chastum Funker Sumberson. I presume, if the curse has not been broken on my assistant here, I assume that you all have no idea exactly where you are headed currently.
No idea.
I've been good, Sorrel. I've been good. I've been so good. I've been holding.
You would have had to be.
Yes,
you got no idea what's going on.
In the days long before the Academy decided to make magic something that should be feared by the Retian people, there was another organization. One that very consistently looked into the deepest pits of magic, one that brought together the greatest minds of each generation, brought them under one roof, and pushed them to the limits of their arcane talents. One that had to go into hiding and become secret when the Academy began to turn the public perception of magic in on itself. Every great mind that believes in the arcane stands now in this great city that you are about to enter. And because of our great affiliation with magic, our pursuit of the truth, and our dedication to the arcane arts, it is necessary that whenever any of us become affiliated with this place, we take a curse onto ourselves. One that stops us from talking about it whenever we're gone. One that does not allow us to speak of our dealings and our business. But now, so that you might be able to find out exactly what your friend has been doing, and so we may elucidate the mission that we sent Pepper to your home to accomplish, I would like to welcome you to the home of dragons, demons, elementals, the weird, the wise, the spectral. I welcome you.
Madness.
As the darkness begins to peel away, you find yourself in what appears to be the upper floor of a massive, wide tower. There is a stone ceiling above you that stretches out about 100 feet in each direction. And below you, there is what looks to be a platform in the middle of a ring of stairs. Out beyond, at the edges of this place, there are pillars seemingly holding up this massive ceiling, each of them about 40 feet tall. As you appear, you see a much different landscape. You see in the distance there are mountains and forests that are not native to where you're from, as you seem to have moved a very long distance, and a thin mist that seems to hang over everything. Small motes of light, little flickers, glimmers of light float in the air around you, as you see as this scenery overtakes where you are, and as these faint mists around you part to reveal an individual, legs crossed, sitting back, see another fluffy tail streaming out behind them, much like Pepper's, with them sitting on it in the air as though it was a chair. This individual, this light-bodied individual wearing the garb of an arcanist. They're wearing what looks to be like a fusion of a suit and something of a cloak or dress, most of it bluish. They have similar Kitsadrian ears, although they are much longer and much more pointed, and all of their hair and their tail have a greenish teal hue to it that seems to shimmer and wisp. You also notice their tail, little bits of the end of it seem to flake off as though their tail is a cloud that is constantly dispersing. Green nails, piercing pinkish violet eyes. You see this individual sitting rather in the air in front of you. It's going to take a second, as they do. I welcome you to the College of Gunguth. Come on.
Yeah, there we go.
Load in, you.
Eddie.
There it is.
Oh, they get their nails did like I get my nails did.
They do. On one hand, they have all green nails except their ring finger that is white, and on the other one, they have all white nails except their ring finger, which is green.
Oh, hell yeah. Are the pronouns they? Like they them?
No, their pronouns are he, him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Although you are asking a question in a relevant direction that I just was not going to bring up, but it's okay. But they are he, him. Heck,
Okay, cool.
as you see them. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Although you are asking a question in a relevant direction that I just was not going to bring up, but it's okay. But they are he, him. Heck, as you see them put their hands out. I am Sorrel. I am a master and associate here at the College of Gunguth. I am a pursuer of the arcane, a lover of the ethereal and spectral. As they put their hands out, you see 100 copies of Sorrel appear, floating around the space around you, and I'm very pleased to make your acquaintance.
You gotta teach me how you do that.
I have attempted to teach you lots of things.
Give me the magic to do that. Hey! You have more than enough ability to give me the magic to do so, but you don't!
Magic of this level must be earned. One such as you who already tried to walk.
Gotta teach me how you do that.
Ethereal and spectral. Here at the College of Gunguth, I am a pursuer of the arcane, a lover of the ethereal and spectral. As they put their hands out, you see 100 copies of Sorrel appear, floating around the space around you, and I'm very pleased to make your acquaintance.
You gotta teach me how you do that.
I have attempted to teach you lots of things.
Give me the magic to do that. Hey! You have more than enough ability to give me the magic to do so, but you don't!
Magic of this level must be earned. One such as you who already tried to walk the path of such an arcanist should know that, Warlock. Though they're chastising them, there is a playful smirk on their face.
Be that as it may, I have worked very hard, and my magic, though it has been new, has been used for many a powerful encounter. So, even though they may have years ahead of me, I can use my magic just as well as any mage can.
Just as any mage can?
One of Lex.
This might not be the right place for you to say something like that, Pepper.
Ears down, tail like lashing very low, almost tucked between her legs.
No,
not you. I meant my previous classmates. I bet I could beat their asses now for all the things they said about me. I bet I could put them in their
Your
place.
previous classmates went on to pass their courses, Pepper.
What?
And as far as that is how you should understand things here.
Yes, I know.
They put one of their hands up. Pepper would have been unable to tell you about their history, I imagine. Is that something you'd like to keep private, Pepper?
They've seen how talented I am, so I guess it doesn't matter. They've seen that I can cast spells just as well as any other mage.
They float over to you guys. Those spinning arcane rings around you begin to settle into the ground.
It don't matter where you come from or
The
how
College
you
of
get.
Gunguth takes on people as students, although probably not in the way that you're familiar with. More like interested minds who want to seek the arcane. They come here to learn from the various masters and associates who run this place. And they are allowed to attend classes if they have a recommendation or show extreme talent. Pepper was brought here as something of an exception. They attempted to learn. They were put through various of our foundational fundamental classes, and then failed each and every one of them.
So I didn't have any gas in the tank. I didn't... Not my fault that all these other folks are just born with magic chopped up all in them.
Not everybody is born with magic. That's also quite a wild thing for a Kitsadria to say.
No. A lot of them are blessed with gifts of... Like the Petal Knight, sir.
Indeed. They look up towards Lilia.
Scribble, scribble. She's just been scribbling the whole time, just staring at him.
Ooh, we're not supposed to do notes, Lilia!
May I ask what you're writing?
Oh, I'm not writing, I'm drawing.
May I ask what you're drawing?
You.
And what's your intention with that?
Rips it out.
I didn't say you couldn't. You just
Okay,
can't
cool.
show
Put
me.
it back in the book.
I don't plan to.
You just
Okay,
can't
cool.
show
Put
me.
it back in the book.
I don't plan to.
Trust me,
What I-
she never shows.
What I meant, Swirl, was I just mean in the sense of like those people have had their magic and like are gifted to find it, and I thought if I came, it just didn't happen for me, and now
It's
I have
true.
magic and I'm able to. I can...
Not everybody has magic running through their bloods like sorcerers do. Not everybody can connect to the world around them and inherit divine magics through the planet, like a Petal Knight might. And not everybody has a mind to read magic and understand formulas as a wizard or other arcanist could. Which is why the college also takes on some assistants who make pacts and take their magic from teachers such as me, masters, experienced individuals. The magic that you've no doubt seen Pepper do comes from me, on a provisionary basis.
So you're like,
Kind of like a patron?
I am.
Oh, okay.
you're particularly good at that stuff then.
One of
When
the
it-
best.
I'm a
The
master
best.
of illusions, and I imagine you will not find another living being who has such mastery as I.
So I can make rooms and stuff, even.
So
It's
I
incredible.
don't know if like illusion guys are like good at this or nothing. But we gave this guy 2 gold to tell us about a rock, and he gave us basically nothing. Do you know what this kid's rock is?
God darn it.
Oh.
Hold on, I gotta write down that he tells us about how fucking Pepper's essentially a fucking dropout. Where most of her magic. I write too fast.
It's that is what Exalia had described. I actually would like to take a look at that while you're here. Unfortunately, my powers in regards to the arcane, I have a wide degree of them. Illusion is my mastery. But I do have other talents. I probably could help to identify it. That's the rock that you found, the gemstone that you found within the Latch Temple, correct?
Yeah.
Yes, Swirl.
I will be wanting to see that. And they like put their hand out to you.
I looked at Desmond.
Yeah, I mean, why not, right?
Okay. Here.
As you put it in their hand, there is a sudden twisting of space around all of you, as the area that you're in seems to peel away and warp, and you find there's a very small amount of spatial momentum, as when it returns back to being solid, you all sort of lurch forward slightly, just as Lawrence is putting the rock in their hand. They sort of lean into it by accident, as you all find yourself on a massive bridge connecting 2 towers, as opposed to being within a structure. You're currently about 600 feet in the air, on top of this bridge, and you see a sprawling city surrounded by a veil of mist below you, with one incredibly massive fortress-like building made of spires and one huge cathedral-like structure at its center spanning around you as they touch the rock and they take it as if they weren't aware that the scenery around them had changed.
Bye, Sparta. Bye, Sparta.
This is the college, not to be mistaken with a single building. This is an entire civilization of sorts, a full city. I also wanted to bring your attention to the fact that I wouldn't try to do anything untoward here. Moments ago, you were in Chaston Funker Sumbersun, but I assure you, you are nowhere near your home now. Do anything untoward here, take any notes, steal anything, try to harm anyone that you shouldn't, and even if you escaped, I wanted you to be aware that you would likely never find your way home. Have I made myself clear?
You haven't given me a reason to, so I have no reason to. Good. Thumbs up.
Yeah.
Pepper,
Sorrel?
I'm afraid that while you're here, I had hoped that I might be able to arrange for you to go to see your family as well, but they haven't quite been moved over here yet, and given the resources needed, I'm afraid we won't be able to. But I wanted you to know that with how everything is going, I have convinced the upper management of the college to begin the paperwork to get them here.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, and they're all doing good?
They're all doing
what
fine.
You know? Okay. Oh, that's my kind of the college. Who do I gotta thank?
I suppose you would have to thank Oxalia.
Really?
After you came back from your last dive and had so much information to give us about the situation in Gilligan's Pit, Oxalia recommended that we take some steps to further encourage you to keep up the good work.
That's a mighty way to do so. Are they gonna be like? I understand we're doing the paperwork, but like, are we gonna? They're not. How long are they gonna be in the Stracklands for?
I can't imagine more than a few weeks.
We're almost there. Okay. Thank you, Sorrel.
You're very welcome. There's another twisting of space around all of you, and you find yourself in what appears to be a private study. As all of you like lurch forward and fall back, you fall onto the comfiest couches and chairs that you've ever experienced in your life. A warm Hogwarts inner office-esque room that is very tall, very warm. There's a fire burning in a massive fireplace on the side. There are small conveniences floating through the air. Like at one point, as you land, Sorrel uncurls their tail and sits in a normal chair as a small plate and a cup of tea floats over to beside them, and they just take it without looking at it out of the air. As this happens, other drinks and other plates and such begin floating towards all of you as they, without looking up at you, they've just been inspecting the 2 halves of the stone that were given to them by Lori. They're like, would you all like anything while you're here?
Do you still got that like big thing of cherries for me?
Sure.
Yes! A giant bowl of cherries begins to float.
Oh, I see.
Wait, it's a double reference. I don't know what you want from me. And I know how to tie the stems of my tongue real good, so it's, you know, it's a funny, it's like a simple trick.
Can you show us?
Oh, just eating cherries.
Is that the trick? You're just eating cherries?
No, I gotta eat cherries first. Don't do it without eating cherries. It's like, do the best part afterwards.
Okay. Did she do it?
Yeah, Kofi fucking did it.
Did you fucking dump me?
I think I just need to check. I don't know. Like,
it's not magic.
My power.
Yeah, what's this kid Sandria's tongue decks? Like fucking.
Mind your damn business. You're not going to find out. Sit down.
Okay, fine.
How would you be able to tie something? I need to be like given a ribbon or something to see if I can tie it with my tongue.
I like
what?
It's a lot of practice.
Oh, it's okay. Could I do
older. I mean, I started learning how to do it when I was like your age.
Okay, show me how to do it.
It's fun. Well, you take the stem, and then you put him out, and you go.
Okay, wait. I need some of your shares. Can I have some of your shares?
Oh yeah. Well, there's a spike down here. You're good.
Okay.
Desmond, do you want a cherry?
I would love it.
I give him a cherry.
Thank you.
Desmond, can you tie it in a knot with your tongue?
I just hold it in my hand and turn back to. It's like so, anyways.
Well, take all the time you want. You can enjoy the amenities as much as you wish to. I'm unfortunately not going to be able to allow any of you to head down into the actual town, so you're limited to my quarters within my tower. But I don't have guests very often in here, so I'm happy to have company. Besides, I have quite a bit to tell all of you, so feel free to relax and brace yourself, I suppose.
Okay, I'm gonna keep practicing this while you tell us all the things that we need to know. Fine, prostate, fuck!
Allow me to start with the relevance of Pepper, and exactly why it is that somebody from here has found themselves within your town. Young Pepper originates from the Strikelands. They and their family have lived nomadically there for a long time, wandering around. They wanted to get out of the Strikelands, but unfortunately doing that is not terribly easy given the state of the place, especially with the growing unrest with a certain foreign empress laying claim to it. Indeed. Frigid bitch is a apt description of her. As I will...
Girlfriend?
No.
Oh, good.
Try like up and coming new management.
There's
of you?
No,
the
like of our
Strikelands is
land.
currently being invaded by a particularly hostile woman.
Or whatever her name
I
is.
wonder who it could be.
That said, Pepper and their family wish to leave, so they reached out to someone who might be able to help, which is where I come in. I am Pepper's uncle.
Best uncle in the world.
Oh, okay.
He's
Whenever
super strict. Like, oh, sorry.
No, you go ahead.
Well, I didn't know you from like childhood and stuff. I just heard about like, oh, Uncle Silver, but bless his heart, he's gone on to bigger and better things. He's gone on to a big old town. We never.
It's true. I've been alive for a very long time, and I had not met Pepper actually until any of this happened.
Nope. And you took a chance on me, sir, and it proved to be fine.
A failure.
Yep. Ow.
So, to move their family here, the college would have been willing to do so, but those who live here must have some connection to the masters and associates that run within the college, to the weblorn that help to ease it, or must work here in some capacity as an assistant. So, I don't know why they picked Pepper, but they decided to send Pepper here to enroll as a student. If they could learn the arcane ways and prove to be a use to the college, then their family would be moved here and allowed to live in the residential area. Pepper then proceeded to not prove to be an asset to the college. They were not able to retain any of the information they were taught in any of their classes. None of the other mages and arcanists who teach here out of the kindness of their hearts were able to drill any information into their head. They have no talent as a sorcerer. They have no innate magics within their blood. They are not able to memorize magical theorems. And they are not able to produce the effects of natural or primal magic. So we hit something of a wall. To be a use to the college.
Hold on.
So, I don't know why they picked Pepper, but they decided to send Pepper here to enroll as a student. If they could learn the arcane ways and prove to be a use to the college, then their family would be moved here and allowed to live in the residential area. Pepper then proceeded to not prove to be an asset to the college. They were not able to retain any of the information they were taught in any of their classes. None of the other mages and arcanists who teach here out of the kindness of their hearts were able to drill any information into their head. They have no talent as a sorcerer. They have no innate magics within their blood. They are not able to memorize magical theorems. And they are not able to produce the effects of natural or primal magic.
Damn.
So we hit something of a wall. We decided the best way to go would be to do something we do quite often here, which is to allow them to act as an agent of the college by forming a pact. We allow certain people to take on magics here by becoming warlocks, in a sort of student loan sort of sense. I offered my own abilities. I am connected to them. I am signed on with them. And to prove that they would be an asset, we chose a particularly difficult mission, something that would require leaving the college to test them, which is where arriving at your town came in. There have been strange magical happenings underneath Gilligan's Pit. That place has long been a hive for strange underground activities. There are ley lines that get bound up there. And recently, we had discovered that there were some strange, odd flows of energy. It would be difficult to explain, but the natural magics of the world are getting twisted up there. Something we call idomantic radiation here started to behave erratically. So we wanted somebody to go and investigate. So we sent Pepper, with one of my associates, Oxalia, to watch after them and act as an in-between. And at this point, I'm very glad that we did, because all of you seem to have stumbled onto something more interesting than we thought it would be. So in that sense, Pepper, you have proven to be very useful as an associate and as a hired hand. You should be proud of that.
Well, it's like whatever. I mean, I wanna be able to do as much as I can for the college, and the whole time her tail's just wagging at the praise from Sorrel. Thank you, sir. Yes.
Now we get to the more complicated and more unfortunate news. Which is, it appears that the College of Gunguth has had more involvement there than we had thought. The name Ethicus was sent back, and if I'm going to be honest, that's the entire reason why I felt it necessary for all of you to know Pepper's full mission and what we were doing. Because it has, though their information on them was sealed and I never met them personally, having looked into it, Ethicus is the name of a person who once—
One second. Originally, Pepper was cursed. To keep the college's involvement in the mission under wraps. But once she reported about Ethicus, Sorrel realized the college is more involved than originally thought.
Studied here. An actually very talented dark elf. One who was looking into some things that were decided after the fact to be taboo.
What?
I'm looking at Scar and like,
What?
Sir!
Ethicus excelled in the field of necromancy. Which, I understand to those of you who come from a non-magical background, that may sound alarming, but plenty of things are necromantic without being actively destructive. We have many professors, many associates, and many masters who are all experts in necromancy, and they are the kindest individuals that you'll ever meet. As long as they aren't terribly hungry, I mean. So that...
I'm looking at Scar and like...
An actually very talented dark elf. One who was looking into some things that were decided after the fact to be taboo.
What?
I'm looking at Scar and like,
What?
Sir!
What?
One who was studied here.
Yeah, was a prolific student.
One who was looking into some things that were decided after the fact to be taboo.
What?
I'm looking at Scar and like,
What?
Sir!
Ethicus excelled in the field of necromancy. Which, I understand to those of you who come from a non-magical background, that may sound alarming, but plenty of things are necromantic without being actively destructive. We have many professors, many associates, and many masters who are all experts in necromancy, and they are the kindest individuals that you'll ever meet. As long as they aren't terribly hungry, I mean. So that in itself isn't a problem. It's what they were researching in private that was the problem, and I've spoken to Pepper, well, through Oxalia, a bit about this. It seems that they were looking into, specifically, former incarnations of the god of undeath Gotham. I assume Pepper hasn't passed any of this information. Nations of the god of undeath Gotham.
The former incarnations.
I assume Pepper hasn't passed any of this information along.
No.
If you...
No.
Gotham, themselves once a powerful necromancer, who threw themselves into the pits of the hells to try to achieve a godlike state and control of it, found themselves, upon achieving godhood, locked out of the material plane. They are bound to the forces of undeath, and believe that undeath is a way to escape from the confines of reincarnation. Mortals live in a constant state of going through their mortal lives, dying, passing to an afterlife, and then living their time there until their soul is ready to be reincarnated again. There's a limited number of souls, so this recycle of reincarnation is necessary. Gotham believes that those who are freed from it, who are allowed to exist eternally in undeath, are truly free, not bound to constantly become new beings over and over. Unfortunately for Gotham, there's the divine curtain. Gods are not able to easily incarnate in the material plane, which is where Gotham would like to operate, so they work mostly through their cult. Gotham frequently attempts to make bodies.
He wanted to break, essentially, the cycle of reincarnation.
And then live in a constant state of going through their mortal lives, dying, passing to an afterlife, and then living their time there until their soul is ready to be reincarnated again. There's a limited number of souls.
Did it say sorcerer?
Live in a constant and believe that upon achieving godhood, pits of the hells, to try to themselves once a powerful necromancer, who threw themselves into the pits of the hells to try to achieve a godlike state and control of it, found themselves, upon achieving godhood, locked out of the material plane. They are bound to the forces of undeath, and believe that undeath is a way to escape from the confines of reincarnation. Mortals live in a constant state of going through their mortal lives, dying, passing to an afterlife, and then living their time there until their soul is ready to be reincarnated again. There's a limited number of souls, so this recycle of reincarnation is necessary. Gotham believes that those who are freed from it, who are allowed to exist eternally in undeath, are truly free, not bound to constantly become new beings over and over. Unfortunately for Gotham, there's the divine curtain. Gods are not able to easily incarnate in the material plane, which is where Gotham would like to operate, so they work mostly through their cult. Gotham frequently attempts to make bodies for themselves that are suitable to try to appear so they can continue their work in the material world. But because they are a god of undeath, they only truly can inhabit undead bodies. And their very soul, the essence of their divine power, causes those bodies.
Okay.
Gotham frequently attempts to make bodies for themselves that are suitable to try to appear so they can continue their work in the material world. But because they are a god of undeath, they only truly can inhabit undead bodies. And their very soul, the essence of their divine power, causes those bodies to rot relatively quickly. Ethicus was looking into former incarnations of Gotham, and apparently looking into ways to circumvent that limitation, to make a body for Gotham that would last longer. And I believe they may have stumbled upon a way to do it. From a young age, to make a body, to adapt it, so that it grows with a piece of Gotham inside of them, so that they are compatible, so that Gotham may take on a living body that is used to its presence. Specifically, Ethicus was looking into taking former pieces of the bodies of Gotham's dead incarnations, and surgically implanting them inside of children, so that whenever they were grown, they might serve as suitable hosts.
That's super fucked up.
Indeed. We didn't know about that research until afterwards, because ethicus, we didn't so much find out what they were doing as much as they simply vanished one day.
Right, one sec.
Looking into taking former pieces of the body inside of them, so that they are compatible, upon a way to do it. From a young age, the ways to circumvent that limitation, to make a body for Gotham that would last longer. And I believe they may have stumbled upon a way to do it. From a young age, to make a body.
Has been defined ways to give Whiteout Gotham a more permanent body.
To adapt it, so that it grows with a piece of Gotham inside of them, so that they are compatible, so that Gotham may take on a living body that is used to its presence. Specifically, Ethicus was looking into taking former pieces of the bodies of Gotham's dead incarnations, and surgically implanting them inside of children.
Okay, so Ethicus's studies devolved into taking bits of Gotham's previous bodies and implanting them
so that whenever they were grown, they might serve as suitable hosts.
Inside of...
That's super fucked up.
Children.
Indeed. We didn't know about that research until afterwards, because Ethicus, we didn't so much find out what they were doing as much as they simply vanished one day. Much like Pepper. They had come here giving their family some shelter. They served here while their family lived in the residential area. It seems that their family disappeared around the same time that they did. And we didn't hear from Ethicus again after that. We seized and sealed their research. Though we believe that all manner of gods and demons and angels it's fair that they walk in the material world and we wouldn't hinder them. Gotham, from a purely intellectual and academic standpoint, is not someone who we agree fundamentally with. We don't dislike them as a god of undeath. We dislike them as a scholar. So we would prefer they not be in the world at large. They give mages and necromancers a particularly bad name.
Yeah.
And it
Take
seems
off the sprays.
with their name coming up, and the report of the Hattislin woman who was attempting to allow something into her body, with the nature of the necromantic rituals, and the use of idomancy, I'll explain later, as he holds up half of the orb, we can surmise that the Court of Decay has raised what they believe to be a suitable host, and they are attempting to perform a ritual to allow Gotham to inhabit it. You seem to have stopped them from doing so, though, and I'd like to hear more about that.
I'm looking at Skarn. How's he looking?
Skarn at this point has dialed the fuck in.
Yeah.
But in
Yeah,
like
now you see.
in like a anxiety hand thing
Yeah.
where he's
How do you
holding it in
spell
everywhere
thwart?
but like half of his
Thwart. How do you spell thwart? Thwart. Okay. So TH wart. TH wart. Good to know. Alright. Hold on. I wrote it as thwarted, but it's thwart. That was thwarted by the party was one to allow a living host to become a new incarnation of Gotham using the stone and I know, Mancy. And again, this is another thing. Sorrel telling us this about Ethicus's research is now even further proof that the lady that we're seeing in the pit is not the revived body of a dead sister. It has to be, his research involves putting bits of Gotham's former incarnations into the bodies of living children. And that's, again, that's an important thing. Living children. Now, they're not fucking with dead bodies to put Gotham in. They're trying to put Gotham into living people. Because the problem is with the dead bodies is that they rot away. Well, what doesn't rot? A living body. What was the lady that was down in the thing that was trying to do the ritual? Probably a living person. Who does she look like? One of the Haddeslin triplets. What is one of the Haddeslin triplets doing? Pretending to be her sister. And it just the dominoes just are all there. And we had, and I'm gonna low-key blame Desmond, but we all kind of rode with it. We rode with this theory of, oh, well, it's a cult of undeath, so they must be reviving the dead sister for some reason. And it's like, why would they need a dead body? Like, yeah, they've been stealing dead bodies, but also in the very beginning of the campaign, they've been stealing the dead bodies of bigger races that can fight, like the menials. They've not been taking the bodies of women. They've mostly been stealing the bodies of men, people that can fight, that are bulky and big. So let me I think that was back in session 2. Let's see. Yeah, Bothrak claimed to have been visited by Captain Leona, claimed to only be there to escort an elven man who had been visiting often for the past decade. They seemed to frequently visit the Laporte graves. And in that case, that was Sa'un. And then 10 to 12 graves seem to have been exhumed, wagon tracks present, marks of shovels, drag marks from coffins. Halfling, gnome, copy, Hotto graves ignored. Only medium-sized races were exhumed. Yeah, so we don't know if they were men and women or just men, but medium-sized races. And the Haddeslin women are okay sized. They're still like petite woman sized. So it was like, why would they want the body of a small lady? Someone probably, if Leona's in her late 20s, early 30s, probably someone in like their early 20s, early to mid 20s. Why would they want that body? What would they do with that? And why would that body be chosen as the vessel for Gotham? Aside from a bigger, more hulking body. Again, all the dots were just right there. All the dots pointing us that Moontheris is the lady at the thing and that she's trying to become the new vessel for Gotham and is very much alive. We just didn't connect those dots.
Face and his hand. And it is very much anger, rage. So you're telling me...
Try to grab his wrist.
This Ethicus, a dark elf, was a researcher here, huh?
That's right. Bastard. Of course, when they were here, I want to restate, we didn't know the nature of what they were looking into. Those who teach here, the masters and associates and such, they are encouraged to pursue their own research as secretively as they must, and they are asked to teach others here, as I do, as we attempted to do with Pepper, to try to pass on knowledge. But the college is not a place you graduate from, it's a place you graduate into, and this place attempts to foster and grow arcane studies. In that sense, Ethicus seemed to be making great strides, so we encouraged him while he was here. It seemed like he was only looking into the fundamentals of necromancy. His actual research lay undetected until after he had left.
And this Ethicus, did he seem to have any other people around him? His family, who are they?
When he came here originally, he came here only with a wife. That wife... I haven't actually tracked much information about them yet. I'm still unsealing most of the information about them. After Ethicus had left, much of everything we knew about them was made incredibly confidential, and to be confidential here means a bit more than it does outside. It can be dangerous to unseal things. However, we do know that while they were here, Ethicus had a child, and it was shortly after that that they disappeared.
Of course.
Okay.
Ethicus originally arrived with only a wife.
We do know that while they were here, Ethicus had a child, and it was shortly after that that they disappeared.
Of course.
While at the college.
Well, so much for giving benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
Had
My
a
bad.
child.
Listen, you just wanted to see the best in people. That's really nice, but yeah.
Among those I've spoken to about this, there are two prevailing theories about what happened with Ethicus and why he left.
Vanishing.
Because he was undetected, he had no reason to flee. The first is that his family may have threatened to out him if they discovered what he did, and in order to avoid that, left here, fearing that there might have been contingencies put in place by them in case something happened. He may not have returned in case somebody else knew what he was doing.
The reason for his disappearance at the time was unknown.
To out him if they discovered what he had no reason to flee. The first is that his family may have threatened to out him if they discovered what he did, and in order to avoid that, left here, fearing that there might have been contingencies put in place by them in case something happened. He may not have returned in case somebody else knew what he was doing. In that case, it is likely that his family fled him, and he may have pursued them. The other is that he was using his family for his purposes. The fact that he had a newly born child and left soon after they were born can't be a coincidence, given his research. We believe it's possible that he attempted to use his child for the purposes of his research, and that he either got what he wanted.
Let's see. The reason for his disappearance at the time was unknown, and the college theorized his family fled to avoid being involved with his experiments. And Ethicus went after them.
And left, who's his child, for the purposes of his research, and that he either got what he wanted and left, or it failed, and he had to dispose of the family he had. We do know that while he was here, Ethicus spoke at length about the fundamental wanted and left, his child, for the purposes of his research, and that he either got what he wanted and left, or it failed, and he had to dispose of the family he had. We do know that while he was here, Ethicus spoke at length about the fundamental flaws of mortality and how the many races that walk in Somnus Domina live different lives. That it was unfortunate that an elf who might fall in love with a human, for example, would be forced to watch them die in a fraction of their lifetime. Of mortality and how, or it failed,
and needed to remove witnesses.
And he had to dispose of the family he had. We do know that while he was here, Ethicus spoke at length about the fundamental flaws of mortality and how the many races that walk in Somnus Domina live different lives. That it was unfortunate that an elf who might fall in love with a human, for example, would be forced to watch them die in a fraction of their lifetime. He seemed concerned with evening that playing field. I'm still trying to uncover information about his wife, but I suppose that may come from the fact that he may have had a wife who would have died long before him, and perhaps necromancy would have been his answer to that. Oxalia told me a little bit about you. That there was a Goliath with dark elf blood who was involved.
Indeed.
Who was having a visceral reaction to this ritual. And so I'm sure you've already considered the possibility of what your connection to this might be.
Oh, it's not a possibility at this point. It's all but guaranteed.
Then you believe that you're a child of Ethicus.
And I'm pretty sure I was experimented on.
Not a child, the child.
Well, you're here. There is a way that we could confirm that. I believe that the reason that it was Ethicus came here to do his research was because it gave him access to a particular storehouse. We like to take things that the Academy might have interest in, because the outside world often burns away information that we think should be preserved. Specifically, one of the things that we do is we have members dedicated to finding the remains of deities and their incarnations, and sealing them away here in such a way that they will be useful for our research and of no danger to anybody else.
Whoops.
Gods leave behind a great deal of power. Sometimes when they take physical form and abandon it, the cadaver left behind, even if it's just fragments, can be used for nefarious purposes. And no doubt, in previous occasions where Gotham has incarnated, on more than a couple of them, the Academy, or the college here, we have found ourselves to be at odds with them, and even done battle with Gotham. And in those cases, we retrieve what remain of the bodies. We believe it's those incarnation remains that Ethicus came here to get access to. So, if you have a reaction to Gotham's body, all we need to do is put you near that particular set of remains, and if you have a reaction, we have our confirmation.
I guess there's nothing else to do but that. At this point, I basically already know.
That raises a question, though.
A question?
If you were a success, why were you abandoned?
Yeah.
Incarnated.
Why was I abandoned? If he just wanted another body that he could use, I've been reacting this whole time. What was I left for? Unless
I don't know that you were.
I still know nothing about my mom.
For now. Sorry, continue.
It's possible that wishful thinking here, but maybe my mom had a change of heart, like Lilia said. There's no way a mom could deal with that, with her child being experimented on.
Pretty big coincidence that the next batch of kids he brings in are also in the pits, though.
Exactly.
Ah, the Hatterslin triplets.
Yeah, because Lilia had told Scar, and it was like, maybe your dad doesn't know what happened to you or where you went. Maybe your mom was running away from him. Maybe, maybe your mom ran off with you and left you here because she thought you'd be safest here when he was looking for her. Like, we don't know the circumstances of why he was left, but whatever it was, these circumstances also meant that Ethicus didn't know he was here.
The thing is, they would have been before you.
Exactly, they're older. Wait a minute.
Of course, if Ethicus was going to attempt to do experiments on their child, perhaps they needed proof of concept first. If your mother did try to protect you, maybe the others were prepared as a sort of prototype to prove that somebody could survive having a piece of a god put inside of them. And then once they had confirmed it would work, maybe he attempted to use you because he wanted it to be someone in his family. He did seem interested in keeping his loved ones alive. Maybe he was trying to give you a gift from his perspective. But then, if your mother took you...
He's a family guy.
If your mother took you away, took you out of his reach, perhaps he simply regressed back to using his prototype.
Ain't broke, don't fix it.
Which means that sister, regardless of your relationship with Ethicus, if this all lines up, they are willing to become an aspect of Gotham. And we can't allow that to happen. Such a body could last Gotham an entire lifetime, and we can't allow him to wander the material plane in physical form.
That was my thought too.
Not without an extensive written apology to everything he's done to the college, at least. He holds up the gem. Colindrite.
Hold on. Experimented. Okay, so I've got here, no info has been found of Skarn's mother yet. But since the Hatterslin triplets are older than Skarn, it's likely he experimented on them. Likely I should put Ethicus. It's likely Ethicus. I'm not gonna
because the space is too small. I'm not gonna be able to fit Ethicus, but Ethicus experimented on them before Skarn was born, and knowing of, and then I can put his plan of his true plan. His mother ran away with him.
His eyes turn over toward Lawrence. This is called colendrite.
Colendrite.
It is a form of a material called sepharite, but it's a bit of an offshoot. What's important for you to know about it is that those latch temples, based on what we know about similar structures, they were effectively made to facilitate the central of a ritual. They're like the programming core, with the entire temple being something of an arcane engine. While we've been talking, I've been digging into the magic of this one. Its purpose is to turn the water systems that exist underground around Gilligan's Pit and the surrounding areas into a retrieval mechanism. They trap a certain supernatural force that's in the air there, and they pull it back further underground. As they do, and they pass through the temple, they all pour down into a central area. Likely some sort of large reservoir was prepared for this purpose.
Agony's
And as
throat.
they pass through that area, that force I talked about, that supernatural element, which I haven't fully identified just yet, is stored inside of the colendrite. It's a filter. As it does this, though, it also traps idomantic radiation. The force that's in the air there, Gilligan's Pit and the surrounding area, to facilitate the central of a ritual. They're like the programming core. What's important for you to know about it is that those latch temples, based on what we know about similar structures, they were effectively made to facilitate the central of a ritual. They're like the programming core, with the entire temple being something of an arcane engine. While we've been talking, I've been digging into the magic of this one. Its purpose is to turn the water systems that exist underground around Gilligan's Pit and the surrounding areas into a retrieval mechanism. They trap a certain supernatural force that's in the air there, and they pull it back further underground. As they do, and they pass through the temple, they all pour down into a central area. Likely some sort of large reservoir was prepared for this purpose. And as they pass through that area, that force I talked about, that supernatural element, which I haven't fully identified just yet, is stored inside of the colendrite. It's a filter. As it does this, though, it also traps idomantic radiation. Magic beyond magic. So, to those who know how to use it, traps idomantic radiation. It's a filter. As it does this, though, it also traps idomantic radiation. Magic beyond magic. So, to those who know how to use it, it stores up vast amounts of energy. One type of energy is related to what are called the grand primaries. I won't bother you with the details, but
Thank you, don't. Thank you, don't. This is too much info.
One type of energy is related, stores up vast magic beyond magic. So, to those who know how to use it, it stores up vast amounts of energy. One type of energy is related to what are called the grand primaries.
Put that quote-unquote magic beyond magic.
It's a form of magic that is beyond both gods and the arcane. It makes sense why they would try to use this to get past the divine curtain, because it's not the kind of thing the curtain normally filters. It stores up vast amounts of energy. One type of energy is related to what are called the grand primaries. I won't bother you with the details, but it's a form of magic that is beyond both gods and the arcane. It makes sense why they would try to use this to get past the divine curtain, because it's not the kind of thing the curtain normally filters. It makes a sort of blind spot that the spirit of a god might be able to pass through. And otherwise, it also serves as a massive battery. The radiation stored inside of it could be used in the ritual to facilitate magic many, many, many times larger than what that cult would normally be able to do on their own.
And what magic?
Battery. The radiation stored inside of it could be used in the ritual to facilitate magic many, many, many times larger than what that cult would normally be able to do on their own.
Large magic.
They're broken. What does that mean for the water?
It means that temple is no longer working. It means that whatever it was trying to hold back may start to flow forward. But Oxalia told me that part of the report was that there were 3 gods mentioned. But Oxalia told me that part of it means that whatever it was trying to hold back may start to flow forward. But Oxalia told me that part of the report it means that temple is no longer working. It means that whatever it was trying to hold back may start to flow forward. But Oxalia told me that part of the report.
What temple of it? What temple was it? Because there's 3 latch temples, so we need to know. I need to know specifically the temple that does not work anymore. And it was like the Mortuous's temple. Should really just write the names of the sessions here. This was like sessions 13? No. Yeah, Mortuous. The Mortuous Latch Temple. The Temple of Mortuous. The Latch Temple of Mortuous no longer works.
Was that there were 3 gods mentioned. That one was built by the followers of Mortuous a long time ago. And that one of the inscriptions that was down there also mentioned Destimus and Chan-Karagosh, which means there's likely 3 of these temples. If they were built under the orders of the Eidolons by these gods and their followers, I imagine they built 3 because they supposed that with mortals and our grabby little hands that like to touch everything and take it apart, that eventually 1 or 2 of these temples would fail. So you're probably still fine.
Is it possible to repair?
The creation of this, of Sephirite, it's somewhat lost. It's possible, if the Eidolons directly intervened, we could in theory ask Vestius. And luckily here at the college, we have a bit of a direct line to Vestius. They're one of our greatest sponsors. But, even so...
You're asking a god to care.
Make quickly. It's the kind of thing that takes many lifetimes to make.
Yeah.
So we have to make a new one? We couldn't like, I don't know, glue this one back together or something?
Yeah, look, can we fix it?
I'm afraid this one is completely dead. Sometimes the form of a thing is important. And once it broke, it ceased being something that could go back to being what it was. I suppose to activate these things, it likely requires a very powerful charge, the ritual that turns it on, in a sense. And we simply don't have access to the knowledge of what went into that.
You guys know about the other 2, that it's likely they do as well. What's to stop them from just moving their ritual down deeper?
That's precisely why I wanted to talk to all of you. It's likely they'll try again. Destimus, the great engine, a god who is involved with many advancements in technology. They likely have a temple there that is guarded by some kind of technological barrier. And Chan-Karagosh, one of Vestius's most trusted lesser deities. Also, to my understanding, a patron god of your town. If they have those there, that means that they're going to go after one of them. And I imagine with Chan-Karagosh's presence being stronger, they're probably going to go after the Temple of Destimus first. There would be less in its way, and the god would have less presence. That said, it is curious to me that there is an ancient temple of Chan-Karagosh that is there. That temple predates your town. I think it may have been used as a center of operations back when these temples are being built. Which means, though it's probably guarded as a close secret, your temple likely has some information on where to get to one of these temples. And that might seem like good news. But it raises a problem. That being that, from what I understand, those Hattislin triplets who are definitely connected to all of this, they already have a presence in that temple.
Yeah. This is Sorrel putting all the dots together. It's like, thankfully for you guys, if one of those temples are Chan-Karagosh's, you already have a temple in your town that predates it that probably has information about all of this. Problem, the Hattislin triplets are in there. The Hattislin triplets are in there, and they probably already found this information, which is why all this is happening. Good job, guys. Go team. Go team.
Oxalia's reports have been that one is dead. And I have theories about that. It's possible they may have died to onset complications with what it was that Ethicus was doing to them. It's also possible they may have faked their death and are the one that was trying to incarnate, but I don't feel like that's as strong of a possibility.
Symptoms described to us by Muntheris, the sister who works at the temple, they match the symptoms of Lori's late mother.
I'm not going to worry about all the other stuff because we already have information that the
One
Chan-Karagosh temple, the church, has this info.
About them, right?
Yeah.
Is there anything shaky?
Would there be, God?
Oh, lordy.
Memories of your mother?
Yeah. Is anything like
You
fading
don't feel
from
like
me?
you don't
or-
seem to be missing anything.
Okay.
Not as far as you know. But the thing about that and about memory is if you were missing some, you wouldn't know.
You wouldn't be able to know, yeah.
Unless it was
But I
something
mean,
obvious like a
if-
name.
Yeah, like a name, yeah.
Yeah, no.
Like,
all the basic
yeah.
details you seem to have memories of.
Okay.
There are
Wait,
two
No,
culprits.
like I still remember her name. I think I still remember everything. Sorry, Go, you were saying there are two culprits?
There are two possibilities for what might be affecting your town and the memories of those in them. One of which might be related to these temples. Though I haven't clearly identified it, there's an ancient disease. It's not as prominent these days, but it's making a resurgence called amnesis. One that is the result of, let's call it, an ancient primordial deity going awry. That's not a proper explanation, but as far as you need to know, a former dead god left an echo in the world in the form of a disease that takes the memories of mortals. As for all you need to know about it is that it is a disease that steals memories. I believe that may actually be what the temples are cleaning out of the area. That disease transfers mostly, apart from by blood, through miasma. We think that the purpose of these temples was that the water captures the miasma and drags it down under the earth. The other possibility, are you familiar with a town called Darkland?
Are we?
Yes.
Yes. God.
We were told about it recently. One of the Undershot clan told us about it.
A Duragar civilization that was given a gift, an invader who took away all of their pain and sadness, replaced their unfortunate memories, things they didn't like, with ones that were more pleasant, toyed with them. To what end we don't know, but we know the story of Darkland. Eventually it grew bored with Darkland, though, and it destroyed it, scattering those Duragar. We believe that your town, and this is part of why I sent Pepper there to investigate in the first place, is that parasite has come further up from below ground, and is doing the same thing to the people of your town. I believe there are two memory-affecting phenomena that are going on at once. One of them is not actually making it up to you, but it is maybe infecting people. That is amnesis.
Hold on 1 second.
A former dead god left an echo in the world in the form of a disease that takes the memories of mortals. As for all you need to know about it is that it is a disease that steals memories. I believe that may actually be what the temples are cleaning out of the area. That disease transfers mostly, apart from by blood, through miasma. We think that the purpose of these temples was that the water captures the miasma and drags it down under the earth. The other possibility, are you familiar with a town called Darkland?
Are we?
Yes.
Yeah.
We were told about it recently. One of the Undershot clan told us about it.
A Duragar civilization that was given a gift, an invader who took away all of their pain and sadness, replaced their unfortunate memories, things they didn't like, with ones that were more pleasant, toyed with them. To what end we don't know, but we know the story of Darkland. Eventually it grew bored with Darkland, though, and it destroyed it, scattering those Duragar. We believe that your town, and this is part of why I sent Pepper there to investigate in the first place, is that parasite has come further up from below ground, and is doing the same thing to the people of your town. I believe there are two memory-affecting phenomena that are going on at once. One of them is not actually making it up to you, but it is maybe infecting people. That is amnesis. It hasn't overtaken your town, but there might be some cases of it there. Oxalia told me there are people at the clinic there who are showing signs of it. And the second is that there is a mental parasite attempting to make the people of your town happy by hiding their tragedies, by changing the memories of not just individuals, but of everybody else around them. Somebody dies and brings grief, they're soon forgotten about. Somebody loses a friend at war, or suffers a terrible tragedy.
The parasite.
Soon they move on. It's not that they're happy about what happened, it's that they remember the world differently so that they were never sad to begin with. I don't know what would gain from that, but it seems that that might be an effect. Given these two contrasting memory-altering effects, it's a bit hard to pin down what in your town is what. However, your Hattisland triplets, they are aware that they have forgotten things. If it were the parasite, that wouldn't make sense. Not unless they had the force of will to fight back against it. In their case, for example, if the sadness of losing their sibling would have made them so distraught, the parasite would have simply made them forget they ever had a sibling to begin with. They are aware that they have forgotten things. If it were the parasite, that wouldn't make sense. Not unless they had the force of will to fight back against it. In their case, for example, if the sadness of losing their sibling would have made them so distraught, the parasite would have simply made them forget they ever had a sibling to begin with.
Do you know more about the parasite? Like, if you're affected by it, is it like just the memory thing? Or would there be other symptoms? Like, would you seem sick?
Probably not. With the parasite, it wants to keep its host as happy as possible. And I will note, I'm using the term parasite loosely. It's more of a supernatural effect over a large area. It's not like something that's in your body, but you would likely, the symptoms would simply be living a normal life. Whatever it is, it seems intent on making people well-adjusted and happy. Until it gets bored with them. Like it did in Darkland. vexing. Normally when something makes people happy like that, it comes forth to demand some kind of payment or worship.
Yeah, usually it wants, stuff like that wants something.
Yeah.
So it must
What
mean
if-
something else.
What if somebody was giving it something?
Maybe. We've done extensive research into finding out if it's an arcanist performing some kind of experiment, but it's been happening for hundreds upon hundreds of years. That's a long time, even for those that are effectively immortal. And also, we would probably have found out if somebody from here was doing that. We know that they're not. Or at least we can be very confident that they're not. The behavior's not entirely out of line with certain types of creatures, though. That kind of thing is more common in the Fey realm, for example. Forcing creatures to experience unbridled eternal joy is something that realms of delight will sometimes inflict upon those who wander into the world of fairies. But it's not taking people to the Fey realm. So that somewhat rules that out. At this point, I'm just spinning my wheels. There's a lot about this that even we don't know.
Is there any precautions we could take? Is there something that, I don't know, what you guys have studied mind-altering effects, I suppose is the word?
In order to
No,
go ahead. Finish your thought.
Well, just more than us. I'm not exactly a mage or anything.
Well, in order to combat this kind of thing, one would have to be able to perceive it. One of the problems is that even the people that are here can't fully comprehend it. Although if you were able to see such things, if you were familiar with worlds that had mentally scarring or debilitating effects, you might be able to do something to counter it. Although, interacting with it would be difficult. I believe there's somebody in your town that knows a bit more about that than you've been able to find out. Oxalia has told me that there was a man who approached one of you and performed some kind of ritual on you. A man that goes by the name of So'un.
That's a feller.
Then you've been able to find out.
It's funny because he's like, honestly, this behavior is really similar to the Fae, but unlike the Fae, it hasn't taken anybody. It just plays with them and then throws them out and then tells them to fuck off when they're bored, which is kind of like the Fae, but usually the Fae want to take you to the Fae realm, and this hasn't really done that. That's not very Fae of it, but could still be Fae. It was the Fae. It was the Fae. Spoiler, it was the Fae.
And performed some kind of ritual on you. A man that goes by the name of So'un.
1 second.
Finish your thought.
Well, just more than us. I'm not exactly a...
Oh, I got so many pages!
Well,
just one session!
You have to be able to perceive it. One of the problems is that even the people that are here can't fully comprehend it. Although if you were able to see such things, if you were familiar with worlds that had...
I'm gonna mark this with one of my funny tabs to book. This is a pivotal session.
Although, interacting with it would be difficult. I believe there's somebody in your town that knows a bit more about that than you've been able to find out. Oxalia has told me that there was a man who approached one of you and performed some kind of ritual on you. A man that goes by the name of So'un.
That's a feller.
And Lawrence, when you met, they pulled something away from you.
Put lore under this.
And then I felt really sad.
A man that goes by the name of So'un.
Yeah, he performed some sort of ritual, but we don't know what the ritual is. He didn't actually do anything.
When you met, they pulled something away from you.
Yeah. And then I felt really sad.
It seems like this person, So'un, appears more sensitive to this than even we would be. And as such, they seem to be able to interact with it. But Oxalia's reports from Pepper, from all of you, So'un is also being cagey about it, yes?
Yeah. Right? Really, you guys interacted with him more.
Didn't seem to be able to talk about it at all.
Could you describe what happened whenever he attempted to, if he did?
Seems like time just didn't exist when he said things. 1 second we'd be talking to him.
Maybe not in this
he would mention something, and then we would be past the time he was talking.
Time would, like, cut and skip.
Ah, I see. I'm sad to say, it looks like whatever this is, it has you two under its thrall. I would imagine that it probably has safeguards in place so that it can avoid being discovered. So, what was probably happening, if I had to wager a guess, is that So'un was being very direct with you and telling you specifically what he meant to say, and what likely happened.
He can't help.
What happened likely had nothing to do with So'un. It was probably that after you had been told the truth, The parasite likely simply wiped your memory of the period in which you heard it. I suppose that would be frustrating for Sa'un as well, if your entire town is under its sway. No matter how much he attempted to tell anybody, nobody would ever remember him doing so.
Which is why he's sad every time he talks about it, because he's like, yep, I knew that would happen.
Couldn't we bring him someplace like here?
I don't know if there's an effective range. You might still be under its sway, even here. The fact that I'm telling you all about this comes with the fact that I don't know for certain what I'm talking about. Although, the College of Banguth also has certain charms and protections. That said, fascinating idea. I wonder if we could use those together. If you were to bring Sa'un here, I would be able to ask him about why it is he can interact with it. He seemed to be able to see a physical manifestation of this around Lawrence. At this moment, you see Sorrel stops looking at any of you, and is just like finger on chin, looking up and just talking to himself. They seem to have had some connection to it that allowed them to pull it away from Lawrence and free Lawrence from it temporarily, which means that they might have a way to interact with it. That would make Sa'un some kind of supernatural entity in and of themselves. I would like to talk to them for several reasons.
Wait, did I have it? Do I still have it?
I think what likely occurred is that you were probably in the early stages of it sinking into you. Sa'un would probably go around ripping it out of people if he had the ability to do so. So it must have been early enough with you that it wouldn't cause damage, or it was weak. He likely did that. And that's why you felt sad afterwards, because things about your memories that were making you sad were being suppressed. They saved you from having things that made you sad erased from your mind. In other words, Sa'un made it so that you remember your mother.
Oh.
Yeah, so let's see. I have to go back and note
You might
this.
still be under its sway, even here. I don't know.
We gotta go back, sorry.
Didn't seem to be able to talk about it at all.
Could you describe what happened whenever he attempted to, if he did?
Seems like time just didn't exist when he said things. 1 second we'd be talking to him, he would mention something, and then we would be past the time he was talking.
Time would, like, cut and skip.
Ah, I see. I'm sad to say, it looks like whatever this is, it has you two under its thrall. I would imagine that it probably has safeguards in place so that it can avoid being discovered. So, what was probably happening, if I had to wager a guess, is that Sa'un was being very direct with you and telling you specifically what he meant to say, and what likely happened.
He can't help.
What happened likely had nothing to do with Sa'un. It was probably that after you had been told the truth, the parasite likely simply wiped your memory of the period in which you heard it. I suppose that would be frustrating for Sa'un as well, if your entire town is under its sway. No matter how much he attempted to tell anybody, nobody would ever remember him doing so.
Couldn't we bring him someplace like here?
I don't know if there's an effective range. You might still be under its sway, even here. The fact that I'm telling you all about this comes with the fact that I don't know for certain what I'm talking about. Although, the College of Banguth also has certain charms and protections. That said, fascinating idea. I wonder if we could use those together. If you were to bring Sa'un here, I would be able to ask him about why it is he can interact with it. He seemed to be able to see a physical manifestation of this around Lawrence. At this moment, you see Sorrel stops looking at any of you, and is just like finger on chin, looking up and just talking to himself. They seem to have had some connection to it that allowed them to pull it away from Lawrence and free Lawrence from it temporarily, which means that they might have a way to interact with it. That would make Sa'un some kind of supernatural entity in and of themselves. I would like to talk to them for several reasons.
Wait, did I have it? Do I still have it?
I think what likely occurred is that you were probably in the early stages of it sinking into you. Sa'un would probably go around ripping it out of people if he had the ability to do so. So it must have been early enough with you that it wouldn't cause damage, or it was weak. He likely did that. And that's why you felt sad afterwards, because things about your memories that were making you sad were being suppressed. They saved you from having things that made you sad erased from your mind. In other words, Sa'un made it so that you remember your mother.
Oh.
Yeah, because with Lori, his mother had just died, and that was the only real sad thing that happened to Lori. And because of that, it would only be really, really recent that the parasite was trying to get involved with his brain. And because it would have been so early, it would have been weaker and not quite latched on yet, which means Sa'un would have been able to rip it off of him. Sa'un being able to see this means that Sa'un might be a supernatural entity of some way. So Sa'un being able to do this, Sa'un being able to do this could mean he is
supernatural in some way.
Am I okay now? Is there a way to tell?
Who knows?
Oh god.
I get soon to take a look at you.
Wait, but he's being cagey about stuff. He didn't even tell me why he did that in the first place.
You still might be under its effect to the point that if he tried to reveal any information about it, it might aggressively come after you more.
I don't want to forget about my mom.
You're not gonna. We're gonna try to help as much as we can.
We can figure out why he's able to do it. We might not be able to help a lot of people short term, but it's going to be very difficult to.
Yeah, because he's
look
able
out for,
to. He seems to know what's going on, but can't say.
People and figure out exactly.
And doesn't seem to be affected.
Anything dramatic happening is suppressed. Twin or triplets, geez. They if they're under its effect, they're directly losing valuable information for us. Knowing more about the third sister would be extremely helpful.
It seems like it.
This parasite is also probably responsible for why the cult has been able to act so aggressively. From what I understand, they have been there for at least a decade. Likely, much longer, if Ethicus has in fact been involved there. But anytime they steal anybody off the streets to do their experiments, hurt anybody, this parasite likely removed those memories to make people happy. They've been piggybacking off of this thing covering their tracks.
Yep. They might not, Ethicus might not even know about what the hell's happening with the parasite, but it's like, hey, it's helping me out, so I don't care.
It's a convenient side benefit then.
It's a fringe benefit.
This parasite likely removed those memories to make people happy. They've been piggybacking off of this thing covering their tracks.
Did Ethicus choose the pits because of it?
I believe Ethicus likely chose the pits because of the temples.
It's a convenient side benefit then.
Yeah, no kidding. How lucky do you have to be to have that type of stuff erased without you doing nothing about it?
Indeed. The good news is, now that we have revealed our existence to you and you understand Pepper's mission, you understand how paramount it is that you go to the remaining temples, find out as much as you can, and hopefully stop them from destroying the Colendrites that are likely there. So I ask, are you okay with working with us? Now knowing that we are the greatest enemies that your culture has propped up. We are the arcane threat that's going to end the world according to your academy. Will you bend the knee and work for us for the benefit of your town?
I don't like that phrasing, but I don't care about whatever it is you do. If you want to help, well, that's good. I'll work with you for that. I don't really much care about the academy either, but they tend to leave the pits mostly alone. Gaston Funk or Sumberson's not exactly in the way of travel, and I would be remiss to call us a tourist hotspot.
We are, though.
Tourist soft spot, perhaps.
And Lilia, if you work with us, we can promise that we may be able to help you with the issue of that unmarked grave. Also, your home's in danger.
Well, yeah, I know that. But you know, in any good narrative, a personal goal is also just as good as an overarching one. Duh.
That's true.
Whoa.
Also, your home's in danger.
Well, yeah, I know that. But you know, in any good narrative, a personal goal is also just as good as an overarching one.
As you know, in any good narrative.
Duh.
That's true.
Whoa.
Plus, from what I've heard, you might be the easiest way for us to talk to So-un.
I am not a tool for you to get to Sa'un.
No, your pretty face. It works kind of the same.
She just like shut her book, just like
While I do want to get to the bottom of this mystery and also learn a bit more about Sa'un and that unmarked grave, I don't want to feel like I'm using anybody.
And your field of flowers?
In your
And
prints.
it's probably Darkland, after all we've heard, right?
It's possible, yeah. I'm not saying I'm not in, it's just, I don't know, something feels slimy.
Yeah, I don't like the phrasing bend the knee. Reminds me of the Empire.
Polite society tends to see our college as the epitome of the end of the world.
Yeah.
The Academy has convinced people that magic is going to bring about another great disaster, like the fall of the Simonian Empire. So we find it's better to approach outsiders with the understanding that we're not terribly desirable. We have no desire to end the world as you know it, but we would love to transform it into something better.
usually the end of the idea of they're going to destroy the world as we know it is usually from a social standpoint, never from a literal one. That's the thing. That's a funny thing and a funny little maybe unintentional intentional social commentary that usually when someone tries to gas up a cause and be like they're going to destroy the world, they usually also say as we know it, or that's kind of the unspoken part, the as we know it, because usually it's not that they're going to literally destroy the world, it destroys the social world as we know it. What is socially acceptable versus what is not socially acceptable. It is, funnily enough, something that the right like to say, that they're gonna that the liberal media and that the liberal side of the spectrum will destroy the world and destroy the world as we know it and freaking destroy the nuclear family. It's always, it destroys what it's always not that they will literally destroy the world, it's that they will destroy what we like, what we deemed acceptable, what we deem as the norm. They're going to destroy that. They're going to shatter our reality that we are nice and comfy in, not that they're actually going to destroy anything. Really funny how that works. The world will be fine. The planet will be fine. It's just essentially the socioeconomic landscape of things that won't. There will be a cultural shift. And usually the people saying that the world will be destroyed, it's usually their social economic landscape that is quote unquote in jeopardy. And then, yeah, like you just said just now, literal. In fantasy, yes, the literal is possible, but that's not commonly what is meant by it. It's not that the College of Gunguth want to destroy the world, it's that they want to challenge and change some of the fundamentals of it because it is flawed. But of course, the Academy, whatever the Academy is, because I don't think it was explained what the Academy is, we're just going to say it's the normies. They don't want the mages to come in and change everything. They like where they put everything, and they don't want it challenged. And again, it's very similar to how the right tend to be about things. If we want to put in a little bit of politics, because again, when it comes to fantasy worlds or technological worlds or post-apocalyptic worlds, in some way, shape, or form, whether it's intentional or not, there is always some political commentary that has to be gleaned. And fantasy politics, at the end of the day, are still based on actual politics. So you can't really escape politics. Who would have fucking guessed? Yay! So yeah, it's so again, it's like where the college will be like, we're not trying to like destroy the world. If anything, we're trying to save it and make it better. It's kind of like how on the left side of things, it's like, we don't want, corporations to drain the world of its resources and blah, blah, blah. Now, to be fair, again, we can do all of that and render the world essentially uninhabitable, but that doesn't mean the Earth as a giant rock floating in space is going to go anywhere. It's not going to disintegrate and crumble into dust in space. We just can't be on it anymore. The Earth doesn't give a shit about that. And maybe over time, maybe millions and millions of years, the things that got it into its position that we were able to live on it in the first place, back then it used to be an uninhabitable ball of dirt floating in space. It'll probably be like that for hundreds of millions of years before it kind of eventually gets itself back to where it was before. And then life forms will happen again. And it'll be take two. Humanity take two, electric boogaloo. But that's our problem. That's not the Earth's problem. It's not going anywhere. We are. But again, discussions no one wants to talk about. That's the fun thing. But you can have some semblance of the discussion, at least in fantasy, and that's why fantasy's fun.
Yeah, it doesn't bother
That's
me.
why fantasy and fun both start with F. Woo!
There's a lot. There's lots to unpack there, and I don't have the mental fortitude to do that right now.
I suppose in any case, what happens with your town doesn't put us any further or closer to our overall goals.
Another raid! We're about to be ending soon. Hello, Transmask Alias. Thank you for the raid. Hello, welcome. How's everybody doing? We are currently at the tail end of taking notes of session 17 of Gilligan's Grave, A Tale of Somnus Domina from Nat 19. It is a campaign that I was a part of that reached up to 61 sessions. We've been taking notes and looking back on the plot, talking about D&D, the things that go into creating a character and role-playing a character properly, and, you know, kind of going into that and reminiscing about the times in this campaign. It's been quite a session, and honestly, I have written so many pages. Session 17 alone has been 5 and a half sheets of notes. And considering the last couple sessions weren't as note heavy, this is crazy note heavy. I have a whole notebook here that is dedicated to this D&D campaign. And again, we're 17 sessions in. We're at the tail end of this one. We spent most of the day doing this one. Earlier, we did a react video to a shoe on head video just to kind of talk about some stuff and kind of talk about how we kind of don't really agree with her on some things and how she's kind of, funnily enough, just as much of a reactionary as the reactionaries she reacts to. Reactception. But yeah, we usually talk about fun stuff, D&D. We usually also play games, mostly of the role-playing variety, but sometimes we do kind of talk about life and the little tricky to navigate landscapes here and there. We usually have some discussions. We try to kind of aim for comfy, but we do sometimes like talking about those topics that no one else likes to talk about that honestly should be talked about. But for now, we're on the tail end of our comfy D&D notes. If you do want to check out Nat 19, again, we are a improv group of wonderfully talented actors, improv artists, and more. And we usually get together to play D&D. Our head DM, Logan, also authors and writes many, many books for people who want to use D&D. We have our own little subset of 5e called 5.19, which introduces a lot of races, classes, subclasses, new sub races to pre-existing ones. It's based on a whole new setting, so it's not based in Forgotten Realms, it's based in Somnus Domina. And we actually recently finished a Kickstarter that was able to amass $100,000 for our quarterly splash books, which are essentially quarterly books that give additional content via 5.19 edition. It's something that you can easily plug and play into D&D 5e if that's what you enjoy. And then before that, we actually recently succeeded in our campaign to create Performance Check, which is D&D inspired fantasy music that is meant for the everyday person to either just listen to and chill vibe, to have on during their stream so that they can avoid things like content ID, or for other DMs to host on their tables when they're having their D&D sessions. Sometimes using video game music or actual licensed music can get your streams in trouble, and Performance Check is going to be a wonderful way for so many DMs who stream their games or even just want to have music that is like good ambience at their table. This is going to be a wonderful way for you to have music for your D&D table, or just for fun, or just for your streams, and not have to worry about content ID nipping you in the butt. So check out Nat 19. That is also where you can find me. And we have, again, a bunch of wonderful people. We've also worked with many industry actors who have appeared on our show and are a part of the team. So definitely give them a look, give them a follow. I think currently they're showing reruns of Jump Ship Junction. Every couple days, Nat 19 is now running reruns on Twitch of previous games so that people can just jump in and kind of refresh. We also do host all the VODs on YouTube under the Nat 19 name. That's also where you can find playlists of all the previous sessions. So Jump Ship Junction, Gilligan's Penance. We've also got a lot of shorts. You've probably seen them on TikTok, or you've probably seen them on YouTube Shorts. They're pretty heckin' cool. So yeah, if you love D&D, if you've got things you want to listen to, if you love really intricate plots and JRPG inspired stories,
by all means, please consider checking out Nat 19. We are going to wrap up this really quick because I do have to go in a little bit. We've got about 17 minutes left of this session. I'm going to bump the speed to 1.75 and hope we can wrap this up in about 10 minutes.
You know, I don't, even if you were just bad guys, if you're bad guys doing good things, then, you know, we'll figure out what to do about you later.
Usually on Sundays, I try to also do comfy D&D notes where I do AMAs about what goes into creating a character, kind of behind the scenes look of where we were at mentally at this time. I know that there are some people that are like, well, you know, as a player, how can I play my character better? People, or how can I take notes better? People like to ask these questions, and this is a nice comfy space for it. So let's finish this up.
You're out of my pay grade, and under the best of circumstances,
Hello.
I'd rather just take care of my town.
Good. And Lawrence, to retain those precious memories of your mother.
And your father.
Yeah.
If you forget your mom and forget her notes, when she told you about your dad, you'd be an orphan.
A person's history and the tragedies that they've gone through are foundational to making them want to be better. Some people are crippled by sadness, that's true. But some people take tragedy and they turn it into something better, fuel to try to never be put in that position again, or to achieve greater things. For those purposes, this thing that's trying to get inside your head is the enemy of innovation.
I have to look back at my notes and put the new tabs too for things like lore.
It has no right to take it from you. Wouldn't you agree?
And then I'll use it in the future for like tabs to separate, but that's going to be for my other notebook. This notebook, I'm going to use the 2 tabs for stuff for lore heavy bits, for pivotal battles. Ay, coño. And then the normal tabs that I use to separate the sessions.
To remember my mom, yeah.
And finally, Scarn.
This notebook is so full of stuff you think this is like a class textbook.
To get to the bottom of what Ethicus is doing, and to find out what part you played in their life, will you help us?
As long as you let me get to him first.
We highly encourage people to pursue their own highly personal goals. Vendettas can fuel a person to do great things. As far as we're concerned, as long as his attempts to give Gotham a proper body are foundationally squashed, you can do whatever you want with him. Of course, if you leave him alive, we will clean up the mess.
You won't have to worry about that.
Glad to hear.
Yep.
I appreciate your ruthlessness. In that case, we will continue our research here, and we would like all of you to go back. Proceed as you were, and try to find out the location of these remaining 2 temples. Also, these Hattisland triplets seem to be the most connected to Ethicus. Try to use that information as you would to try to find out about them. Keep an eye out for any cases where your memories or those around you seem to lapse. Anytime you think you don't trust your own memory, be aware of that.
So funnily enough, because we yapped so much, we ended up taking about the actual amount of this session.
Might be that it has trouble with things that are
even though we've been watching it at time speed. So if we were watching it at speed, it would have been like, so much longer.
But you might be able to see through it. Perhaps recall memories through the veil of what it's trying to trick you. Similarly, those 2 Hattisland triplets that remain, they might be able to operate resisting it. Forgetting only something like their sister's name, but being aware enough of the fact that they had a sister that they can continue to operate. So, just be aware.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Sorrel.
Lawrence, do you want the return of the Colindrite? In its current state, it would be interesting to research, but not so much that we would demand that we take it from you. Do you want it?
I mean, I don't think I could really do anything with it, could I?
Well, Saphirite is a condensed form of itomantic radiation made solid, meaning that if magic were to flow through this, it could be used. How do I best describe this? You could use these as a bomb.
Because the I have to note that. Because the Colindrite is a form of Saphirite,
which is just condensed magic, which is condensed itomantic radiation. While useless, in the temples, can be used as a bomb.
Radiation made solid, meaning that if magic were to flow through this, it could be used. How do I best describe this? You could use these as a bomb.
Yeah, gimme.
They clack together. and you see them kind of magnetize together, and they just float back over toward you. The way it is now, you probably have 2 shots.
Okay.
I'm not exactly sure what they'll do. Magical energy that passes through them would likely become erratic. From what I understand, you all experienced that whenever they were active and you were fighting near them. But if you were to put them near somebody and channel energy into them, they would explode quite dramatically. The automatic radiation inside would suddenly be released.
I imagine that can't be done from a reasonably safe distance, given the previous way you described these things.
Well, whenever they were active, they would have had certain charms that protected them. But if you were to, for example, throw them and then he like makes a gesture with his hand, and as he does, a flicker of energy that looks like a small eldritch blast flies out from it and just goes up. Any reasonable spark of energy would probably set them off.
I can do that.
You're lucky you haven't tried to channel any magical energy through them or anything since picking them up.
Yeah.
Of course, I divest myself of responsibility. If you do choose to do that, I have no idea what will happen, so that's on you.
Okay. I guess I'll be careful.
Good.
I think that's all we really need out of this.
With that, it might be best that we return all of you. Is there anything that I could do for all of you? I understand.
I also enjoy note-taking for TTRPGs in some ways, emulate chronicling history every now and then, decades happen in days. Yep.
One of the things that the College of Gunguth wants to do is show the world that magic can help to ease its burdens. So, in that spirit, is there any service that we can perform for you?
You said you had a way to see if I had whatever in my body.
Yes. Before we send you back, we would like to introduce you to the former body of the last incarnation of Gotham.
Yeah. I think I need to see that. Just to confirm a few things.
Also, the rest of you, we do not have time to put the curse of acceptance upon you. So, 2 things. The first, I trust that you won't tell anybody about anything that has happened here or me. The second, I warn you not to do that. Otherwise, it will not go well for you.
Not well at all.
I think you overestimate my social circles.
We can't be too careful. We've remained hidden for the entire history of the Empire by not making exceptions to our regulations regarding secrecy. We're not going to slip up now.
I'm still kind of in awe that it's happening in the first place. I mean, what are the odds that we'd be here for that? Huh?
Indeed. In fact, so powerful are our curses and wards that even Ethicus couldn't reveal us if he wanted to. He remains under the sway of the curse of acceptance. Well, Skarn.
Yep.
I ask you come with me. There's no point in delaying.
All right, let's do this.
Skarn goes to take a Gotham paternity test.
A warp as Skarn and Sorrel vanish. They shimmer around them as they disappear, and after they do, all of the floating elements in the room slowly settle back down to the ground. And as they take off, as we have gone a bit over our usual time,
Jerry.
and please forgive me for having such a talky session. It's so much me today. Sorry.
Hey, it was necessary. I totally didn't take notes.
With that, I think that's where we're going to end today's session. Reminder to those at home that we are not taking next week off. We will be back next week.
Yeah.
This place to be the best and worst place for Miriam.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I just want you to know that.
Philosophically, so much of what Gunguth stands for is very Miriam. But A, they work directly with Vestius, whom he has a tenuous relationship with, and B, they would enable the worst parts of him.
Yeah.
Yes, I've been thinking about the ramifications of if Pepper and Miriam were in a room for a long time.
Yeah, like individuals, I think you get along with plenty of them, but I think it's also general distaste for certain types of authority. Like, they're all really cool, and I want to use the things they have, but fuck some of those guys.
Their relationship here is very Vestius is on the board.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, trust me, some of them don't like each other either. It's just a
Oh, that was a lot of notes. Holy crap! How much did we end up with?
So Miriam might fit in well, but I'm better than Pepper, that's for sure.
So 1 full sheet.
Yeah, he's busy 2 years ago.
1 full page.
2
full page.
Still being said.
3 full pages of notes.
Yeah,
That's
like
6 sheets.
in, like, the travel phase
Or
currently.
6 pages, which is 3 full sheets out of like 100-something sheet notebook. I am like
I'm gonna immediately ignore every town here. And then we got
a
like
third of the way through this
fortnight and a
notebook.
half until we're
From I think.
And that's ignoring all the
Where-
parties.
Real quick, this is one of the images that was made for the guide. I'm not gonna show it on screen.
We're almost halfway through this book. I don't know how the hell we're gonna fit 60-something sessions in this now. We can maybe get.
That's what,
At this rate, we can maybe get to session 40. But I don't know. It depends on some of these sessions. If they're battle heavy, then we can probably get away with it.
Yeah, I've seen this one.
Okay.
My uncle, my unk, my punk, my patron.
Yeah, they hot. I'm
So
You're allowed to be.
Yeah.
He's cool.
Goddamn. Lily is also clearly about them. Because they saw them, they were like, must draw beautiful man.
They like the Beach Boys.
Oh, yeah.
Like we saw.
I forgot Pepper's family. stuck in a like strike lines. They're like, oh, it's okay, everybody. It's only a few more weeks.
I'll worry
of
about
war,
setting up
and
the
then
next page
after we
later
complete
because
our
I'm a
internship,
little
we can be
pressed for time
Basically what
now.
it is. He's a warlock here. He's like listed as being an intern for the college.
It's so funny that they absolutely just came in and started dragging your ass. Just being like, stupid bitch, couldn't fucking take any of the shit.
Damn, yeah,
Hey,
they know. They
hey, I
fucking
literally,
dragging
listen,
Pepper.
I tried my best, and even if I did take things in, they wouldn't know I could take things in because I couldn't cast the magic in the first place. So,
They're not,
how very,
they're
yeah.
not very good at the magics.
No. Hey, I mean, I guess it's, so Pepper's been a mage for a month.
Right.
Aw.
Yeah, it's true.
Hell yeah.
Basically true.
Hell yeah.
Man, you got thrown in the deep end.
Yeah.
That's why. That's why they got. That's why they got special fucking spellcast called curriculum spells. Because it's kind of a school.
Fucking Jamel, they're hot but insufferable. Bitch, that's my type though.
Yeah.
Like, shit.
I look a little bit up. I just said that. What do you have? A bomb? No.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be an issue.
Just don't gale yourself or nothing.
We'll see. We'll fucking see. I'm gonna do everything I can so the Lori doesn't make it out of this.
Dear God. You know, that's kind of the mood for this campaign.
Yeah, for real.
Well, over, I gotta find it.
Alrighty, I'm gonna have the YouTube side. YouTube side, I hope you had a good day listening to me ramble as Sorrel. Heckin'.
Might as well fast forward to the end ends for like one last minute.
Because our the person who's been doing our TikToks, making some fun videos.
It's true. Also, you also fucking tune in on Thursday.
Yeah.
Thursday's gonna be a whole thing.
Come back for Thursday.
Yeah.
When it goes up on YouTube, that'll be tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay.
You also fucking come on over for the best game of the year.
Everybody, we'll see you later.
Bye.
Alrighty. There we go. Now I can finish just starting straight off there. Alrighty, guys. It's time for us to head off. I've got somewhere where I've got to be. We are going to raid Din Din to wrap things off. So I hope you heckin' enjoy your time with them. They are currently working on some commissions. I will be back tomorrow before Fate. Hopefully, I'm pretty sure we're going to have Fate, but we'll be back just before Fate. And we are probably going to take some more notes. I'm hoping to get through, hopefully session 18 and 19. So we'll see if we can do that. If not, then, just one session is fine enough. But I hope you all had a wonderful time spending it with me. I hope you all had a wonderful day. And I hope you guys continue having a wonderful one. And I will see you all tomorrow. Mwah. Bye-bye, everybody.